Good morning, Santa Monica, and welcome to the Tuesday, May 24th meeting of the Santa Monica City Council. Let's start with, we have to start us off with our Pledge of Allegiance. If Troop 223 could come forward and lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
You can come into the well.
Yeah, come on in here.
Come on down. We're happy to see you guys.
Welcome everyone.
Thank you to Troop 223 for joining us today, and good luck with all your merit badges. And I hope you all become Eagle Scouts. Okay. Okay, we'll see you at around 6:30. And if the clerk can call our closed session.
Actually, let me call the roll.
Oh, yeah, that. Whoops. Okay.
Councilmember Parra.
Here.
Councilmember Davis.
Here.
Councilmember Negrete.
Here.
Councilmember Brock.
Here.
Councilmember De La Torre.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem McCowan.
Here.
Okay. So for closed session, you have a conference with labor negotiator, and the agency designated representative is the city manager, David White, and the chief people officer is Lori Gentles. The bargaining units are the Administrative Team Association, IBT, California Teamsters Local 911, FEMA, Santa Monica Fire Executive Management Association, Fire, Santa Monica Firefighters Local 1109 IAFF, Municipal Employees Association, AFSCME Local 4819, Management Team Association, Public Attorneys Legal Support Staff Union, Public Attorneys Union, Santa Monica Police Officers Association, SMART TD, the International Association of Sheet, Metal, Air, Rail, and Transportation Division, Local 1785, the Supervisory Team Association, the Coalition of Santa Monica City Employees, and you have no request to speak on this item.
Okay. And can the interim city attorney please tell us what time we're expected back?
An hour and a half.
Okay. So we'll see everyone at 7 p.m. Okay. Thank you. We're gonna. I just. Back, Santa Monica. So we are ready to reconvene after closed session. And does the interim city attorney have anything to report out?
No report out.
Okay. Just as a reminder, we would like to ask members of the audience to please turn off their cell phones or put them in the vibrate or silent position so as not to disrupt the meeting. And before we officially get started, I'd like to observe a moment of silence on behalf of the 19 students and their teacher at Robb Elementary School in Texas, who were murdered today in a senseless act of violence that unfortunately keeps repeating in this country. Okay. So before we move on to the special agenda items, I believe there was an agenda management issue. A request to hear item 8A before the study session items. Is that still the case? No. There, okay. Is there, do I hear a motion? Okay.
Second.
And a second?
Who was the
Oh,
first?
Oh,
yes.
the maker was Councilmember De La Torre. And the seconder was Councilmember Brock.
Yes.
And you can do this by voice vote, by the way.
Okay. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? The ayes have it. Okay. If the clerk can call.
Yeah, so the first item we have is a commendation, is Ricardo Rick Crocker, and we have no request to speak on this.
Okay, Councilmember Parra is going to go ahead and read the proclamation.
Great. Whereas Ricardo Rick Crocker was a 10-year veteran of the Santa Monica Police Department and a Marine Corps Reserve officer. Marine Captain Crocker was killed on May 26, 2005, while serving his country in Iraq. His last assignment was with the Santa Monica Police Department, had been as a Police Activities League officer, and whereas Rick Crocker was a dedicated friend and enthusiastic role model to our PAL youth. As a PAL officer, Rick's involvement with PAL youth was critical in helping bridge the gap between the most vulnerable youth in the community and law enforcement. Rick Crocker was proud to have been a PAL officer, and whereas Rick Crocker passionately involved himself in several PAL programs, embracing educational programs, including SAT prep and homework assistance, outdoor adventures, including hiking and camping, and Dodger games. Rick's enthusiasm for these activities was contagious with all the youth he mentored. And whereas Rick Crocker dedicated his time at the PAL Youth Center, ensuring that all PAL youth was striving to reach their potential and that the youth had the tools necessary to achieve their goals. And whereas the City of Santa Monica recognizes the second annual Rick Crocker 5K Run Walk Challenge on Thursday, May 26, 2022, that honors the memory of beloved Santa Monica police officer Rick Crocker by raising funds for the youth at PAL, an organization about which Rick was truly passionate. Now, therefore, I, although I'm not Sue, on behalf of Sue Hemorrhage, Mayor of the City of Santa Monica, on behalf of the members of the City Council, do hereby commend, recognize Ricardo Rick Crocker for his dedication and exemplary service to our community.
And we'd like to call forward Lorley Ash, PAL Board President, to say a few words. And I think you can introduce some other folks that you have with you.
As President of the Police Activities League Board of Directors, I want to thank you for recognizing my former coworker, Officer Rick Crocker, for his advocacy of Santa Monica youth and for your continued support of all of our officers, Santa Monica police officers, in their ongoing role to assist the youth of Santa Monica. I'm going to hand it over to Lieutenant Sal Lucio. Sorry.
Good evening. My name is Lieutenant Sal Lucio, and I am the Deputy Chief's Executive Officer. Been with the Police Department for 27 years. I'm also a PAL board member and the co-chair of the Ricardo Crocker Memorial 5K event, along with Miss Judy Barker. First and foremost, I want to thank you for acknowledging and considering Rick for this commendation, for his contribution to the community and his contribution to PAL. So we are grateful and appreciate that. I first met Rick in 1995. I attended the academy with him, essentially grew up on the job with him, and we're partners in Crime Impact Team and SWAT, and spent a lot of time with him. But what I knew about him the most was how his heart was filled when he worked at PAL, and being able to provide that mentorship, that leadership, that relationship with the youth here in Santa Monica and guide them. So appreciative of all this, and I just want to accept this on behalf of the PAL board members, the PAL. Introduce Miss Emma Vides.
Hello, good afternoon. I'm Emma Vides, and I'm actually a PAL alumni, and I could only say positive things about Rick, besides being a mentor, not just to me, to my brother. I come from a single mom, so he was always there for us. I stayed there till 10 p.m. until PAL would close, and he was just there to listen. He helped me on a lot of stuff, even getting me into honors English. He helped with our SATs, just a lot of stuff. So he was just a self-service guy, and I really enjoyed that from him. He would take us on hiking, a lot of stuff besides hiking, SATs. He also even did like a book club for us to try to expand our minds with different types of genres. So I could only, everything that he just said, I agree with. He was just positive all the time, and he would joke around. And I truly believe that every time he was at PAL, he wanted to be there for everyone. So I just want to say that. Thank you.
Thank you all so much. I'd now like to call, if the clerk can call the next item, please.
So next we have Proclamation. It's Bike Month, and we have no speakers for this item.
Okay, Councilmember Davis.
All right. Whereas the bicycle is a viable and environmentally sound form of transportation and an excellent form of recreation, and thousands of Santa Monicans will experience the joys of bicycling during the month of May through educational programs, shared mobility options, commuting events, helmet promotion, or just getting out and going for a ride. And whereas Santa Monica's Marvin Browdy Trail attracts hundreds of thousands of bicyclists each year from all 50 states and from across the globe, providing economic, health, and scenic benefits to the community of Santa Monica and the world. And whereas Santa Monica is home to a strong and growing bike culture, increasingly robust bike infrastructure, family fun events like Kiddickle Mass, along with the Pacific Coast bicycle tourism route that attracts thousands of cross-country regional and local bicyclists each year. And whereas these bicycling activities and attractions have a positive impact on Santa Monica's economy and tourism industry and stimulate economic development by making the city attractive to businesses and citizens who enjoy the outdoors and healthy active lifestyles. And whereas creating bicycle-friendly communities have been shown to improve citizens' health, well-being, and the quality of life, to boost community spirit, to improve traffic safety, and to reduce pollution and congestion to help meet our city's sustainability and environmental goals. And whereas May has been declared National Bike Month for each of the last 66 years and is so again in 2022. And whereas the League of American Bicyclists, Santa Monica Spoke, Bicycle and Pedestrian Advocacy, bicycle clubs, schools, parks, and recreation departments, police departments, hospitals, business, neighborhood, and civic groups throughout Santa Monica and LA County will be promoting bicycling as part of a healthy, active lifestyle, as well as an environmentally friendly alternative to the automobile during the month of May 2022. And whereas the education of bicyclists and motorists as to the proper and safe operation of bicycles is important to ensure the safety and comfort of all users, and whereas Santa Monica Spoke and Bike Local Santa Monica, the Los Angeles County Bicycle Coalition, the California Bicycle Coalition, and other organizations locally across the state and county will promote bicycle safety during the month of May 2022. Now, therefore, Sue Himmelrich, the mayor of the city of Santa Monica, on behalf of all the members of the city council, does hereby declare and proclaim May 2022 as National Bike and Bike Safety Month in the city of Santa Monica, and urge all who support bicycling to participate in the events planned, and urges all road users to share the roads safely with bicyclists.
Thank you, Councilmember Davis. And I'd like to call forward Jason Klieger with our mobility manager to accept this proclamation and say a few words.
Thank you so much. Our local bike advocates who are going to be here tonight regret that they were unable to attend, but thank you for making this proclamation. And I just wanted to say a couple quick words. So the bike work that we've done over the past decade has been guided by the Bike Action Plan. And late last year, we celebrated the 10th anniversary of that plan. That plan included a 5-year plan and a 20-year vision, and nearly all of the 5-year work has been implemented, and about half of the 20-year vision has been implemented. So we've installed over 100 miles of bike facilities in Santa Monica, including 19 miles of green lanes, many hundreds of public bike racks, and a lot of notable projects, including an expansion of the Marvin Road Beach Bike Path in 2020 so that there's a fully separated facility for both bikes and peds from border to border. And just in late 2020, the council adopted the Bike Action Plan Amendment, which includes a network of protected bike facilities, which we are working to roll out. And late last year, we implemented protected facilities on 23rd Street near the intersection with Airport Avenue, and so folks in the community can expect to see more of that in the coming years. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Thanks, Jason. Okay, can the clerk call the next item, please?
So the next item, so just to let you guys know, item 2C, the presentation by the assessor has been rescheduled. So item 2D is the city manager report, and we do have one request to speak. It's John Alley, and time is being donated to him from Olga.
Okay. Hi, Mr. Alley, you have 4 minutes.
Hold on just a second.
Yeah. I'll start. I'm just going to say a few words.
Yep, say a few words and then I can go ahead and start.
Thanks.
We've asked City Manager White to report back regarding plans and a timetable for maintenance, repairs, and capital items in our downtown garages. No response. Half of our elevators don't work. Elevator permits are expired. There are no inspections. They do not meet fire, life, safety, or ADA requirements. We want the city to allocate funds now for our garages. Every dissatisfied customer tells 5 others. 86% of our residents have already given up on downtown. Listen now to a visitor from Montebello, a mom and dad with a stroller and kids from View Park, mariachis from Casa Martin, and a mom and daughter from Mid-Wilshire. We spoke to them and many others in all of our garages. Pay attention, please. These are real working neighbors and visitors who used to account for roughly 40 million of annual revenues to our city.
What do you need to the Hi, I'm from Montebello, and I came here to Santa Monica to visit, and I really had to go to the restroom, and I came by, and just to find out it was closed. All around I smell urine, and this gentleman was kind enough to let me use the restroom, so I'm making a statement and say this is not okay. The restrooms do need to be open for the tourists here if you want to keep clean Santa Monica.
The other elevator didn't work, so now we're waiting for this elevator to make its way back upstairs, basically. Like, how long has it been? Like 10 minutes?
Yeah.
15? Well, at this point, it's probably gonna be 15 minutes.
I just want to say the trip to LA is a disaster. These elevators don't work, so you guys need to do something about it and fix it.
Fix the elevators. A lot of people need them, especially during a handicap and people with special needs need to use the elevator. If they're broken, they're no use to anyone.
The elevator's not working, and my friend is having a hard time going up and downstairs. And we would appreciate it if you get the elevators to work.
So the elevator's not working. Another lady just tried it, and she's pregnant. She had to walk up the stairs, so it's kind of inconvenient. It needs to be fixed.
So as long as this parking structure is open, the elevator should be working. It's really like we have all this gear with us and all this stuff, but you can't haul that stuff up the stairs easily. So we really need the elevators to be working. As long as the parking structure is here, the elevator should be on. Please, thanks.
The other elevator didn't work, so now we're waiting for this elevator to make its way back upstairs, basically. Like, how long has it been? Like 10 minutes?
Yeah.
15? Well, at this point, it's probably gonna be 15 minutes.
Fix the elevators. A lot of people need them, especially during a handicap. Elevators. A lot of people need them, especially during a handicap and people with special needs need to use the elevator. If they're broken, they're no use to anyone.
It's finished now.
I just want to say the trip to LA is a disaster. These elevators don't work, so you guys need to do something about it and fix it.
So the elevator's not working. Another lady just tried it, and she's pregnant. She had to walk up the stairs, so it's kind of inconvenient.
So this is a condition that exists in all 5 of the 6 garages today. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Alley.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. So I'll quickly touch on the parking structures, and then I do want to give a report in response to the last council meeting about some of our work downtown. So a couple things, and I appreciate Mr. Alley for bringing forward some issues that we've had with parking structures. First, you recall he's talked a lot about dumpsters not being enclosed, and so we have worked hard to address that issue. The other thing that we've done, and I do appreciate Rick Valti, our Public Works Director, we're working very hard with DTSM to make sure that merchants and ambassadors and everyone is aware of the need to keep the doors locked. That's an ongoing activity for us, but we are taking it very seriously in terms of making sure that that word gets out as we've been able to fix our equipment. As it pertains to elevators, in response to previous questions about it and also conversations that I had with Councilmember De La Torre, I was able to get some information from our Department of Transportation on the elevators. And so what I can share with everyone is that once we become aware of an out-of-service elevator, We usually have it back up in operation in about 48 hours. The one elevator that there is an exception to is the east elevator in parking structure 5, and that's due to extensive repairs required due to a fire that occurred there late last year. There is a work in progress, and it's expected to be back in operation in late fall 2022. I also do want to make sure it's clear to the public, all of our elevators are safe to ride in. The state of California is tardy in issuing inspection reports due to the COVID shutdown and a lack of staffing. We will be placing temporary certificate copies in all elevator carriages and indicate with signage that inspection update cards are pending and will be provided soon. So I just wanted to provide some information for the council in that regard. And certainly if anyone from Department of Transportation wants to amplify or augment, you're more than welcome to. To talk a little bit about our deployment downtown, so I obviously want to give a big shout out and appreciation to our police department for their hard work downtown. As we talked a couple of weeks ago, we do have a special deployment running in downtown that has been in operation since April 17th of 2022. And for those of you that were paying attention to social media or happened to be downtown as recently as May 20th, you saw the mobile command post downtown, a very strong presence from our police department, all really designed and focused to bring attention to the downtown area. And so that deployment, just to remind the council and the community, is a combination of 2 officers and 2 non-sworn officers who are assigned to bicycles and assigned to highly visible patrols on the promenade. They run 7 days a week, generally from the hours of 12 to 6, but that can certainly vary based on the police department's intelligence and how they think they can best serve the community and the public. Couple of things to share in terms of some statistics. So they're absolutely having success. Part 1 crime saw a notable decrease over the time period of April 17th to April 30th, and from May 1st to May 14th. Aggravated assaults, non-residential burglaries, shoplifting, theft from buildings all saw a decrease. Calls for service did increase by about 5%, but this is actually, and I'll explain in a second, is actually a good thing because more officers mean that they will generate more activity in calls for service. So when you think about calls for service, there's really 2 kinds. There's on view, which is when an officer initiates activity, and then there's when we receive calls from citizens. And so what we're seeing is an uptick from our police department and our officers because they're initiating a lot of activity down on the promenade. So they're able to proactively address public safety. So I just wanted to give a brief update about some of the work that's happening based on our last council meeting to keep the discussion alive about the progress that's being made and the great work that we're doing. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Councilmember Brock.
City Manager, question for you, or not a question, just a comment. I've noticed when our elevators are out in the parking garages in the past, there has not been really clear signage. And I would encourage clear signage at the entrance to the garage that elevator on the east side is out, or whichever side it's on, and that we have signage leading up to that elevator so people are clearly directed to use the other elevator. That means they'll also park, I hope, closer to the working elevator as well.
Sure.
Is that, and I guess the last question would be, it's going to take from the fire to rebuild the elevator and assembly is
It's the
9 months?
It's the one elevator in parking structure 5, and that work is in progress, and they expect it to be back up in late fall of 2022.
Is there any way to expedite that?
I can get back to you. I don't know off the top of my head. I'll find out.
Okay, thank you so much.
Sure.
Okay, Councilmember De La Torre.
No, I just want to recognize and appreciate our city manager for his responsiveness and his team. I mean, he's listening and he's taking action, and I really appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you. If the clerk can call the next item.
So before I call the consent item, I want to ask, are there any council members that have anything to report on travel since the last meeting?
Councilmember Brock.
Yes, I attended the Contract Cities Conference in the Inland Empire a weekend ago. it was interesting. It was 80 cities, staff, council members, mayors, and a plethora of speakers on some of the issues of the day, from homelessness to new state laws, et cetera. I found it extremely informative, and it was worth going, even though we do not contract out a large amount of the work that we do. We're primarily an in-house city, but it was really interesting and informative to hear what other cities are doing. So I highly recommended the conference, and I thank the City Council for affording me the opportunity to attend.
Thank you. Councilmember De La Torre.
Yes, I also have to report that I attended the League of California Cities Conference. They had a City Leaders Summit Wednesday, May 11th to the 13th in Sacramento, California. There was approximately 150 city managers and city council members and staff. It was pretty exciting because part of it included a lobbying day in Sacramento. And the main issues that they were fighting for, asking for, there's a surplus, and the state has a budget surplus, and they're advocating for new housing programs and organic waste recycling and many of the unfunded mandates that the state has imposed on city governments. And so that was really powerful to be a part of. And the other, there was a whole lot of other workshops, amazing workshops. I went to one on land use and another one on diversity, equity, inclusion, which stand out, and got a bunch of knowledge, just so much that when you join a city council, you don't really understand sort of all the, the general plan and the specific plan. And anyway, just a whole lot of things that I was very inspired to learn about. And there's also a lot of relationship building that we'll be doing. Council members from all over the region were there, and they've invited me to participate and be a part of the different caucuses that they have. And so I look forward to representing our city within that governing body and the League of California Cities. So thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else? Okay.
Okay, so now we'll go to the consent calendar. All items will be considered and approved in one motion unless removed by a council member for discussion, and we have no speakers for this.
Okay. Do I hear a motion? To approve?
I'll make a motion.
To approve? Is there a second?
I'm trying to second. There we go.
I'm assuming no one's pulling any items since I haven't heard any. Okay. If the clerk could call the roll, please.
Councilmember Parra?
Yes.
Councilmember Davis?
Yes.
Councilmember Negrete?
Yes.
Councilmember Brock?
Yes.
Councilmember De La Torre?
Yes.
And Mayor Pro Tem McCowen.
Yes. That passes.
So now we are going to item 8A, which was moved during agenda management. And item 8A is approval to rename the Goose Egg Park located at 600 Palisades Avenue to Bob Holbrook Park. And I believe we have one speaker, Jerry Rubin. I'm sorry, and Jonathan Foster.
Do we want to do the staff report before the speaker? Sorry, Jerry. We'll get right back to you.
That's okay. I'll be brief. It's pretty straightforward. So we're bringing forward tonight a Recreation and Parks Commission recommendation to rename Goose Egg Park to Bob Holbrook Park, consistent with council policy for naming city parks and facilities. His exemplary service is demonstrable from his lifelong commitment to leadership, service, and philanthropy as a Santa Monican on behalf of all Santa Monica, made indelible throughout our community. This change would trigger the need for new signage, which would be handled within existing departmental budget. And that concludes my report.
Are there any questions for staff before we move on to the caller? Okay, seeing none. Jerry, you're on. 2 minutes.
Well, thank you very, very much, Mayor Pro Tem McCowen, City Council members, City Manager, City staff, our honorable police, and fellow Santa Monicans. I love Bob Holbrook. I think everybody did. I remember a coffee we had at the old Starbucks on the promenade at the Barnes & Noble store at Wilshire Boulevard for about 2.5 hours. He told the greatest stories. A lifelong Santa Monican, I still remember when he was hoping to get a Santa Monica float in the Rose Parade in Pasadena. I hope someday that still happens. But I think this is a wonderful tribute to a great man, Robert Holbrook. May he rest in peace. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rubin. Are there any other speakers on this item?
I did have Jonathan Foster, but I don't know if he's in the room.
Mr. Foster?
No, don't see him.
Okay, council, is there any discussion on this item? Councilmember Brock?
I'm not sure if I want to discuss or just move. Bob was my mentor for many years and loved this city tremendously. I believe it's a fitting tribute, and I'm glad that, I hope that the council will join with me in this tribute. And so I would like to move this item forward, proudly move this item
Mr.
forward.
Foster, were you here to speak on this item? Okay, if there's not objection, we'll give Mr. Foster his 2 minutes.
That's nice. I had to pay the parking fee. I only get 1 minute.
Okay.
Could it not say Bob Holbrook and then, goose egg underneath it, a little smaller? You're going to have to make a new sign anyways. And that way you keep the history of what Goose Egg Park was and why they came up with that name. Sorry, I'm a little winded from running.
Take your time.
But that's all I basically wanted to say. So that legacy, I think, is important, the history on that. And it just needs to be real small. It doesn't need to be real extravagant, just so that people know that it once was called Goose Egg Park. And you would keep that history in Santa Monica. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Foster. Okay, Councilmember Brock. I didn't want to interrupt you. Go ahead.
I've moved the item. If someone will second it, and I'm proudly moving it.
Second by Councilmember De La Torre. Councilmember Potter.
I actually really like the idea that Jonathan came up with. I think that it would be really nice to have a plaque that dedicates, the park to Bob Holbrook, but also maybe references, formerly known as Goose Egg Park, because I don't like getting rid of the old historical of anything. And I know that the history of the park, we think, is that it was called Goose Egg Park just because of the shape, but still, it was known as Goose Egg Park. So just my 2 cents.
Any thoughts from staff on that, or just, okay, you'll just take it back. Got it. Councilmember De La Torre.
I didn't agree with Mr. Holbrook all the time, but one of the things that I really respect about him is, he really was committed to the city of Santa Monica, and he treated me with respect and fairness. And when he thought I was wrong, he'd let me know, and we discussed it. But at times that he thought people were wrong against me, he stood by my side and he backed me up, and that was very appreciated because we came from different sort of walks of life. But he understood one thing, that he understood I love the city as much as he does, and we're both from Santa Monica, and that meant something to him. It meant something to him that somebody's born and raised in the city, and he carried that, that with honor. So I just, I think we can make this park more historic by naming the park after someone who has served on the city council longer than anyone else, and also has served on our school board. I think he served for 10 years. 8 years at least, yeah. So he's very deserving, through all his work and his commitment to public service, to have the park named after him. My only regret is that he's not here with us to witness what we're doing tonight. He's not here to see the appreciation we have for him and to hear those words, but I know he's looking on this and in the spirit world, and he's with us today. So I encourage that we all support it. And if there's if they want to put a plaque to say this was formerly known as Goose Park, and now we've named it after Bob Holbrook, and a little bit of history on Bob Holbrook, I think that'd be great and appropriate as well.
Anybody else?
Oh, fine. I'll go again.
Okay, Councilmember Brock.
Although I'd like us to get to a bonus because we have a packed agenda this evening.
Oh.
But I do, Bob's wife is in rehab right now. And I wish her well, and I hope that this renaming of this park that he played in when he was a little kid, he lived for a couple of years with his grandparents at that corner of the park. And that was the park he played in. So more than any other park in the city, it was really appropriate, as I found out, because he played there, he hung out, he was a proud Viking, grew up on the south side of the city, moved to the north side of the city toward the end of his life. But he was someone who, at breakfast with him on Thursday mornings, it had to be at Froman's. But he was a consummate Santa Monican and cared so deeply around the city. And again, I'm honored that we will consider this. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. If the clerk could call the roll.
Councilmember De La Torre?
Yes.
I'm sorry, you guys won't be voting on this using the buttons.
Huh?
Councilmember
No
Brock?
buttons for this.
Oh. Proudly,
Brock? Yes. Okay.
yes.
Councilmember Negrete?
Yes.
Councilmember Davis?
Yes.
Councilmember Parra?
Yes.
And Mayor Pro Tem McCowen?
Yes, that passed.
That passes 6-0. Okay, so now we're going back to item 4A, which is my item, or my office's item. Okay, so it's discussion and direction to staff on best practices to change the agenda formatting to make council meetings more efficient and consideration of cost and implementation of hybrid meetings with a call-in option. We have, hold on a second. And so the way we're going to present this, we have 5 speakers on this. The way we're going to present this is Nikki's going to present first on the meeting management format, and then we'll ask questions of council, and then I will give the second presentation on the hybrid meetings. We'll ask questions, and then we'll go to the public comment. Okay?
Okay, sounds good. Hi, Nikki.
Hi, good evening. So Denise took most of my introduction, but good evening. This is Nikki Newsom, Assistant City Clerk, and tonight City Clerk Denise Anderson-Warren and I will be presenting jointly on this staff report pertaining to potential changes to the council meeting format and the implementation of remote hybrid meeting options for both council and board and commissions. I will first present on the meeting format portion of the staff report, and then I will take a break to entertain any clarifying questions from council. And then Ms. Anderson-Warren will proceed with the hybrid meeting portion of the staff report. So first, I just want to advise council that this report is strictly about how members of the public will provide public input on agenda items for all Brown Act bodies. Any participation by membership via remote means would have to be addressed by state legislation. So staff is recommending that council review and comment on changing the council meeting agenda format to make meetings more efficient and to provide direction to staff to come back with resolutions amending the rules of order and procedure for council meetings and amending the establishing policies for boards, commissions, committees, task forces, and regional advisory boards. First, we will discuss a proposal to change meeting start times or establishing a fixed meeting Fixed public meeting start time. Some options include begin closed session earlier, which would mean either 4:30 or 5 o'clock p.m. To establish a fixed meeting start time that would mandate closed session end after an hour and a half, and then continue with any outstanding items to the end of open session or to another meeting. To set a separate special meeting to hear closed session. This would allow the public to start at 5:30 p.m. and reserve the entire reserve the entire meeting for the public portion of the agenda, but would also allocate another set time to hear closed session matters. And finally, to continue to support not hearing any other agenda items with the exception of public input after 11 p.m. For open session, and continue any outstanding items to either the next regular meeting or to a special meeting. In terms of modifying public comment procedures, our proposals are to hold all public comment at the start of the meeting on both agenda and non-agenda items, to allow public comment, just non-agenda items to be heard at the start of the meeting, and to hold public comment for closed session and consent items prior to adjourning into closed session. We also propose setting separate special meetings for appeals and study sessions. This does come with some trade-offs, however, and I'm sorry this is very small, but this would include overtime for police officers, food for council, overtime for production staff for city TV, as well as overtime for city clerk staff for council meeting support. This total for the month would be an additional $2,586, and this cost estimate does not include any additional costs associated with hybrid meetings if council should choose to move forward with that. Concerning council discussion items, we suggest establishing an earlier deadline to submit council member items. This would be either the Thursday or Friday of the week prior to the publication of the agenda, and this would allow for staff to be able to better manage the meeting agendas with the goal of concluding the meetings at 11 p.m. We also suggest requiring council ad hoc committees to report back to the full council quarterly. So again, our recommendations are to review and comment on changing the the council meeting agenda format, and to provide direction to staff to amend the resolutions for the rules of order for both council, as well as the establishing policies for boards and commissions. Tonight, we're asking for a direction on changing the meeting start time and or establishing a fixed public meeting start time, modifying public comment procedures, separate special meetings for appeals and study sessions, establishing an earlier deadline to submit council member items, and require council ad hoc committees to report back to council, to the full council quarterly. And with that, I will take any questions you may have on this portion of the presentation.
Okay, we'll open it up for questions. I see Councilmember Davis. Any other hands? So I can just start this queue because my machine isn't working here. So Councilmember Davis, anyone else? Okay, go ahead.
So thank you, Ms. Newsom. I appreciate that. The one thing I think everyone needs to understand, so I want you to confirm this, is you have a series of suggestions for how we might differently structure the meetings. But the reality is none of those suggestions are going to reduce the overall amount of meeting time. It just means we may spend it differently. So what may be an 8-hour meeting could be over 2 nights instead of in 1 night, or closed session will be held on a different day, but we'll still have closed session. So in a way, to think of it as reducing meeting times, we're not really doing that. What we're doing is time shifting whatever time the meetings take, because I don't think any of us think that the meetings are being sort of padded with extra time. So is that really what we're doing? We're not talking about shrinking the amount of time we all have to sit up here on the dais. What we're doing is talking about moving that to different times, and so maybe having more meetings or starting the meetings at different times.
Yes, it's basically just a way to more efficiently handle the meetings. Also to, for the public to kind of be more, for lack of a better term, more considerate of their time as well, so that they're not spending all their time here, staying to the end of a 2 o'clock meeting to provide input, or or, you know, whenever, or when, you know, council recesses and you say you're going to be gone for an hour and a half for closed session, and it winds up being more like 2.5 hours. And, you know, again, they're left here waiting, especially since we're now in public, you know, and people get antsy and people get a little rattled when the meetings don't start on time. So it's just a way to kind of take in consideration both the public's time, but also allow council to be more efficient in their time. And yes, unfortunately, that means maybe adding more meetings or you know, maybe going back into closed session after you've already been in open session. But again, it's just to kind of shift the meeting agenda around so that kind of everyone's time is considered.
And to be clear, just so people understand, when you talk about being more considerate of the public's time, which is very important, that would be then holding the public comment for all the agendized items and the non-agendized items at a particular time at the beginning of the meeting. And people could just talk on whatever they wanted to speak on, and they wouldn't have to wait around for the item to come up. Is that correct?
I mean, potentially, but of course that comes with some trade-offs too, because part of the reason why a lot of members of the public prefer to speak when an item is called up is because they get the full benefit of the staff report, they get any clarifying questions from council answered, and then they can get a more informed statement when it's time for them to provide public comment. So, I mean, yes, you know, it could be a benefit for people who don't want to stay that long, but there's another aspect of, but are their comments, you know, are they really being, you know, are we really giving them their just due because by providing them the time to be able to hear the staff report, to hear any questions and all that, and so they can give a more informed statement.
Okay. Great, thank you.
You're welcome.
And I just want, Councilmember Brock, go ahead.
So, yes, we're not making the meeting shorter. The amount of time we're spending will still be the same. We're distributing it differently, but we had a very long closed session this evening. We had a Boy Scout troop that arrived before 5:30 that were here to get merit badges, and they had to leave before we ever came back in the session. We had a guest from the county assessor's office who came in, had to leave also before we came back from closed session. Too many times, and I can think of some major votes that we've had on the dais that have occurred after midnight. Well, to some residents, it feels like we're taking votes under the cloak of darkness rather than in sunshine. And that's not saying I want meetings at 9 a.m. But I do want to be clear that on my part at least, I believe that we need to make sure that residents can be heard and can participate. You gave us a couple of options. What is the option that the city clerk's office think maximizes our time?
Oh, I don't know.
Did you have a?
We don't.
You didn't weigh in that way. Okay, that's fine.
It's a study session. We're here to just present, and if you come up with other options, we can take that back and then, you know, bring it back at another time.
Is there another way, and knowing that, you know, unfortunately or fortunately, as the case may be, this is for city council, for the board of directors of the city, this is a very part-time position. And many of us have real full-time jobs. So the question really comes, how do we find a time that we can work on closed session, right? The hour-and-a-half rule may be a good rule. And I personally, study sessions and appeals might be held on a different day once a month. So this would be a third meeting a month, but it might mean that all 3 meetings end up shorter so people could get home to say goodnight to their children or their spouses.
And that third meeting of the month could be a special meeting. So that time could be flexible. It doesn't have to be at 5:30.
So that could be a Saturday morning, or it could be another time. Well, Saturday morning would be, no, and actually that would be overtime then.
That would be worse.
No, I took that back as soon as I said it. But trying to find another time, and some months we might not have to do that, because do we have study sessions every month? Dave?
I would say you do not have them every month. What we do have a uptick on right now are the appeals that we're definitely behind on. Study sessions, not every month, no.
So theoretically, there might not be 12 extra meetings a year. It might cut that down, and you could even do 2 study sessions in one day. Okay. All right, thank you.
Yeah, and I just want to, just so we're clear, I want to make sure we focus on questions for Nikki.
Yeah, I just
save
realized
some of
that too.
That for our discussion. And are there any other questions for Nikki? Because I think a lot of our discussion is going to be questions that we're throwing back and forth
Yeah,
to each other.
I realized that halfway through. Sorry.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Newsom. Ms. Anderson-Warren?
Weird being over here. Okay, so now I'm going to talk about the hybrid meetings. Hybrid remote meetings. So our recommendations for this are for you guys to discuss potential for hybrid meetings with a call-in option for all boards and commission meetings, and then provide direction for us to come back with resolutions amending the rules of order procedure for both the council rules as well as for the boards, commissions, task force, and regional boards. That's duplicative, by the way, of what Nikki said also. Okay, so currently, public input is historically, public input was received in person and submitted in writing. And since returning to in person, we're returning to the method that was previously used, which is written comments and oral comments. Remote public meetings. So the city council and boards and commissions moved to remote public meetings back in March 2020 as a result of COVID, which you all know. And hosting a remote hybrid meetings requires that the following resources would be necessary in facilities, technology, and staffing. So through this process, we've learned that there is not a one fit all, and there's not a simple solution for hybrid meetings. Based on the information we received from other cities, we've learned that it is far more difficult to hold remote meetings than to do it strictly in person. Some of the observations from holding remote meetings was that there wasn't an increase in public participation. It was different, but there wasn't an increase. Because we don't ask speakers for their locations, and we're not allowed to ask that, by the way, their address or anything like that. In-person comments help ensure that comments being given are from those who have a vested interest in local policies, as opposed to those that could be calling remotely. So I just want to put that out there for you guys. So currently, none of the city facilities meet the necessary requirements to hold hybrid meetings. However, staff has identified viable meeting locations that will be suitable once the AV upgrades are made, including listening devices for hearing impaired. There have been conversations about, so I want to talk about technology next. Currently, this ISD has 2 approved virtual platforms, is Microsoft Teams and Blue Jeans. Staff recommends Microsoft Teams. The reason for that is that it meets the city's records retention requirements. There's no additional funding needed, and we have successfully tested Teams on some boards and commissions. So there's been conversation about using Zoom as an option for remote call-in, but I just want to note to everyone that any platform that is used will require at least one person to host that meeting to bring in callers. So currently there is not a self-service platform out there that will automatically bring callers in without the assistance of a human being. Okay, so now I want to talk about staffing. The staffing requirements for boards and commissions, if we move forward with this, would be one staff person would be there for the meeting, and then we'd have to have one staff person to moderate or facilitate remote public comment, and that would be through whatever the platform is. For council meetings, it would require overtime for a staff person to assist with in-person attendees, as well as an additional half-time, part of 0.5, staff assistant 3 to facilitate call-in for the call-in option. So for board, so again, this would be required regardless for whatever platform was used. Pre-COVID, we had 1 or 2, so this is for council meetings. Pre-COVID, we had 1 to 2 staff members to assist with the public for about 2.5 to 3 hours for overtime for in-person meetings. This is pre-COVID. During COVID, we had to make a shift in our operations to accommodate the health and safety concerns. The health and safety orders. So we provided remote comment because we were not meeting in person. The shift required an increase to 3 to 4 clerk staff members and a couple of ISD team members that were available for 5 to 6 hours of overtime per person. So with the decision to return to an in-person meeting, staff have returned to their assignments to provide council support during the meetings, as well as have returned to their regular duties and schedules. So we simply do not have the staffing capacity to provide both in-person support as well as remote call-in. This is a breakdown of the staffing cost. And so as you see, we've gone through all of the departments, and most of the departments would require, at least, as I said, another staff member. There's some overtime. The biggest, other than human beings, the biggest cost is upgrades for the facilities. And this would be for all the facilities, and this would also include the ADA for the listening devices. And so that would be a total of 3.7 FTEs and $459,852. So things to consider. If council decided, should council opt to implement remote meetings, we would need to allow time to recruit staff and install upgrades. To reduce staffing costs and time, we would suggest holding all public meetings for items including public input at the start of the meeting, while those who attend in person will continue to speak on items until they are called. This could, however, create an inequity for those attending in person, because those callers would be heard first. This also means that those who are calling in will not be able to hear the staff report or any questions that the council may have prior to the comment. So another option would be to continue holding public comment for that item as they are currently. So this would be that we would alternate between people calling and people in person. And I think if you guys remember, we had that with Blue Jeans, where we had some people, that were calling in and other, so that would be another option for you guys to consider as part of the agenda management. The option would require more overtime, though, because that means that we would have staffing here the entire meeting until the end of the meeting. At this time, if council chooses to move forward with the remote public comment, staff would have to work with finance department to integrate the cost in the budget for approval and identify the potential trade-offs needed to make the necessary funding. So the considerations are to implement this fall if you do decide to move forward. Again, hold all public comment on items, including the public input at the start of the meeting, which Councilmember Davis was referring to. Or you could continue to hold public comment the way it is now, where you alternate back and forth. And so again, the recommendation is to discuss the potential hybrid meetings with an in-call option for all boards and commissions, and provide direction for us to update the rules of order. And I will now take questions.
Okay, are there any questions for Denise? Oh, Councilmember Daly.
Look, I'm looking at Councilmember Brock. I'm like, I know you have questions.
Councilmember De La Torre and then Councilmember Brock.
Yeah, Denise, thank you very much for your very succinct presentation. And I just had a question. For me, just it seems to me that it would be easier for residents to participate with a call-in option. You know, the virtual meetings would be sort of, would expand civic engagement. And you made a comment that there was really no real increase. How did you determine that? Sort of, is it just by looking at last year, this year? I mean, how are you?
So to answer you, Councilmember Delatorre, we ran a report with, when, you know how Esther would come in and we had call in studio. So we could run a report to see how many callers average we got per meeting. And then we averaged out, you know, pre-COVID, how many in person we would receive. And so the numbers didn't increase, to be honest. And we don't, I mean, as I said, we have no way of knowing where people were calling from, if they lived in the city, if they were or were not residents, because they don't have to identify that. So that's where that came from.
Okay, yeah, because what I experienced with the school district is that parent participation increased, almost like tripled, you know, on maybe the substance of the items, you know, is why people sort of got more engaged. But I was interested, you know, to understand more about about the comment you made, so that we can fully understand, you know, where we might go with this. Thank you.
Okay.
Councilmember Brock.
Strange, I do have one or two questions. Who knew? First question, I know that I'm sure City Manager White already mentioned to you, and I know you started to address it earlier, but when I was at the Contract Cities Association, I was in a round table and there was a break, and I asked how those other cities were handling hybrid meetings, and if they were. 12 cities there, 11 of them all said, what? We've had hybrid since the start of the pandemic. We kept it going, and all 11, I was the 12th, all 11 said they use Zoom. Now, my question is there a difference in cost between Zoom and Teams? And is there a difference in the knowledge base? Is it easier, since everyone's acquainted with Zoom now, is it easier to have people sign up and go on Zoom? And might that increase the amount of participation, because people in the city, for your work, for your music class, for whatever it is, have all been using Zoom. That's become the industry standard. So I know I asked this a few times when we were doing Blue Jeans, and it seemed so incredibly difficult to connect, and we've had this in the city council, to connect residents to be able to have public comment. So I guess I understand that you talked to a couple of cities that did not use Zoom, but that one day, literally 11 cities at that meeting with me, and all 11 looked at me like, you're using what? And literally the mayor pro tem of one city started laughing. So how do we find, is Teams the most inexpensive and easiest to use?
So let me answer all of your questions.
Okay.
Okay. Yes, there would be a cost for Zoom that is more, and that would be installing, because we would be an enterprise. We wouldn't just be free Zoom, right? Because we need security measures, we have events, people need to have license. So there is definitely a cost associated with that. We can provide you with that. We are so Teams is part of the Microsoft product that we already have. So there's no additional cost for that. And we have used it for boards and commissions. We've tested it, and it's been very easy for people to get in and to use. Honestly, I don't see that there's much difference between Zoom and I think if you probably had another 11 councils, you would find that they may be using WebEx, they may be using, you know, there's other products out there that other cities are using. As far as them being completely hybrid, a lot of the definition of hybrid is different. So I have to say that. You guys may or may not know that. Everybody's definition of hybrid is different. For a lot of cities, hybrid, what you guys were doing before, where you were all sitting here and we didn't have members of the public, that's considered a hybrid meeting. We didn't consider that hybrid, but that's what other cities consider hybrid. So I think you have to know the definition. completely remote, 100% remote. Some cities are still, a lot of cities are still doing that, by the way. So the definition of hybrid is different for every person, for every city. But you also find, like I said, if you do another 11 cities, you're going to find that if they are doing what we consider hybrid, number one, they're using several other departments, because I think I put in the staff report, the city of Beverly Hills uses 4 departments to produce one meeting. And so they have their IT, the library, the city clerk. So they have all of that, and they started pre-COVID. And that was because they were just trying to get more people, to participate. So to answer your question, it is more expensive for Zoom. It would require setting up. There are more licensing. But I don't know that it's easier to use than Teams. They all sort of seem the same to me.
So there is no one industry standard, and we're not bucking that. We're in line with, as long as we get rid of blue jeans, we'd be in line with everyone else.
Well, see, I mean, that's another thing. We may still use blue jeans for the city council meeting just because on blue jeans you can have 500 people if you needed to, right? And so we need to figure that out. For all the other boards and commissions that we've tested, Teams works fine. And people are able to call in and do the remote just fine.
We're saying we didn't get more participation, which hurts me because, of course, I want the limelight. So that'll be a quote I know somewhere. I know that. But the serious part is, I opened myself up. What can we do then, in addition to hybrid meetings, to make sure that more of our residents are engaged? Is there more PR we should put out for meetings? Is there something else we should do to make sure that residents know?
Maybe reach out to your neighborhood organizations and make sure that they are aware of what's going on. Not just the few that, respond occasionally.
Right.
But, just really get out there. I mean, because the reality is that during COVID, you probably did get different callers than you would have gotten normally. I would say that, but the number did not necessarily increase. So I don't have a fixed answer for you.
All right. I know that Beverly Hills, I've opened my Instagram this morning, and they actually publicize their main points in their city council meetings now with an Instagram post, which was interesting to me. So the hybrid meetings, the downside of hybrid is you can't guarantee it's people in person.
Right.
And that will still slow down our meetings.
If people are calling in, yes. You guys, you know how long the meetings ran when we had people calling in. And and you guys all lived through this. So regardless to that, we had screeners telling people, when you hear your name, turn the volume down. You all know, even until we came back in person, we had people who still had the feedback and were listening to. So, you're going to have that.
But I guess, probably my last question, is how do we take care of the people who have hearing impairments or speech impediments or are afraid to come because of their high COVID risk, are afraid to come to a meet in person? If we don't have some semblance of a hybrid meeting, because having them just type an email doesn't seem to them like they're really participating in the meeting. So is there any other alternative to make sure those people have a chance to be heard?
So at the last meeting, we had a member of the public who came up, and this happened before, by the way, this happened before COVID. We had people who couldn't be here, and so they would have a friend come in, and they would play a video, and they would have 2 or 3 videos within their 2 minutes, and that was their way that they provided their. So we had somebody came and put a cell phone. We don't restrict that. We don't limit people from doing that. However they want to use their 2 minutes, that's how they want to use it. So those are options that are available if a person does not want to physically be here or provide a written comment.
So is there a way to provide some sort of notice on the city website or something so those people would understand their options if we did not go to hybrid meetings, so they would still understand that they'd have the opportunity to be heard, whether it's playing a phone or a video being brought in or something. I guess would they still have to have another member of the public?
Have to be another member of the public here, correct?
And see, that probably becomes a rub, because someone might not have someone who could come in.
Quite a bit with videos, I can tell you before.
Could the city clerk's office then, if, for instance, is a member of a commission who said, a couple of members of commissions who have had problems coming in, would they be able to furnish the city clerk either the video or the phone number to hold up, and one of your staff be able to do that?
So I would not recommend that. Well, I think you guys need to have a discussion.
I'm trying to come up with another way.
So I think you need to have the discussion on how you want to hear public comment, first of all. Because if that means that I'm going to have a staff member here the entire meeting, and not just for me, that's for every board and commission as well. You have to remember, this isn't just for us. I mean, for you guys. This is for all of the boards and commissions. So you're still requiring a staff member to be there the entire meeting. We don't have that right now. That's not required. We're just 100% in person. So that would be for the council to decide. That would be part of your rules. That would be something that you guys would have to decide. Now, if you wanted to receive videos or whatever, that would be another option. But that would be a decision that you would have to make. Other questions?
Yes, there are. Councilmember Negrete is next.
Mine's silly now. I just had a quick question on how you identify people. When you said you can't ask when they call in, so when they're here, I mean, obviously they're physically here, but I actually don't know. Are they showing an ID or something?
No. When people register, they can either put their address, which most do, or they'll just put Santa Monica resident, but usually when they go and they key in, and they used to do it on paper requests, but they're not required to do it, is what I'm saying.
Either in person or over the phone.
Correct.
So it doesn't really make a difference. We could still have people who are non-residents, obviously, people come in.
It's
Less.
a little bit more, it's a little bit more to actually come to the meeting unless you're really, something you're really interested in. Well, let me give you an example. The vaccination, you guys remember the vaccination comment?
Yes, they came by our house.
Okay, well, when they called in and you guys were here at 2:00 in the morning, we had people calling who weren't even in this country. Because my staff, when they were screening them, they were asking them where were they calling from. And people were calling from New York. They were calling from, out of the country. So, because I'm thinking at 2:00 in the morning, why are you still up calling for this? But that's why, because it was their daytime. It was, and it was something that they were passionate about, or maybe they were driven nationally. I don't know. But that's an example.
Right, it just opens the floodgates
to
more. Okay, that was my only question.
Oh, okay.
Councilmember Davis?
Yeah, just a couple of quick questions, Denise. Did you have any discussions with IT about security? Because I think one of the issues with Zoom is of all the multi-function platforms, Zoom is far and away the least secure. I'm not even allowed to have it on my work computer because the U.S. government considers it a security risk.
And that is why that's one of the things that would really be associated with the cost. Another thing that is, we currently under Teams, because it's part of the Microsoft program, we can download all of the meetings, all of that, and we can as part of our record retention. We don't know what that's going to be like with Zoom. We don't know what it's going to cost to pull the meetings and save them, download them, keep them as part of our permanent records.
And then the second question I have is the definition of hybrid, because I too have spoken to some colleagues, and some of them, for example, think hybrid is, well, people send in an email and then someone at the council meeting reads their email, and they consider that a hybrid meeting. So I think, again, when we're speaking about hybrid, we're talking specifically about allowing people in real time to have the option to call in and make their comment live in the meeting. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Councilmember Para?
How about the hybrid?
I think you just answered what I was just writing.
Which one, about Zoom or hybrid? The last thing was hybrid, that when we say hybrid, we're talking about people calling in live to the meeting, whereas a lot of communities that say we have hybrid meetings, what they mean is you send in an email and then there's a designated person. Sometimes it's a clerk. For some reason, frequently it's the city attorney. But the designated staff member reads the emails, but they're calling that a hybrid meeting. So I just wanted to be clear that we were talking about live participation.
Correct.
Thank you very much. That wasn't my question.
I appreciate that, though. I was like, wait a minute, I think she just...
Because I have to write my thoughts down. I don't know if my question is for you or possibly for Susan, so I'm going to ask it. And I'll speak into the mic because I hear that I speak too low. So for my day job, I write emergency plans. And when I write plans, I have to write them thinking about all constituents. And that includes those that are able-bodied and those that have access and functional needs. And so I understand that prior to COVID, there were two ways for public comment. There was in person and in writing. And so if someone requests an accommodation right now, are they able to call in?
No. No, we don't have a call-in option at this point in time.
Okay, so I think that that's something that we need to visit because as someone that is actively rewriting my emergency operation plan with guidance from the state, that is like 101 textbook that we need to revisit. And I'll give you the guidance on that. Okay. I have the guidance on that. I think that that's something really important that we need to do. And even if that means that we give the back office phone number, we need to explore that a little bit further. Yeah, someone, and I mean, even if we go like this, they need to be able to have that accommodation, just like an able-bodied person would be able to do. But we can talk about that a little bit further.
Talk about that in discussion, I think.
Oh, yeah.
And any other questions?
Yeah, thank you.
No more questions?
Okay, I have one.
Okay.
So did you guys start looking into any funding options that might be available or grants or other things to help with how to pay this $500,000 bill to transition to a hybrid?
Initially, we did ask about the ARP funds, and
they're gone.
Yeah. No, this was when you guys first got the ARP funds.
Yeah, no, I remember.
This was,
yeah.
Okay.
But I mean, now that we're revisiting it, has anything else come to light that might be options?
Not that I'm aware of, and Stephanie or Anuj haven't. They always include us.
Yeah.
But we haven't. There's nothing that I'm aware of. I mean, we can check with the different, clerk organizations and see if they have any grants, but those are usually small dollars.
Okay, and we're having the budget discussion later, but this isn't currently in what we're doing. No. Got it. Okay, so this would be in addition to.
Correct.
Okay, just want to make sure we're, okay. All right, discussion, here we go. Council member.
We have to do speakers, sorry.
Oh, yes, I'm so sorry. And my little thing is broken here. So I can help. Wait a minute.
So we have 6 speakers.
We do.
Starting with John Alley.
Okay, can you call the first 3, and then once Ms. Anderson-Warren calls the first 3, once the second speaker, right before they start, we'll call the next 3, okay?
John Alley, Denise Barton, and Notorious OZ. Come on. No.
Hi, Mr. Alley, you have 2 minutes.
Council, we had 3 rows of kids that were out there waiting to get awards, and their 4 dads, they waited here an hour, they left. And we didn't, Councilmember Brock, we didn't have a contingent or a rep from the appraiser's office. We had Jeffrey Prang here waiting, totally disrespectful. He left. I talked to him. He traveled here 2 hours, waited, left. I speak on behalf of myself and 29 other residents and business owners who insist on implementation of the hybrid meetings with a comment call-in option for city council, commission, board, peer, in downtown Santa Monica meetings. We have kids, families, work obligations. Why make us wait until 11, 12 midnight, sometimes 2:45 in the morning? Others of us have disability and physical issues that restrict us from participating. It's our civic duty to participate. During the last council meeting, I gave it my own time to speak so that a disabled person could speak regarding a housing commission meeting. I handed my phone, she talked into the speaker. There has not been any issue or questions raised by any of you or staff regarding recently our mayor, who spoke remotely, and I think Councilmember Parra, you spoke, and that's terrific. So what's good for you should be good for the public. Further, until you deal with the growing crime, assaults and murders in our downtown, and 50 yards west of here, at the entrance to Sangha Park, in front of City Hall, and call it an emergency crisis and deal with it, you must accommodate members of the public who are rightfully concerned about their safety walking home or walking to their cars. Example, you all enter City Hall separately from—
Mr. Alley, your time has expired. Thank you, sir. Ms. Barton? Oh. I can't turn on her mic. Can we? Sorry, my machine's broken. Oh, almost there. Hang on. Not yet. There you go.
Good evening. I support hybrid meetings. I mean, you do want to make it as easy as possible to comment, either as a commissioner or a public speaker. And might it reduce absenteeism? But I do understand what was said about people from the outside the city participating, although I don't think that the vaccination issue was the best to use, because it only made you look like you wanted more power and control over the public. But starting with the last city council meeting on May 10th, 2020, where you again eliminated accommodations for seniors and the disabled in item 3H, amending the city council rules of order and procedure, so wouldn't hybrid meetings be a good option for them to participate over the phone? Since at the moment, seniors and the disabled who are not able to speak at the beginning of the meetings, their only option, if they can't stay, is to write down what they want to be given to the council. Would the action say senior and the disabled comments aren't good enough for the public to hear? Considering how late the city council meetings run due to not caring about the public's time and staying in a closed session so long. I do think moving public input to the beginning of the meeting is a good idea, as well as all other boards and commissions, and keep in-person comments before the items with the items. But I do have to question your wanting to move closed session to 4:30 p.m. as well as moving the start of the city council meetings to 5:30 p.m. unless you're trying to make participation in person as hard as possible. Picture this: if an employee is waiting to speak while at work, how do you think their employer will feel about that? Or what about it if an employee tells their employer that they have to leave work early so they can go to a city council meeting? How do you think that's going to go over? If you'd like my suggestion, keep your city council meeting start time at 5:30 and don't spend so long in closed session. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Barton.
Let me call the next three people: Jerry Rubin, Ann T., and Jonathan Foster.
Ms. Zaraska?
Good evening. I support hybrid meetings of the council and all boards and commissions. I also support the moving of the general public input period to the beginning of council meetings. These two issues are of great importance. They are about participatory democracy. They are about equitable, inclusionary access. By allowing hybrid meetings, the city will grant access to a larger and more diverse number of public speakers. Seniors, residents with childcare responsibilities, people living with disabilities, Santa Monicans who are out of town on business or vacation will have the opportunity to participate remotely. Our council members already do have the option to participate in the meetings remotely. In fact, Mayor Himmelrich and Councilmember Parra participated remotely 2 weeks ago. Oddly, on the same evening where two residents with disabilities were denied their reasonable accommodation requests to be able to call in and speak. Cost should not be an issue here because there is no price tag on democracy. We are a progressive city, aren't we? Not granting remote access to public meetings will end up costing the city more in legal fees, as a class action lawsuit based on ADA violations is bound to happen. On the issue of the general public input period, which is now item 14, I have to insist it be moved to the top of the council meetings. Otherwise, there is a chilling effect where members of the public are discouraged from participating due to the long wait and uncertainty of the time when they'd be finally allowed to speak for 2 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Oscar. Mr. Rubin?
Hi again, Mayor Pro Tem, council members, everyone, and get well wishes for Mayor Himmelrich. Well, I've certainly gone to a lot of council meetings, and I'm really glad that we can meet again in person. I admire you, but I don't envy you in the work you're doing. You all have other jobs. It's always between a rock and a hard place. I know you were talking about important things in closed session. You weren't watching the Dodgers game. But I do think if you could find a predictable time to end it and stick to that, it'll be a good idea. It'll be a sacrifice, but I think we all have to sacrifice the public and the council. I'm willing to sacrifice even 2 minutes. 2 minutes maximum, over 10 people, 1.5 minutes, over 20 people, a minute. Imagine how much you could say in a Super Bowl ad in a minute. So your time starts after you say your name, and that's fine. I hope the technology could work out, because when I was home trying to call in, it was a mess. It was very hard. It wasn't easier for me by phone. It was harder. So I don't admire the task you have, but my gosh, a different day for appeals, possibly, my gosh, you guys, you deserve an award. It's going to take more time, but you're trying to shorten the meetings, not lengthen them. So, and there is a cost to it. So I urge everyone to understand that there's ways to comment other than just speaking at the meeting too. And we can do it, and I encourage it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rubin. Ms. Thanawala?
Good evening. Yes, to the disabilities, we definitely need to accommodate everybody. An empowered democracy is a real one, and anything less short of what we can offer today in this day and age is we're not doing our job. One thing that I wanted to mention about one of the options that the city clerk had included, which I really thought was a good idea with exception, is to split the meetings, because they're long meetings. You guys have families, you have friends, you want to do things, we all want to do the same. If you split your meetings and you weren't here 8 hours or 10 hours or whatever it is, and you split them so you had one meeting that covered the study sessions and the appeals, but I would add one thing, I would take away one thing from that recommendation and not call them special meetings, because special meetings mean that you can exclude general public comment from that meeting. What I would add to that meeting would be the consent calendar, because then we're in a budgeting crisis and our libraries, the majority of their money is gone. So our kids are suffering. Their reading comprehension skills are pathetic. They don't have their libraries back. We'll come back to that. But if you shorten the meetings, if you offer add the consent calendar so you can really study that, and the public can study that and comment on that, and then you add public comment after consent. So you do consent calendar first, you do study session, and you do appeals. And then the second meeting, you would do everything with the exception of those three things, and have public comment after the major action items, which probably should come first, not last. So those are my ideas. Take them for what they're worth. But more participation, and it sounds like a group of people participating the last time, or when hybrid, then is here. So you've got two pools of people coming.
You can, thank you. I usually let people finish their sentence, so you're good. Thanks, Ms. Sanawala. Mr. Foster, I didn't know, did you call him more? Okay, Mr. Foster. You have 2 minutes. He's good.
My biggest objection is I've seen lately is you ask the council members, do we want to hear the public comment or do we want to have discussion? And I wish I could hear your discussion and then do public comment, because that's government. And public comment is supposed to address your comments, not a concept on the docket. I'm supposed to hear what you people think and then comment about what you think. And this isn't happening here. We're all saying stuff, and then we leave, and then you talk about stuff, and I'm like, man, I wish I would have known that, or I wish I could have heard that. And then you vote, and I can't comment next week on it. The other part is you should just have more meetings, right? Certain meetings do the closed sessions. Take care of that stuff. You should have more closed session meetings. Just have a whole meeting of closed sessions and take care of it, right? It's very simple. What do we have the power to do with all the dead Marines? We have the power to do anything we want. Because there's so many dead Marines, right? We can sit up here and I can come up here in my ripped clothes. I hate that part, but the other one is I don't think this is a hard thing to think that you're going to have call-ins, but if you think it's going to shorten the meeting, that's not true. Especially on a very hot topic, it's going to greatly increase the length of the meeting because people aren't going to want to drive here. They're going to be like, oh, we can just call? There's going to be a lot of calls, right? And people aren't going to actually physically come here. I like the idea. I think you guys do too. But I think that I think the biggest problem is not being able to comment on your comments. Thank you. Have a great night.
Thank you, Mr. Alley. Are there any more public comments? Oh, Mr. Foster, sorry. I was looking in the, did Mr. Alley leave? I think so. Okay, sorry, Mr. Foster. Are there any other public comments? Okay, so who would like to start? Councilmember Davis, Councilmember Negrete, and anybody else? Okay, all right, we'll start with Councilmember Davis, then got it. Yeah.
So I actually have just a few comments. And the first one is that I do think for any large number of reasons, whether it's childcare, differential abilities, or simply just expanding the universe of people who feel comfortable participating in our meetings, we need to find a way to do truly hybrid meetings, which include an option to do live-in participation. And I understand it'll be more expensive, and we'll probably have to have a discussion about how we pay for that. But I also think that if we're going to do that in particular, I think we really should move all comment, whether it's on agenda or not, agendized or non-agendized items, to the beginning of the meeting. I think that accomplishes several things. I think the first thing it does is, I mean, there was a lot of conversation tonight about people having sort of a set time that they know council's going to be listening to me. So I think it's more respectable of the public's time. They don't have to wait around, because I have people, and I'm sure we've all had this experience, people say, what time are you going to get to the item I care about? And I say sometimes 7 o'clock and sometimes 9 o'clock, but I don't know which. Whereas that way, if people knew at whatever time we said, let's just say for argument's sake now, 6:30, we're going to take all the public comment, people they could comment, and then they could go about their lives. And if they wanted to watch the remainder of the meeting, they could. If they had to put children to bed, they could, whatever. I also think that if we are going to go to hybrid meetings, I think it'll make it easier, as Ms. Anderson-Warren pointed out, because then we will need the staffing that will facilitate the hybrid meeting to only be there at the beginning of the meeting, so that they won't have to be here till hopefully 10, 11, 12, whenever, to accommodate people calling into the meetings by whatever method we end up using. So I think I believe we should go to hybrid meetings, and I believe that we should move all the public comment to the beginning of the meeting. And yes, I understand that maybe people won't have they will have the ability to have read the staff report before. As they certainly want to reach out to council members, they can do that before. But I think that the trade-offs, and this is all about trade-offs of giving people a more definite time when they know they'll be able to speak and get their lives back. And second of all, to accommodate the hybrid model without disadvantaging one group or the other, giving everyone the same opportunity to speak at the same time makes sense. So in terms of how we otherwise do the meetings, whether we have more meetings the only comment I would have, and I've said this before, and I know this isn't true for everyone, it's a generalization, but if we started meetings at 4 p.m., and don't all cheer at this, I probably couldn't be on the council. I have a job that I have to work at till 5 p.m. typically. And yes, every once in a while, when there's an extraordinary circumstance, I can make arrangements to leave, but I am expected to be in my office till 5. And even in these day and ages, I've actually been going in throughout the entire COVID crisis. So even then, I am expected to be in my office. And I think that starting the meeting too much earlier, before 5:30, would limit the number of people who'd be able to participate, either as council members or as engaged members of the public. I think Ms. Barton pointed out that, if somebody is at their work and they work till 5 p.m., they can't tell their boss, hey, it's 4:30, I'm calling into the city council meeting now. So I think that we need to be respectful, and again, it's a generalization. There are people, nurses who work night shifts and things, but the majority of folks work in that sort of 9 to 5 milieu, and I think we need to be respectful of that. Other than that, I am in the lucky position of having a supportive employer of this work, and also having a grown child that I don't have childcare responsibilities. So I am willing to sort of defer to the other folks on the dais with what the best way is to try and take the same amount of work. And I didn't ask that because I was trying to be combative, but I think it's just important for everyone to understand that we're not really, it's a euphemism to say we're shortening the meetings. We're not shortening the meetings. What we're taking is, and just to use a raw number, the 10-hour of meetings and redistributing it over different times. And sometimes may work better for others. I do think we have to be sensitive that if we have more meetings, we may need to monitor it and see if we have increased absenteeism among council members, because I think some people have jobs where they can set aside 2 Tuesdays a month and maybe a third day for a meeting, but you start to get much more than that, and maybe their day job starts to interfere, or their lives. These people, we all have families, and so that they want to spend time with their families. So I think we need to be sensitive to that. But I don't have really strong feelings about how we structure the meetings otherwise, because I'm in the relatively lucky position of not having the same familial obligations and having a little more flexibility in my work. So I'll defer to my colleagues on that. But I do think we need to be sensitive that we don't create a structure where people who work in that traditional 9 to 5 job aren't able to participate either as council members or as member of the public. And then my comments about the meetings, taking all the public comment at the beginning, I think would be more efficient. And I do think we need to support a hybrid model.
Councilmember Negrete.
I'm going to echo most of what Councilmember Davis said. As a community member, I didn't participate in a lot of community groups because I do have kids. I do run a business, a nonprofit. I sit on other boards, and I work in an entertainment field that actually works all hours. So I've been here till 2 and had to get up at 4 for sound check for an event, and it is not fun. I think we have to be mindful. I'm assuming most of you know we don't get a real salary. It's close to what a volunteer job is, and we have one support staff person for all 7 of us. Because sometimes I think we forget that the reason why the council in the past has not been so diverse is because it's not very accessible to people who have the jobs that we just talked about. If you're sort of semi-retired and have grown children, it's maybe a little bit easier. But I too have a business that closes at 6:30 p.m. and I have to close my music store most days. I have children, so I don't want to. I would like to make sure that people can comment and can call in. So I too agree that some hybrid version to give the community the opportunity to comment is best. I do hear what Mr. Foster was saying, that responding after the item makes more sense, but I agree too that if it's up front, then most people who come up to the mic have already decided what they're going to say. It's rarely, in my experience, based on anything we've set up here during the meeting. They usually have something planned that they've figured out the timing on. And so I don't know that listening to us would change that. And I do want to comment that we listen, or at least I know I do, to the comments that are made. So if they're made up front, we take notes. And it is going to impact us in the discussion later on, those comments that are made by the public. I also want to say that spreading the meetings out, although someone made the comment that maybe it's more beneficial to council members because we're not here so late. I put that item on to say, let's stop at 11. It really hasn't happened yet. I mean, we've gotten shorter for sure. But my kids, if I go home at 10, I've missed family dinner. I've missed that time. I've left for work. So doing it more times a month is just taking more time away. And my biggest fear is the kids I work with in my nonprofit, I'm trying to show them and be an example that they can be up here too, and the people in my community. And I think it makes it less attractive to be able to want to participate, not just in this city council government, but it makes it seem less accessible if it looks like, you know, you're having to come to multiple meetings and take that time away from your family, because family's first. So I agree with having the comments up front. I definitely agree with giving more opportunities to have the public be able to speak, and I think having the comments up front gives them that. I'm not a big fan on having more meetings, though, during the month. I think we have that already. I can count some of the months we were here back-to-back nights, multiple weeks in a row. And like Councilmember Davis said, I don't think that it's making the meetings any shorter. It's just redistributing it. And I think it'll actually just mean that we'll go longer in each of those meetings because we're all very long-winded.
She said it. Councilmember Brock.
Speak for yourself. I am concise and to the point. I would suggest that we do the comments at the beginning for staff time for a 6-month trial period, and then the council could reevaluate at the end of 6 months whether or not it meant that the comments on each item were still being heard and digested by the council. So I would agree that we do that through December 31st, and to me that would be beneficial. I absolutely believe we don't have a choice. We have to do some sort of hybrid meeting. Has Councilmember Davis, Councilmember Parra, you have both stated, it is really an imperative. So we have to do hybrid meetings. Thirdly, I've watched our mayor and many members of our council when we've gone with meetings at midnight, 1 a.m., 2 a.m., 3 a.m. And honestly, we don't make great decisions at 3 a.m. We've all come from day jobs and meetings and everything else. And I consume more Oreos. So it is, no, the serious part is I absolutely believe in segregating our study sessions and the appeals to a different day when necessary, because that would shorten the amount of meetings, because study sessions, look, if our main goal, we have two main goals. One, to make sure we're fresh, and secondly, to make sure that residents really feel they're being heard and can tune in at a great time to be part of their participatory government. If we're going till that 1 or 2 a.m. meeting, I can think of, I think it was Council Member, actually the Mayor Pro Tem's first major meeting when the Miramar was decided at 12:30 or 12:45 a.m. And it was rushed along at the end. Nothing wrong with your decision or your vote, that's not what I'm saying. But it became a really difficult decision because it felt rushed at the end. So I'm a big believer that I'd rather have a third meeting a month when necessary. Part of the reason we were having multiple meetings is because we were in closed session trying to do personnel hires. Those are hopefully behind us for a long time. So we have a great city manager, great police chief. We've hired a great city attorney. I don't think we'll be having those kind of meetings for a while. So study sessions, to me, a separate evening or daytime, and at the same time, appeals can also be heard then. and keep our other meetings to where we're really getting to the meat of what we need to do, and we're not making decisions late. I've watched as people fumble, that we all get punch drunk at that late hour. We shouldn't do that, even if it means it's the third meeting a month, and even if it means, yes, we're practically volunteers. That's what we signed up for. We signed up to serve the people. Thank you.
Thanks, Councilmember Brock. Anyone else? Councilmember Parra and Councilmember De La Torre.
So I generally agree with having public comments at the beginning of the meeting, because people do generally have their comments already crafted. I can say, personally that when I was fighting the 24-hour, 7-day-a-week maintenance yard, coming through Pico neighborhood, I did have my script scripted out, but when I came here and heard some of the comments by council members, I ripped it up and went off script. So I will say that that's generally not true. I mean, it is true, but it's not. It could change based upon some of the comments. So, but I do understand that it may help out for participation by having all the public comment at the beginning. In terms of trying to keep us on track for a closed session, I volunteer to be timekeeper if we want to set a time. I also I've got 3 kids, and so to add more sessions, to our calendar and our schedule, I'm not a big fan. I mean, I'll be a team player, but I'm not a big fan. 41 meetings last year, that's a little bit much. On top of, board, I'm on a couple different boards for the city already that already compete on evening meetings, with my other job meetings. So I already have competing meetings during the week, which is already difficult. And so anyhow, those are my thoughts and comments. I think that it's to add additional meetings would be very difficult, but I will go along with the majority to streamline making it work. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Parra. Councilmember De La Torre.
Yeah, keep it real brief. I just want to support the what people are expressing regarding the hybrid meeting and having that option. We are in a tight budget right now, and so I think maybe we should discuss or think, which commissions and boards are we including in this? Right now, I'd feel more comfortable just looking at the city council meetings, and not having all the other boards and commissions, unless someone, would convince us that it would make a lot of sense. Just because it's looking at the price tag, I mean, it was, more than $400,000 right now, so. So I would support that. The other thing that I was thinking in terms of, when we have public comment, I agree that we can do it on the front end of an item. It makes a lot of sense. But one of the options, I mean, people that are a little tech savvy can record their, I don't know, and I don't even know if we have the technology and capacity to do this, but recording your comment and then sending it in. I know I've done that with the iPhone in the past, where you can record your comment, send it in, and then someone can receive it and push play when the public comments comes. That might help some people, because even at a certain time of the evening, some people just can't participate. So that might be one way, because that's really what this is all about, is how can we expand our participatory democracy and get our residents more engaged in the issues that impact their quality of life. So I think it's really important for us to provide, expand, those options. So I just want to lend my support to that. In terms of the concept of having an extra meeting, I was a little surprised to see there was 41 meetings last year. That was a lot. And I know as a father myself, and I miss a whole lot of things. You miss putting your children to sleep, or even having dinner, and that type of thing. And I know that's part of our job. But 41 times, in 1 year is a lot for us to sacrifice. And if there's a way that we can minimize that, that would be great. So I don't know if there might be sort of even like an option where we could do a virtual meeting on one of those study sessions, you know, and like a Saturday morning. I don't know, maybe. You know, I'm just trying to think about how can we make it work for all of us so that we can be present and you know, with our responsibilities, both, you know, as public servants, but also with our families. So that's it. But I really, I'm glad to hear all the comments made from our speakers and on the dais, because I think we're on the same page in terms of expanding opportunities for people to participate.
Thanks, Councilmember De La Torre. And I have some things on this, so I apologize for belaboring this, but I wanted to wait my turn. So I think that on the issue of hybrid meetings, I think I support it. I'm concerned, I'm very concerned about the price tag, given sort of the discussion we're about to go into, given the fact that last year when we had the budget discussion, this is the same price tag as playground access and things that we had to give up. And we're talking about adding something else that we just don't have money for currently. And so my suggestion would simply be, if we can see what might be out there, whether it's an ADA grant or something that we might be able to find, if we can look into that a little bit more, you know, to sort of get the ball rolling on this. In the meantime, I think Mr. Ali had, you know, a point that was concerning to me, which was, it was a valid point. He, you know, gave up his 2 minutes in order to let someone speak on a phone. And I think that there has to be a way that we can accommodate someone in this sort of more Luddite fashion, right? And not take time away from someone else that might be here in person. I feel like we can do both things. So maybe at least in the interim, we can try to come up with a solution that can accommodate some folks who just need another option, even if it's just for that night, like they might have COVID and it happens to be an issue that they really needed to speak on. And then I'm just going to go in order here really quickly on the other things. So closed session and meeting different start time options. So as someone who tries to leave at 7:30 in the morning, and I basically miss my children's schedule, and on Tuesdays I know that when I say goodbye, I am not seeing them until the next morning, if they are awake before I leave the next morning. So this is not ideal to kind of add more meetings, and it's also not ideal as someone who works in downtown LA. My employer is flexible with me on Tuesdays to the extent that they're able, so that I can physically get here and do this, but the idea of starting earlier is really, really difficult. And I think our city charter was written in such a way that we are here as, you know, not volunteers, but as very, very, very part-time folks. And I think to the extent that we can make this easy for us, but also easy for the public to be able to participate. And starting at 4:30 is just not an option in my opinion. That said, I do think we need to have sort of a fixed time, or consider a fixed time for the public meeting to start, and that if our closed sessions need to go on, that falls on us to take up at the end of the evening. I think the nice thing about closed session is it's typically not a lot of city staff that are involved. And so it's those of us who are up here are the same people who are in the closed session most of the time. And so I don't think it'll be overly burdensome on staff if we do that. And then we can ensure that like Troop 223, who thank goodness we had do the flag, the Pledge of Allegiance, we would have been able to see them and Assessor Prang. Setting a separate special meeting, I am not keen on, just because like any other parent on this dais, every week, every night is something already. I have 2 school open houses this week in addition to this, and then stuff related to my job on other evenings. The idea that we're going to find another evening or a weekend, we did so much of this last year. So I'm not big on that. Continue to support not hearing. We've been doing that. It hasn't really worked, but we bring it up, and we'll bring it up tonight when we roll around 11 o'clock in 1 hour. So I'm all for modifying public comment to receive public comment like our neighbor to the north, east, and south, and our county that receive all public comment at the beginning of the meeting. I do think that might help with efficiency, and I kind of support this idea of a trial period to see how that goes. I think that's it. Did that get me to the end of, oh, and the one thing none of us brought up, the council discussion items. So moving the deadline to Thursday or the week prior. I will say this would help with agenda planning, just because then we have a better, and I see, is that Christopher behind that mask? We have a better sense of kind of what our actual time lines would be. So I do support moving up that 13-item deadline where possible, and I do fully support ad hoc updates just being on a quarterly basis so that we at least know when they're coming. And Councilmember Negrete.
You just pointed that out. So that's the.
So it's like 9 days.
And then we said that was too
10
far.
days before.
I think we then said that was maybe a little too far.
Some did.
Yeah.
And so I'm just reiterating that I support that. If
we also spend to go over the stuff we're going to talk about. So we are just talking about these meetings, and for some people, they show up to speak at these meetings, but as council members, we spend hours and hours and hours. It's not a part-time job, as in it's more than that, on getting up to speed on all these items and speaking with constituents and other groups. But the agenda item, I think we did have a little discussion at one point. Are we going to talk about that specifically now or no? In terms of when we can submit what the last day is, because that was.
Yeah, I mean, that's in our staff report to talk about tonight. If I still believe I'd like to move it up.
I agree.
If people disagree with that, I think we need to talk about it tonight. Otherwise, it'll just get lost in here because we didn't comment on it.
I was going to ask.
That was my comment that I forgot to put. So I agree, but
Those are the two things.
just to clarify, as of now, it's the Thursday before the meeting is the final day.
Thursday before the meeting, which is usually, so it's Thursday.
Right. So I'm proposing we move it to the Monday. I don't know if that's hard because it's a week, right after the weekend. I just think Friday's a little too early, or even Tuesday. Right?
Yeah, I mean, the Monday prior, so 8 days prior is when the agenda setting occurs. That potentially could change. I don't, but I think it's hard because there needs to be time between that and when they have to put out the staff reports and everything. So we do it 48 hours before I think the Monday morning.
Right, what time is
it? If it was a Monday morning, and then we could at least have awareness of some of the fully fleshed out 13-item ideas. And yeah.
The reasoning is, the reason I mentioned the work we do is a lot of us, because we work full-time, I know Councilmember Parra especially, like we spend the weekends meeting with constituents and groups, and so that's where these 13 items come up. So at least even if we had by 10 a.m. Monday morning, we have to have it in. It gives us the weekend to work on it.
Yeah, and yes, in theory, yes, that makes sense.
But I know that assumes staff is crafting it over.
But the other, I think Councilmember Negrete and Councilmember Brock, I see you, and I know, but I'm gonna go to you next.
No,
I just want to.
fine.
Okay, so The one thing I think you said, and I forgot to say, is that the staff resources to add these additional meetings, I just, when I think of certain departments and how much more, and it was addressed in the staff report, so I won't belabor it, but it's a significant lift on their part as well to do all these additional hours outside of their normal workday to staff another meeting that we're gonna have. Phil, Councilmember Brock.
So I'm one of the ones who waits to the last minute to do 13 items because there are things that are breaking that I really want to get a handle on. But I would support moving back to Monday at noon so that we can consult with the city manager and consult with people that Monday morning. So Monday at noon, I would support.
Councilmember Davis.
Well, I was just going to say, when we had this discussion before, I think we all understand that there may be emergency things that come up. You know, I'm even thinking when COVID first broke, we put very last-minute items to provide additional funds to the West Side Food Bank and Meals on Wheels so we could get them money because we knew that they were going to see a spike in a need for services. So I think everyone could understand if there's an emergency, something that we need to deal with this at the next meeting, it can't be pushed off. You know, there'll be accommodation. I think the idea is to provide for more effective agenda planning, and if noon at Monday can help the mayor pro tem, as well as staff do that, then that's fine.
Yeah, and I think it occurs already where someone will bring an idea to the city manager and sort of, it'll take a little time to get it worked out. And then at least the city manager has some awareness, so can start to think about what this might add to a council meeting down the road, even when, you know, we don't have awareness about it. But as long as they have some awareness, and I think we've all been in a position where we've had to say, I'll hold this another 2 weeks because it'll be easier on the agenda to just hold it. So I think if everyone sort of edits themselves a little bit and kind of only does what is absolutely necessary in a given week, I think we'll be good. All right, so what do you need from us, Ms. Anderson-Warren?
So the one thing I do need is the closed session. So I heard most of you say that you agree that it should be, but there's some options here in terms of closed session. Do you want to make it a hard stop? Do you want to continue it to the end of the meeting? Do you want to continue it?
I said a hard stop with continuation to the end of the meeting, but and receiving all the public comment at the beginning. But what do other people think about that closed session? Like, we start at 5:30, we end at 6:30. Whatever's remaining, we go back. Councilmember Davis.
So I don't have a problem. Again, I said I wanted to be deferential, but I think maybe tonight's closed session, if you think about it, if we'd had a hard step, we had staff members who would now have to sit through this entire meeting because our entire closed session was delivered not by the city manager and the assistant city manager, but by staff members. And so, and I'm sure we would all work to maybe have those closed session items that involve people who might not otherwise be invited move to the beginning of the closed session. But I do think we have to be cognizant of the fact that a lot of our closed session is not just our interim city attorney or will be our permanent city attorney, but people who work in the city attorney's office. It's sometimes Mr. Agel because it involves property transfers. It might be Mr. Martin because it involves planning and community development. And so I think it's probably misleading to think, oh yeah, we'll just put it at the end of the meeting, because we'll be here anyway, but that means we'll have big chunks of staff that will be sitting there through a very long meeting waiting to come back. Now, I'm just throwing that out there. I said I was going to be deferential on this, and I am willing to be, but I just want people to really understand that I don't think it's like, well, we'll just go at the end of the meeting because it's just all us chickens up here on the dais. It is not all us chickens up here on the dais, and we'll be asking a lot of staff members to stay late into the evening if we push it to the end. So I don't know if there are other options that people want to, but I think we need to be cognizant of that.
Councilmember Brock.
On a day like today where we had very intense closed session that took over 2 hours, on those days, could those closed sessions, if the city attorney and the city manager believe it's going to take that long, could we try and move those to 5 o'clock if at all possible those days? And you can't. Okay. No, I'm not disagreeing. I'm trying to figure out what we can do.
I think, and
To
I don't want
make
to
that
speak for
tighter.
Councilmember Para, we've definitely done it a couple times, and it's asked a lot of her and her schedule to do it. I don't know if, I mean, these are not common to, like, I know it's
Well,
hard
we've
to
had
say
a-
that because we've had a number
Yeah.
of them recently, but, you know, thinking back, before we were in sort of the situation we're in now, and if you take sort of all the hires out, the average closed session is not this sort of epic marathon. And so maybe, you know, next time we're looking down the barrel, you know, like, that's a terrible, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Maybe we can think about sort of adding one on a separate day in these special instances, because you're talking about once every few years, not, it's playing out right now.
Or do we arrange to start, as much as we don't want to, but we arrange to start the public portion of the meeting? If we know there's going to be that intense of a closed session that we believe is going to go long, that instead of starting at 6:30, we say that the public session will start at 7 p.m. So we try and give the public at least a better estimate of what we're doing.
We gave an estimate tonight and we overshot it by an hour. I mean,
Well, we said 6.
no, we said 7.
No, but I'm saying
we didn't-
has the,
Oh, as the listed?
has the
I don't know
listed
that we
start.
can- That's a question for the city clerk, if we can do that in a regular meeting, to just adjust the public meeting start time that's listed on the agenda.
Yeah, because that would be helpful for the public session. So for instance, the Boy Scouts would have shown up at 7 or decided they couldn't be here for that night. Something that gives a more accurate depiction of what time we hope that we'll be able to start for the public meeting.
So the problem with that is that the rules are a regular meeting and a special meeting. So there's rules for so you guys' regular meetings begin at a certain time. And so anytime you change that, Councilmember Brockett becomes a special meeting. And as you heard, I believe it was Anthony Wallace say, then you change the rules of how the public provides input. So I don't think it's something that you can just change on the spot.
Can I just add one thing too, that there was an option where you could hear public comment for closed session and, and the consent calendar before you recess into closed session. So that could too potentially at least deal with some of the public comment.
Yeah, but we barely ever have public comment on closed session, and we have very limited public comment on consent calendar. I mean, yeah, it's something, but I think the bulk of the public comment comes after, you know.
So what you're asking is, Councilmember Brock, and correct me if I'm wrong, but you're asking if there's a way that if you know that there's going to be a long closed session, that you would adjust the start time of the council meeting.
On the official agenda.
On the official agenda in advance.
Yes,
So a week in advance, people would be able to know that we're starting at 7 p.m.
So then
and
that
they
would
could
make it a
adjust
special
their
meeting.
lives that way.
That's the problem.
Yeah, because that's the part I dislike, is having people sit here for an hour and a half or 2 hours while we're in a closed session that we have to be in. So is there any way that we can change that so at least the public would have an idea that, okay, we need to be here at 7 to make public comment and to talk, and we try and do the best we can. We can't always succeed, but have a closed session that ends.
So that would be a special meeting, and you guys have done that previously when you would start at 4:30, and you would set your closed session from 4:30 to 5:30.
Quick question, and I know the city manager, what if, is this doable? Because it's just agenda management in this case. Say, after this discussion, we end up adjusting public comment so it comes at the beginning of the meeting, right? Say we guarantee that we're always back at 6:30. At 6:30, we receive public comment. We then can do agenda management to ask to finish our closed session before we start the other items, because at that point, with the exception of the staff that have to give staff reports on the upcoming items, the public we've already taken their public comment, everything. Is that doable? Does that make sense?
Mhm.
Okay, is that doable?
Did you want to talk about the appeals?
Oh.
Or the quasi-judicial items?
The one thing that we need to think about, give it a little thought, is the quasi-judicial appeals and hearings. And so, because there's due process required for, property owners that are impacted, who may have comments. And so wanted to think a little bit more about whether their ability to comment would be compromised if they had to do it all up front.
I don't think they would in those instances. I think wouldn't those be exempted?
Well, that's the point. We just want to make it clear that they would be exempted or treated differently than regular public comment. And so we hadn't talked about it earlier, but since this is coming back, I think we could have a little more time to think through how to orchestrate that efficiently.
Yeah, because their time is, everything about it's different. They have rebuttal, I don't.
Yeah, and it's not only just the appellant or,
Right.
It's like property owners who are impacted.
Yeah, I don't want to speak for everyone, but I think that would make sense to keep that the same in those instances, but all the other general public comment on all the non-quasi judicial appeals and everything else can be at the beginning. And then, if we have a long closed session, interim city attorney, is it okay for us to do agenda management to go back into closed session before we resume the regular schedule?
I think we can. I mean, we have reordered business before to allow that to happen.
Okay.
So one other suggestion I just wanted to add for the council to consider is you could also choose to put the, the commendations, the proclamations, you could also do those before we go into closed session as well, so that we can have those public celebrations first, along with, the general public comment.
Love that.
That would be the big bulk of what we're, concerned about, and then go into closed session. So I just thought that as another option to consider, even though it wasn't specifically called out.
We're belaboring all these points so long, and it begs me to look at the audience and see that we have a dozen of our public safety personnel who have been in the audience for hours, other staff that have been here. So I know when we're talking about trying to find a way that staff don't stay, is there a way to also reorganize the agendas, or are the specific items in order that we have to follow every time? So it seems that maybe the budget should have maybe come much earlier this evening, because look at our audience. And I appreciate seeing all of our city employees and command staff here, and that's wonderful, except I bet you they'd rather be home right now too.
So Councilmember Brock, yes, as the council, you can always choose to do agenda management at any point, at any given time, just like you guys did earlier this evening. You just need to raise the point, and it'll be heard, and then you guys can move things around.
Councilmember Davis.
Yeah, so I just want to riff off what the city manager said, because maybe there's a kernel in there, and it goes to rearranging it. If we did what I'll call, so all the public participation, sorry, staff, I'm going to focus on the public for a minute. So public comment ahead, commendations, celebrations, whatever we're going to do. If we came in at 5:30, presumably we could do all of that. And then at that point, at least the members of the public, we have some sitting here, could then say, well, I can go home, watch it on YouTube. I don't have to sit in the council chamber if I have childcare issues. Or if they call in, they're gone. And then if we go into closed session after that, and then if we do try and exercise some discipline on the amount of time we spend, to be respectful of our staff time, but also do agenda management so that we look at the agenda and say, okay, which of these agenda items have the most staff sitting here. I mean, that is the thing. Budget is the one that has the most staff sitting here. And we have done that in the past, but maybe if we're more aggressive about it, and then sometimes, in all due respect to like Sunny Wang or something, we'll have a water issue, but it's only one staff member, he's going to present, it's relatively quick, and we can move those towards the end. And I don't know that we need to do sort of permanent rearrangement, but maybe the mayor and the mayor pro tem could consult with the city manager before meetings happen and say, on the budget, we're going to have 20 staff people here, but on this item, we're only going to have one staff person here. So maybe you want to propose some agenda management to help our staff out. Maybe that's the way to approach it.
This all sounds great.
Well, it's just a study.
We're just doing,
I'm
yeah.
just kidding.
So
Can we
there,
move on?
so hopefully you guys got all that. Okay. Councilmember De La Torre.
Yeah, just want to be also mindful as we talk about how we can make these agendas and participation more accessible, that we think about individuals that need special accommodations because they have some, disability that we have to address, and I know that at least there's one commissioner, who needs some assistance, and so I just want to express that to staff, that as we look at ways to reform and make things more accessible to people, that we pay close attention to those residents and the commissioners and others that might need special accommodations for their participation.
Thank you, Councilmember. And I think hopefully that's been heard loud and clear. Ms. Anderson, Warren, Mr. White, do you guys need anything else from us? Are we good?
Are you still here? Oh.
Nikki?
Just want to make sure we didn't miss anything.
Okay.
I think we have it all. Thank you.
Okay, so thank you, everyone. On to item 4B.
So 4B is the financial status update, fiscal year 2022-23 proposed budget, and fiscal year 2022-24 biennial capital improvement program budget. And we do have speakers for this.
We do. Okay, and for the staff report.
We do.
Hello.
So good evening, Mayor Pro Tem and council members. During tonight's budget study session, I'll review if we could move to I'm using this, right? I'm going to be reviewing the exception-based proposed fiscal year 2022-23 operating budget, which is the second year of our biennial budget. And because the budget is informed by our financial forecast for all funds for the next several years, I'll also be presenting some updated information on all funds. Our Public Works Director, Rick Balti, will present the proposed biennial capital improvement program budget. I will introduce some proposed changes to fees and rates, and then we'll end our presentation with a discussion of how two potential revenue tax measures fared in a poll of Santa Monica voters and where we recommend we should go from here. And our consultant who conducted that poll will join us for that presentation. So in front of you is a familiar slide. This is showing our annual budget process. Tonight, the yellow box, we're introducing the proposed budget the council will then adopt on June 28th. While the traditional approach for biennial budgeting is to focus on the budget every 2 years, for the past 2 years, we've been using every opportunity to assess and restore services. We've proposed changes as funding becomes available in October as part of our year-end check-in, and then in late January or early February whenever we do our mid-year check-in, and we'll continue to do that in our continuum of recovery. So the proposed budget for the city for fiscal year 2022-23 is on the left-hand bar chart, $664.7 million. This includes, in orange on the bottom, $88 million in capital projects and $576 million in operating budget expenditures. The general fund on the right which fund services that benefit all members of the public, from police and fire to libraries to youth programs and parks, and many other items, comprises 60% of the overall budget, but only a fraction of the capital program budget. What you see there, the 13.8 million, is 15% of the capital budget for the year. The general fund budget continues to be lower than the pre-pandemic budget. In total, we're proposing the addition of approximately 47 positions. 43 of them are permanent. A smaller portion of the requested positions are in the general fund. The budget we are presenting tonight is balanced, and it reflects the climate that we're in. This is a climate where we're seeing recovery, but we're also seeing extraordinary economic pressures. As a result, the budget continues to be focused on the most essential services and urgent needs. We consider the broader economic climate when we develop our forecast, and from there, our proposed budget. The economy at all levels, national, state, and local, is recovering. At the national level, GDP grew 5.7% in 2021 after declining 3.4% in 2020. The state is anticipated to have a surplus of $97.5 billion. And local recovery is happening as well. Our tax and fee revenues supporting the general fund are good indicators of our local economy, and our fiscal year 22-23 revenues are projected to be 24% high over what they were in fiscal year 2021. That was the most difficult year of the pandemic, when we had to resort to using reserves to make ends meet. Another indicator that recovery is happening is the unemployment rate. Our national unemployment has decreased to 3.6% after highs of 14.7% in 2020, and the state is at 4.9%. One effect, however, is that the job market is extremely tight right now. At the same time, as we're seeing these more positive things, we're experiencing also the highest inflation in 40 years at 8.3% in April. Rising interest rates are having a broad impact. They're affecting everything from people's credit card debt to mortgage rates, which for a 30-year mortgage are now over 5% when they were at 3% just before the pandemic. Supply chain issues continue, and the war in Ukraine has created even bigger obstacles in this area. These challenges are threatening economic stability at all levels, impacting members of our community, including our staff. We're still on the roller coaster of COVID surges and uncertainty about whether the behavior shifts that have happened over the past 2 years will have a permanent impact on our lives and the way that business is conducted. And finally, at the local level, and taking all of these factors into consideration, are the city's ongoing negotiations with almost all of its employee bargaining units after 2 years of no cost of living increases, pay cuts, and other concessions. These economic conditions are combining to present big challenges and unknowns for the city, as they are for many organizations. We're experiencing staffing shortages, greater turnover, and low responses to recruitments. We're also seeing and expecting to see higher costs for goods and services. And all of these, along with the supply chain issues, are combining to result in delays in delivering projects and services. So even though we're seeing revenue growth in the general fund, and our proposed budget for fiscal year 22-23 is noting a $5.7 million increase in the general fund over the amount that we had previously forecasted for that year. But we're still not close to having the financial ability to restore services to the level they were at before the pandemic. While our revenues are recovering, it's important to understand where they are in the broader context. This slide, which I showed you during the mid-year budget check-in, shows in the blue line at the top where we had anticipated general fund revenues to be in the future just a few weeks before the pandemic began in February of 2020. The orange line shows the actual revenues and the new projections that we're running now. After 2 years of sharp declines, that V in the beginning, where we lost $188 million in revenue, and needed to access our reserves to continue services, we're finally seeing continued growth. But our projected revenues for next year are still $43 million below where we anticipated they would have been before the pandemic. This explains why we haven't been able to restore programs and services back to the level they were at before in early 2020. And the old revenue levels weren't even anticipating the great cost increases we're facing now due to the historic inflation and other market pressures. This lagging revenue growth, coupled with the need to enhance our efforts to address homelessness, a clean and safe community, and economic recovery, explains the need for potential tax measures, as well as new approaches to receiving revenues, such as through a digital kiosk network that would offer community information, wayfinding, and also advertising revenues that we are working on based on your direction. The general fund forecast shown here to the right reflects the balance of revenues minus expenditures each year. The forecast includes the proposed budget expenditure and revenue changes that are presented tonight, as well as other expenditure and revenue assumptions that are not all budgeted at this time. These include potential increases in the next year due to inflation and very high gas prices, supply chain issues, and compensation adjustments resulting from labor negotiations with 9 employee bargaining groups, and the city's need to recruit and retain staff in an extremely tight job market. The remaining elements of the forecast, which focus on rebuilding our resiliency, and I have some bullet points on the left, have not changed since the last time that we presented this to you in February. We continue to rely on ARPA funds, the rescue plan funds from the federal stimulus package, to keep our general fund operations going while revenues recover. These ARPA funds are built into our forecast and support ongoing expenditures. We also include actions that will allow us to gradually rebuild our reserves. We anticipate that the city will have approximately $11 million in additional revenues at year-end that we can set aside in reserves, and will continue to rebuild our rainy day funds. These reserve funds are essential in making sure that the city can continue to provide services despite contingent liabilities and other economic and national disasters. And we need to rebuild the reserves that we pulled down a couple years ago. The annual capital budget, currently at 67% of its prior level, would be restored in 3 years in this scenario, and will catch up on measured GSH sales tax payments to the Affordable Housing Trust Fund, and will resume our accelerated pay down of our unfunded pension liability. And this will provide savings in the long term. Staff has appropriated as much funding as possible to services given the unknowns at this time, resulting in no available revenues to be programmed. We have not included potential revenues from the new tax measure we will be recommending later in the presentation. The rise in the fund balance in the last year is due to some projected changes in hotel tax revenue streams and other revenues. And that balance, by the way, at the end is only about 2% of projected expenditures that rise. So before I shift to the projected budget, I wanted to pause and talk about the current status of our general fund operations. Our budget and operations have recovered somewhat from the 20% cut that we were forced to make to our operations and staffing in May of 2020. Over the past 2 years, we've continued to reassess where we need services the most, shifting existing resources and using new resources, but we're still operating at reduced levels in all of our general fund departments. And the list on this slide shows some of the reductions that are clearly being felt in our community. As I've noted before, because our services count on staff to provide them, the chart at the bottom showing where we stand now at a little over 1,271 full-time positions providing general fund services versus where we were on the eve of the pandemic at 1,536 positions, so a difference of 265 positions, is an indicator of the reduced nature of our service delivery. Despite lagging revenues and limited resources, we've still persisted in rebuilding where needs are most urgent and where strategic investments will help us in the long run. We've used stimulus funding from the federal government, first CARES funds and then ARPA funds. We've used savings from capital and operating programs and new revenues as they began to recover to make incremental changes to the budget. So first, once the most restrictive health restrictions began to lift, the city added positions and resources to restore access to our services, albeit at reduced levels. We have some level of in-person services at most of our libraries. We restored staffing and invested funds to streamline permitting services and have restored staffing to allow our youth and recreation programs to function. And those are just some of the items that we've done. While the continuing loss of revenue is a key reason for reduced service levels, another really important reason why we haven't gotten to the higher levels of service are the many needs that have emerged or that have been exacerbated by the impacts of the pandemic. So maintaining clean and safe spaces brought new challenges as restrictions on indoor activities drove people to open spaces in large numbers, and much of the activity was beyond what our traditional operations were built for. Over the past 2 years, we appropriated funds to purchase and distribute masks and other items to keep our community safe. We deployed health ambassadors throughout our community to provide information and ensure compliance with health orders. We enhanced trash collection to accommodate higher levels of trash generated during the pandemic. We also increased safety and enforcement presence in the downtown area and the beach and pier, most recently implementing a successful task force to manage the sidewalk vending at the pier. The national homelessness crisis was exacerbated by the pandemic as health restrictions cut back the capacity of spaces that were previously housing homeless individuals on a short-term basis. Additionally, many more households were at risk of losing their housing with the tremendous job losses that occurred during the pandemic. The city responded by adding funds to maintain our homeless multidisciplinary street teams, to deploy alternative dispatch emergency response models, a community response unit operated by our fire department, and a therapeutic van that will be operated by the county. The city also shifted funds to provide tenant counseling services for 2 years and allocated funds for the city's internal auditor to complete a comprehensive analysis of homeless services delivery that will be completed in the late fall. Through a number of approaches, the city has also taken many steps to assist our community members and our businesses in recovering from the severe economic losses that they suffered. Our Economic Recovery Task Force assisted businesses to move their services to the sidewalks, using funds to provide infrastructure for these shifts. The city provided rent abatement to city tenants whose operations were closed down and then severely restricted by pandemic health orders. And also we were providing assistance to nonprofits and to households during this time as well. At the same time, the city has made investments in furthering its values, including racial equity and continuing its contributions to the Affordable Housing Trust Fund and creating a 311 operation to improve customer service. The level and speed of change in our operations and services, despite limited funding, is unprecedented and speaks to the dedication of city staff. So given the unknown impact of labor negotiations on the budget, as well as anticipated continued increases in the cost of goods and services, we're making minimal changes to the fiscal year 22-23 budget plan until we have more information on these factors. We'll come back in the fall and winter when we have a better understanding of available funds, either from year-end savings or from the voter-approved tax measures, to further address needs with additional staffing and other resources. For now, though, changes that add funds to the budget process, address the most urgent needs and required corrections. So in the category of urgent needs, in orange, one-time funds are appropriated for the continuation of the peer task force for 1 year and the restoration of a volunteer coordinator, a recommendation that was made by the city's child protection officer. The corrections in blue are needed to maintain current levels of service and to adjust revenue sharing budgets based on new revenue estimates. But the most changes to the budget are no cost items to improve the effectiveness of various areas and service delivery, including reorganizations and small tweaks to positions, increases to services that are cost covering, or increases that are paid by special funding sources. These changes will increase the capacity of the 311 team to respond to customer inquiries. They'll dedicate a partnerships position to responsibly leverage private sector resources, including the implementation of digital kiosks, the We Are Santa Monica Fund, and preparing for the 2028 Olympics. Limited term positions to restore permitting and park planning operations would be made permanent to ensure that the efforts will continue. And we'll talk more about park planning in our discussion in the capital budget. Positions are also added to serve reopened and expanded spaces in aquatics and other facilities. Positions that will expand our ability to carry out fire inspections and business license outreach and compliance are cost covering, and some positions improving supervision of our public safety officer program and managing mobility capital projects are funded using non-general funds. In other funds, most of which are enterprise funds or special revenue funds that receive revenues based on individual use of the services they provide, the majority of the funds are anticipated to continue to have healthy balances and remain self-sufficient. As we've been reporting for some time now, our Resource Recovery and Recycling Fund is preparing for a rate study that will evaluate the need for rate changes in 2023. The last rate change in RRR, in Resource Recovery and Recycling, was based on a rate study in 2014, and we've had consumer price index increases in the interim. The funds that are not self-sufficient are the beach and pier funds, both of which suffered from pandemic closures. These funds received subsidies from the general fund that were made possible by the city's ARPA allocation. And in the future, the funds will continue to need some subsidies for operating costs or to complete capital projects. Major changes in other funds include the programming of approximately $3.6 million in ongoing operating and maintenance costs for the SWIP in the wastewater and clean beaches and ocean parcel tax funds. This is offset by reduced outside water purchases in the water fund. Position increases include a civil engineer dedicated to transportation and mobility infrastructure projects and funded by transportation impact fee funding. Positions in Big Blue Bus and Resource Recovery and Recycling to support operations are added, and in the Community Broadband Fund, we have a position to support Santa Monica business customers, and we're also adding positions in the Beach Fund to cover summer visitor service levels. In other funds, the fiscal year 22-23 revenue changes result in an increase of approximately net $400,000. Significant revenue adjustments are noted here, and they include airport and pier lease adjustments, parking revenues at the beach, changes in several funds based on the drawdown of grant funds, and adjustments in water and wastewater reflecting development activity. And with that, I will take it over to Rick Balti.
Good evening, Mayor Pro Tem and City Council. Rick Valti, your Director of Public Works. With thanks to Sergio Ramirez and the staff from the various departments who collaborated on this effort, I'm very pleased to present the proposed biennial capital improvement program budget for fiscal years 2022, 23, and 23, 24, as well as the 5-year budget plan through fiscal year 26, 27. Funds for the first year of the biennial budget would be appropriated as part of this year's budget process. The funds for the second year would be approved now, but appropriated next year. Budget plan numbers for the 3 out years are included only as a planning tool and are reevaluated during each biennial budget cycle to ensure that budgets best reflect updated council and city priorities. The CIP budget process is facilitated by a CIP team comprised of the city manager, the assistant city manager, the directors of public works and finance, and the CIP budget manager. Departments prepare project applications for funding considerations. The CIP team then reviews the applications and makes the recommendations to the City Council. It is important to highlight that more than ever, project applications are also evaluated within the context of limited funding to ensure that extremely limited resources are maximized to maintain the city's existing infrastructure and minimize future replacement costs. The CIP utilizes various resources, including the general fund dollars, enterprise funds, grant funds, and local return funds to address the city's infrastructure needs. Funding requests, particularly for unrestricted general fund dollars, have exceeded available funding in recent years. The CIP team evaluated projects that are competing for limited funds and prioritized projects that are mandated, that address council and community priorities, and that are most fiscally responsible. Only projects that represent critical infrastructure needs, highest council priorities, or have identified available non-general funds are approved as a result of limited resources. The multi-year capital program carries out a wide range of ongoing infrastructure maintenance activities. At this time, there continues to be a CIP budget that advances critical infrastructure needs, projects that cannot be deferred without compromising essential operations or public health and safety. This proposed biennial budget funds about 100 capital projects, and the total proposed budget of $88.4 million in 22-23, which includes $13.8 million in general funds and $96.1 million in fiscal year 23-24, which includes $13.1 million in general funds. Over the biennial budget period, the general fund accounts for about 13% of the total proposed CIP budget. General fund resources for the biennial cycle continue to be lower than prior years due to the implemented budget measures that enable the city to maintain essential services. This chart illustrates some of the other major funding sources for the multifaceted capital program. While these non-general fund resources are mostly restricted to funding projects within their enterprise or follow grant guidelines, the projects do reflect creative approaches and community priorities to maintain a clean and safe Santa Monica. The non-general funds included in the CIP budget represent 87% of the budget and support their respective capital improvement projects that have been recommended for funding. So just a few quick highlights. Water, wastewater, and stormwater funds reflect 24% of the biennial budget. Airport fund reflects about 10% and focuses on maintaining buildings and facilities. And then grant funds currently represent 9%, and they leverage funds for a number of mobility projects, parks, and maintenance of city infrastructure. To provide context for this proposed biennial budget, this chart provides the history on previously adopted budgets. The green line represents the general fund, and the blue line represents all of the funds. The first 3 years of this trend chart demonstrates a significant investment in capital spending in the city's infrastructure. While the general fund allocation can pay for ongoing infrastructure maintenance and smaller one-time projects, it was insufficient to fund very large capital projects. As a result, alternative funding sources and capital financing solutions were increasingly employed to provide additional resources for large projects. In fiscal year 2017-18, bond financing was pursued for the City Hall East and Fire Station 1, hence the significant investment in budget for the year. The general fund number is larger than average in fiscal year 18-19 because it includes the use of one-time reserve funds for the Civic Center multipurpose sports field, which was about $7.6 million, the use of alternative funds for the City Yards Modernization Project, which was about $38 million, and the use of bond financing for the fire training facility for about $2.2 million. And then in fiscal year 1920, the general fund included additional funds for the City Yards Modernization Project, which were ultimately reduced by over about $39 million during that year-end budget process as a result of COVID, along with other prior year projects that were defunded. As you can see in the graph, the resources for the previous and this evening's proposed biennial cycle are significantly lower due to the budget shortfall resulting from the global COVID-19 crisis. In fiscal year 2021, the proposed general fund budget was $6.8 million, which was $14 million less than the annual allotment or allocation of $21 million. And then in fiscal year 21-22, the proposed general fund budget was $8.9 million, an additional $12 million decrease during that biennial period. The capital plan continues to advance Council's adopted priorities by recommending critical ongoing infrastructure maintenance activities and initiatives that provide clean and safe neighborhoods and open spaces. In addition, the 5-year capital plan strategizes to advance work in several key focus areas related to parks, safety, water and wastewater projects, and the upgrade of critical city infrastructure. Investments to maintain clean and safe public spaces include facility improvements, repaving streets, renewing sidewalks, maintaining parking structures and lots, urban forest renewal, modernizing streetlights, maintaining bus stop amenities, replacing aging water and sewer mains, and purchasing necessary trash collection equipment, which are key to the foundation of supporting a clean and safe Santa Monica. The CIP budget also addresses safety through projects such as the procurement of new fire and police vehicles, drone responder program, CCTV security camera program, safety improvements for pedestrians and cyclists such as the Wilshire Active Transportation Safety Project, upgraded barriers for the farmers market, and the installation of fire sprinklers and deck upgrades on the pier. The proposed CIP biennial budget focuses largely on 2 important park-related areas: repairing existing park infrastructure and park planning for the future. Funding for existing playground replacements, pathway and parking lot repairs at Marine Park, swim facility maintenance were prioritized to ensure the city's current park assets remain operational and safe. Leveraging a mix of sources, including development impact fees, LA County Measure A allocation, and CDBG funds, maximizes the impact of the limited general fund resources to allow significant improvements to the existing park system. While previously planned projects like the Airport Park expansion and Memorial Park improvements await funding, it is crucial that initial planning efforts begin for the future airport conversion. The proposed CIP budget includes funding that sets in motion a long-term program of engagement and exploration to reimagine the Santa Monica Airport into a sustainable network of community-serving uses, such as a series of verdant parks and landscaping, diverse and inviting public open spaces, state-of-the-art recreational facilities, and reuse of existing buildings, all of which would be complemented by a coherent circulation system. The recommendations also continue to advance the city's efforts to achieve Council's goals of becoming water self-sufficient and includes a focus on protecting the infrastructure. Proposed capital projects are programmed to rehabilitate aging infrastructure, continue to enhance water supply resiliency, improve the efficiency of our water treatment systems, increase safety for operations personnel, and develop master plans after water self-sufficiency is achieved. Several planned projects will also address drainage improvements in the public right-of-way. During the fiscal year 22-24 biennial period, work will continue on 2 critical city infrastructure projects that received funding for their planning phase in previous CIP budget cycles. The Pier Bridge Replacement Project would replace the existing outdated bridge with a wider structure providing 1 vehicular traffic lane in each direction, with wider shoulders and sidewalks, meeting clearances required by the Americans with Disabilities Act. The Propulsion Electric Vehicle Infrastructure Project funds the construction of the facilities required to accommodate the battery electric transit buses that are being procured by the Department of Transportation. Both priority projects are being funded with restricted grant funds. While tonight's recommendations maximize the use of available funds to advance 100 capital projects, there continues to be a significant unfunded need in the various categories listed here, estimated at about $300 million. Creative approaches are needed to leverage grant funds, enterprise funds, developer impact fees, and alternate financing resources. And then this final slide provides a few of the unfunded projects that in most cases remain a high priority, but are deferred or unfunded given the limited resources. A few of these projects include Parking Structure 1, which requires a $13 million seismic retrofit, major park renovations or expansions totaling over $130 million, and pier capital improvement projects continue to be challenging given significant impacts to pier revenues and reflect a $21 million unfunded need. And with that, I'll turn the presentation back over to Gigi.
So we'll be bringing the master fee, fine, and parking resolutions to the council for approval along with the budget adoption in June, when most of the fee changes will reflect an administrative annual cost of living increase that we do every year between fee studies. But tonight, we did want to introduce a few changes that would be included in those comprehensive documents. The changes are related to the continued implementation of the Parklet program with Parklet license fees that are aligned with existing sidewalk dining fees. We also have adjustments to fire department fees. These were delayed last year when we did our citywide fee study until some temporary staffing suspensions were completed. And we also have some new fees in fire for services that should have been cost covering, and we now have them in our fee listing. And finally, staff is requesting fees for new services at the cemetery, and these are all included in the attachments to the staff report. Finally, our last item is that talking about the revenue measures that you had asked us to take a look at a few months ago. We know that we need to look at enhanced revenue streams in order to expedite our recovery and to advance important initiatives, especially enhancing public safety presence throughout our community and addressing homelessness. To that end, at mid-year, Council directed staff to consider a number of different revenue measures that might be placed on the November 2022 ballot. And further analysis pointed to an increase in the TOT and a library parcel tax as the most viable measures. The increase to the TOT, or the hotel tax, keeps the city within the range of neighboring cities and state destinations. Hotel visitors would be charged an additional 1%, raising the rate from the current 14%. And visitors staying at vacation rentals would be charged an additional 3%. The bigger increase for vacation rentals considers the greater regulatory oversight that these properties require and the greater impacts these properties have on residential neighborhoods that are not equipped for the impacts of commercial tourist businesses. While this would be a general tax, which means that it would need a 50% plus one or a majority for the vote to pass, we believe that the additional revenue could be used for any services in the general fund, but the most urgent need for these funds are measures to address homelessness, to improve 911 response times, and make public spaces safer and cleaner, including through an enhanced public police presence. The library parcel tax is a special revenue measure that is dedicated to a specific use, requires a supermajority win to pass. So about 67%. The measure was structured to be most equitable in considering the community members who use and benefit from library services. Based on staff estimates, passage of this measure would generate $4 million in new revenues that would allow the library to restore and expand library hours, add books and other library materials, and expand programs. Paul Goodwin, who did our poll for us, will take us through the results. Will take us through the results of the poll that was done on these two measures and the recommendations that are based on that poll. And so I will shift it over to Paul now.
Thank you, Gigi. Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem, members of the council, city manager, members of the public. My name is Paul Goodwin. I am with Goodwin Simon Strategic Research. I've been doing polling in Santa Monica for many, many years, including revenue measures for the city, for the school district, for the college district, as well as many of your resident satisfaction surveys you've done over the years. I have a mercifully brief presentation of the results that I will share with you now. And then I guess we can take questions when we're done. So very quickly, we did, the purpose of the survey, as Gigi mentioned, was to assess support for the two measures, revenue measures that she just mentioned. And we conducted a survey with 700 Santa Monica registered voters likely to participate in the November general election. We fielded in early May. And many of you may have taken the survey or gotten invitations. We sent out invitations by text, by email, and also called people. So I want to call your attention to this slide here, which in many ways reveals why the TOT measure, as you're going to see, was very well received by voters. So we asked a question, to rate these four issues: homelessness, crime, trash and litter in the downtown beach areas, and traffic, on a scale of 1 to 5, with 5 meaning very urgent and 1 meaning not urgent. You can see all of them are considered urgent, a 4 or 5 rating by a majority of voters. Homelessness, though, is on another level at 82% who rated it as a 5, very urgent, with crime in the next level. You may remember, those of you all of you have been following Santa Monica for politics for many years and issues, and you will recall that if you go back a decade or so, the top issues in the city were homelessness and traffic. Obviously, the pandemic has had an effect on how people feel about traffic, at least relative to these other issues. And crime, of course, is an issue of concern not only in Santa Monica, but across the country that we're seeing. Pardon me. We asked a slightly different question after the sort of priority question or urgency question, which was, we asked voters to consider, along with the city, as it moves into the post-pandemic period, how important would these, I guess you could say, principles be in developing public policy for the city in this period. So you can see that all of these are important. There's not one of these that we tested where we didn't have 2/3 who said it was very or somewhat important to them. But at the top, you see public safety and restoring public services that were reduced during the pandemic with the strongest responses, and obviously public safety having the largest proportion who said it was very important to them at 67%. So I'm going to show you the results of the questions about the 2 ballot measures. So the first is the TOT measure. The language we tested is that long paragraph. And this is the language, should you adopt this for the ballot, that the voters would see when they vote. Now there may need to be a little bit of adjustment from the city attorney, but This is based on language that has been used in other jurisdictions. And this, as Gigi mentioned, this would need 50 plus 1 to vote, 50% plus 1. And it got 70% who would definitely or probably vote yes, and just 21% no. That is extremely encouraging. Santa Monica has a long history of support for revenue measures, and this certainly fits in that in that mode of a measure that voters look very likely to support. Remember, it only needs 50%. This is not a 2/3 measure. So this is very encouraging. The library tax measure, you will see, did not fare as well with voters. Library tax measures are difficult to pass. Working with Rochelle and Jared Boygan, we went and looked at a variety of successful library tax measures. There aren't that many of them across the state. We adopted language from those successful measures with, of course, the unique needs of Santa Monica. 41% definitely or probably yes, 51% no. That is unfortunately very far below the 2/3 threshold that is needed. We did a follow-up question where we said, well, what if we cut the tax rate to 5 cents per square foot? Or what if that was the tax rate? And we got a little bit higher support, but still below a majority. So that is discouraging for this measure. 2 more slides, and then I'll take any questions you may have. So these are the top responses to the proposed uses of the TOT funds. So you can see, again, the priorities are very aligned in question after question. Homelessness and crime in neighborhoods. You can see there's actually all of them are very high levels of, strongly or somewhat favor, in the 80s, high 80s. But the intensity, the strongly favor, is a little bit higher for homelessness and neighborhoods, public safety in neighborhoods. But the other items are also very, very high priorities and very strong response to them. Keeping public areas, including streets and sidewalks and parks, safer and cleaner, crime and safety in the downtown area, and crime and safety in beach areas. So a few recommendations. We do not suggest moving forward with a library tax for the November 2022 election. It does not appear that it would attain the supermajority vote required for approval. We do recommend the city moves forward with the TOT tax measure. And the reason the TOT tax measure is doing well and is, in my opinion, is likely to win is that it is aligned with the priorities that we see in the poll. Homelessness, public safety. So we, having sat through the really informative budget presentation from Gigi, it's very clear that the city needs additional revenue for these purposes. Voters want revenue for these purposes, and you put that together and communicate that to voters, and I think the measure will succeed. I'm happy to take any questions you may have. I may not have all the answers at my fingertips. If I don't, I will make a note and then share with Gigi a response tomorrow.
Thank you. I just want to make sure that that concludes the staff report before we go to questions, if that's okay with you, sir. Okay. Okay, so do we want to start with questions or do we want to go to public comment? Okay. Yeah, Councilmember De La Torre.
Is it Mr. Goodwin or?
Yes.
Yes. Thank you for your assessment and analysis. Did you in terms of the surveys, the voters you surveyed in Santa Monica, I saw it's 1% Spanish. Did you disaggregate the voters by race and ethnicity?
Yes.
So you would be able to tell me, for example, there was one question in terms of like the importance of racial justice, I believe, you'd be able to tell me how African Americans or Mexican American residents differed in their opinions from others?
Roughly 8% of voters in Santa Monica are Latino. A much lower proportion are African American. I don't have a breakout by African American voters because it's such a small number that it would not have statistical significance.
Okay,
but I do have information about how Latinos felt, and by and large, there wasn't much difference on most of the questions. In particular, on the issue of how do we put it? I'm sorry. Racial equity and inclusion. There was a slightly higher proportion of Latinos who rated that as very important, but they all, Latinos did not, like all other voters in the city, also rated crime and restoring public services, safety and public services as their top priority.
That was my assumption. That most everyone in the city would rate those issues as priority.
And I also want to make clear, council member, that the proportion who said they were committing committing to racial equity and inclusion should be an important priority is 68%. So relative to the other ones, maybe it was a little bit lower, but it's certainly a very high priority for voters in this city. This should not be seen as anything but a strong endorsement of that.
Yes, that was my assessment of it as well. But thank you very much.
My pleasure. Thank you.
No further questions.
Okay, so I think at this point we'll move to public comment. And Mr. Goodwin, I don't know if you're staying, but you're welcome to stay. There may be questions for you. Yeah, are you leaving?
No, I can stay as long as you need, of course.
So do you mind if we do public comment first before questions for you?
I know there's many people have been waiting for hours, and that would be great to do that now.
Okay, thank you so much.
One quick, before he leaves, one quick question.
He's not leaving.
Okay, but how many voters do you estimate will participate in the November election?
I will get back to you.
Okay, he can have that ready for when he gets back. Okay, so here we go. If the clerk can call the first three speakers, please.
So it's Denise Barton, Mary Ann LaGuardia, Lori Brown, and then Eve Lopez.
Okay, who is giving you time? Which one? Olga. Oh, Olga? Okay, so Denise, if you can just make a note of Olga is giving her 2 minutes to Denise Barton. Okay, Denise, you have 4 minutes.
Good evening. Let's begin with the new employees city staff says are needed to be hired over hybrid meetings. I realize city staff's motto is do as little work as to be paid as much as possible, which can be seen by the number of staff who have stood up here and whined about having to do so much work, making my point. But why would you think residents and businesses want to pay for additional staff and want city staffing to be pre-pandemic levels? Then will there be will the new employees be coming into City Hall, or will they be working from home? I ask because City Hall doesn't seem to be open to the public yet without an appointment. Or would this action and the 311 service be to keep the public away from being able to contact who they want at their convenience? And the response from staff after contacting 311 are not in a timely manner, if at all. Next, I have to ask about the Housing Authority Department. Does that department use funding that's supposed to go to services for affordable housing tenants and use it to pay for Housing Authority or Social Service Department staff? I ask because I was again unable to get a medical expense deduction this year, but it might have had something to do with the Housing Authority staff giving my advocate a witness 3 different email addresses to send my recertification to, and now I have to ask who has gotten my personal information. Then isn't the Housing Authority supposed to be a separate entity not included in the Social Services Department? Or wait, is that why the Social Services Department manager is playing the Housing Authority manager? The Social Services Department. Aren't they the ones who can't account for $6 million in spending for services for the homeless? That you just do another $3 million at to keep people on the streets? From there, let's go to the people concerned. Only doing intake on 10 homeless people a week. If you have doubts, go look at the signs on the outside gates doors. And with no shelter beds or referrals, what are they doing? Keeping people on the streets. Then the voters identified crime and homelessness as highly urgent needs, as well as restoring services lost during the pandemic. Yet city staff only considers them important goals, secondary to hiring more city staff, showing again, while under your leadership, the city is the fourth most unsafe city in the state. It would also appear that you are continuing to take GSH funds when you don't plan to repay the first $6.1 million you took until 2025. So affordable housing and schools really aren't that important to you by this action. And your plan to continue parklets. Do any of you remember what has been previously said about free parking for the elderly and disabled? That all-metered parking is free for the disabled, so by this action, are you trying to put the elderly and disabled at further disadvantage, or are they not wanted in Santa Monica? I also can't understand why you'd want to tax residents more for services the city has previously provided, considering the 40-year high inflation and the extra tax revenue the city is getting because of it. So besides your dereliction of duty as public officials to not provide public safety, one does have to wonder when you're going to take responsibility for allowing the rioting and looting on May 31st, 2020, because those actions are a prominent factor in the city's slow economic recovery, yet it is not mentioned at all, along with many other financially questionable practices. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Barton. Ms. LaGuardia?
Good evening. It's nice to see all of you in person again, but maybe not at this hour. I'll be giving the report from the Recreation and Parks Commission. I believe you all know me. I'm Mary Ann LaGuardia, and I'm the vice chair. The Recreation and Parks Commission at our meeting on May 19th studied the budget proposals as they relate to recreation and parks, and we have submitted 3 separate letters to council. They're in tonight's record, and I also brought copies for everyone in case some of you like to touch paper when you're reading. I know you have a lot of reading materials, but basically, several things were painfully clear. There's a functional as well as a financial disconnect between recreation and parks and its needs as a result of recreation being part of one city entity, community services, and parks being part of an entirely different entity, public works. Hence, decisions were made without taking into consideration the interdependence of the 2 now separated branches for recreation and parks, facilities and services. In no area is this more clear than the field park maintenance request for $145,000 for bare bones maintenance of fields and related areas, having been denied within the proposed public works budget. Without the necessary maintenance, the fields and facilities and other popular park areas will be negatively affected in terms of utility, safety, condition, and thereby hinder the removing or remove certain community, gosh, it's late and I apologize. Thereby hinder or remove certain community recreation programs that rely on maintained sports fields, and also will remove the permit fee revenue generated by their use. Moreover, unmaintained fields will continue to deteriorate, requiring restoration, which is far more expensive than continued maintenance. The savings purportedly created by not maintaining the fields and parks are thus illusory. The risks to safety and health created by eliminating the maintenance function must also be considered, along with the community ire it will generate. As you know, our parks are heavily used and our parks are very few. They're precious to us. To not provide the maintenance needed to keep them at least minimally maintained is a consideration that I think this council doesn't want to make. So we ask you to take the unusual step of trying to find that $145,000 to put it back into the public works budget specifically for the purpose of field and surrounding area maintenance. With respect to the Recreation and Parks proposed budget and the Public Works proposed public landscape proposed budget, the Recreation and Parks Commission had no input into either, unlike prior years. The city staff who presented the proposal for community services was unable to explain how or why certain items were given priority for substantial funds, while others seemingly more urgent uses for funds were ignored. There are examples in the letter that we submitted. We were told the budget allocations could not be revisited and could not be explained to us because the presenters didn't know what they were specifically for or what they cost. That's not by way of criticism, it's just that the presenters were the financial people and not the people who came up with what those things were and why that priority was given. Hence, the commission whose function, the Recreation and Parks Commission, is to advise City Council on recreation and parks matters, was presented with a budget proposal with no opportunity to contribute our extensive knowledge. The Recreation and Parks Commission voted to support the budget, however, but with someone being sent to state the specific misgivings I just recited. Knowing it hasn't been an easy year, we especially appreciate the hard work that staff put into preparing their respective budgets and are particularly grateful to Matthew Wells, who exchanged information with us, who attended our study session, and who provided valuable information about the role and needs of public landscape and how they relate to recreation and parks. I will trouble you with only one more request. The first was for the $145,000 to fund the public landscape need for maintenance. The second was Recreation and Parks voted to support public landscapes, also denied request for an additional crew member. That's clearly stated in our letter. And the third, because you know I can't come here without asking for specific money for the Civic Center field. I would probably lose my reputation as a pit bull. The Civic Center field is particularly unusual in that it came in ahead of schedule and under budget.
You can finish your thought.
Thank you. Because of the pandemic and the financial crisis, that $1 million was reabsorbed either into the general fund or the public works budget. It was not left as extra money to spend on the field, although we had discussed the possibility of the one thing the field still needed to make it a first-class sports facility, useful to the community, useful to the schools, and useful to those who would choose to rent it, and that's a scoreboard. So the Recreation and Parks Commission is asking you to find and allocate the relatively modest sum of $75,000 for a scoreboard for the historic Belmar Park playing field. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. LaGuardia. Denise, would you like to call the next three?
Sure. So we have Lori Brown, Eve Lopez, Jerry Rubin, and Ann Thalawala.
Ms. Brown?
Good evening, Council and Mayor Pro Tem. Wow, I've sat here for 5 hours.
I'm sorry.
And I get 2 minutes. How do I tell you what's been going on with the Recreation and Parks Commission for the past 3 years in 2 minutes? I'm going to ask if we could have a dedicated director. I'm going to ask that you give Public Works the money that's needed to maintain our fields, to give Public Works the lead man that they need. The $75,000 that came in over $1 million under budget to finish up the Belmar field. And I would ask that you take a good look at the Recreation and Parks staff, the way it's formed, how it's been decimated, and how we could put it back together. I've noticed in the past that all different areas of communication and different businesses have pivoted. It's time to change and pivot. We've divvied up Recreation and Parks, we decimated our staff, and it's really time to go back. Recreation and our parks is vital to our community. We have very little. You're going to have 9,000 more units coming in, and if we don't take care of our parks, increase our parks, maintain our parks, and give our parks some care, and have a director that's dedicated to our parks, I'm scared for what our future looks like. Thank you very much. It's late for me. I'm going to go home.
Thank you,
Up
Ms.
to
Brown. Ms. Lopez.
Thank you. I'm not sure if we can get this to display. Thank you. Good evening, council members. As a Sunset Park resident, I am both confused and concerned regarding the proposed capital projects, the airport conversion planning, and the airport reconfiguration. The materials indicate—
Ms. Lopez, sorry. Does it need to be adjusted a little? Is that what we're supposed to be looking at?
I'll flip it over in just a moment, but thank you.
Okay.
The materials indicate that the city is planning to spend a total of $4.875 million on these two projects through June 30, 2027. The airport conversion project is valued at $4.35 million. The justification provided by staff for the airport conversion planning project states, quote, "With local control of the airport set to arrive in 2029, it is imperative that a planning and community outreach process begin as soon as possible," end quote. First of all, this item clearly indicates that a backroom decision has already been made to close the airport. There has not been any communication to the residents that this is the case. And second, according to Measure LC, the only land use development that does not require consultation with the voters is parks, public open space, public recreational facilities, the maintenance and replacement of existing cultural arts and educational uses. It does not make sense to use $4.3 million for parks and planning. If the airport is to be closed, the $525,000 for reconfiguration project seems to be entirely unnecessary. The LC was passed by the voters specifically on the premise that the parcels were to be converted to community open space and parks. In her written comments to council, Zena Josephs clearly expects the parcels to be converted to a great park, and her position is extremely well-founded. My deep concern is that the city's decision to develop the airport against the wishes of the residents has already been taken, and that these projects actually represent the implementation process. I base this on a discussion that Councilmember Brock had on April 30, 2022, when he advised of the plans to extend Clover Park to the south and build housing to the east and to
Okay, did you want to just finish your last thought? Because you had, if it's just a couple seconds, I know there was some fumbling with.
Yes, thank you. Councilmember Brock's disclosure was to myself, including other community members pictured in the photos that were posted on Councilmember's Facebook page, when we accompanied him on a community walk on April 30, 2022, with the disclosure being in response to a different resident's concern about airport noise, to which Councilmember Brock guaranteed that the airport noise would be entirely eliminated since the airport will be closing in 2029, a fact he repeatedly guaranteed to the resident.
Okay, thank you so
Thank you.
much, Ms. Lopez. Okay, Mr. Rubin.
Thank you all again so very much for your service. We all know it's still challenging times for everyone, emotionally and financially. I almost wish I could plant a money tree on City Hall lawn. I think that would help. But I want to talk about the urban forests and our trees. First of all, it's quite obvious we need to support funding for public safety and our honorable police force. We have to keep funding to alleviate the terrible repercussions of homelessness. We have to keep funding everything Santa Monica is about: art, the environment, education, on and on. We started before COVID with good city staff support, creating an ordinance that'll protect trees, not only on public property, but on private property. Peter James did some great work. Now, I know it'll take some staff time, but there are people who will volunteer on our commissions. There are community leaders that have already been meeting in the past few months that are willing to assist in this endeavor, so it won't cost that much. But the sooner we start, the better it'll be, as many other cities have already done. The timeliness is there to protect our environment, protect our urban forest, and the community is willing to help. And I urge you all to support that endeavor. We've come a long way already. Our Urban Forest Task Force supports this. The Task Force on the Environment, now a commission.
Thank you, Mr. Rubin. Ms. Thanawala.
So I'm going to just remind you all that there's one reason you're up here. You were elected to serve your constituents. So when you're thinking about the budget, I'm encouraging you to think on every line with that in mind, who is this going to serve if I make this decision? So when we're looking at the parks and a maintenance budget, who are you going to serve? If you're looking at adding staff, who are you serving? Because I am here to tell you, and with great regret, that this city is not serving its children, and this city is not serving its seniors. And your budget is denying our children the rights to their parks, their libraries, the same with our seniors. This is completely unacceptable. The reason families are leaving this town, as you all know, in droves, is because this city has decided that children are not worth it. With every action in your budget, with everything that you retract from our kids, from our parks, from our libraries, you are telling us we don't matter. Is this the kind of progressive city that you guys are choosing? Because it's just up to you, not staff, not new positions in places that don't matter, only to the staff, but not to the people you're elected to serve. So I am making the case here and now that the budgets must reflect the people you were elected to serve, not serving your people properly. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Thanawala. Ms. Baroskas, I believe you're up next.
Then we have Erica Leslie.
And Ms. Leslie, you can come up to the podium as well.
Mayor Pro Tem McCowan and members of the City Council, my name is Tara Borauskas. I'm the Executive Director of Community Corpus Santa Monica. We appreciate our longstanding partnership with the city to provide affordable housing for people of modest means. As you're discussing the budget for the upcoming year, I'd like to bring up two urgent situations that we need assistance with. I emailed a longer letter to you all regarding 2033 Virginia Avenue. In essence, we purchased the property with city funding with the understanding that we would rehabilitate the property. It's in bad shape. As a result of the pandemic, the city's housing trust fund was eliminated and the funding for the rehabilitation was no longer available. We were asked to try to secure tax credits for the project instead, but as detailed in the letter, it's complicated and it was not possible. Therefore, we are now asking the city to make good on its original commitment to fully fund the rehabilitation of the project in the amount of an additional $5.8 million from this year's budget. The residents of the property have waited for over 2 years in substandard housing, which they don't deserve. In addition, Community Corp has suffered financially as a result of the situation. We know that the city will be getting $13 million from the Barnard Way transaction and that there is a set aside of funds for Parking Structure 3, and we would like to see that you can use this funding to rectify the situation. Similarly, as a result of the pandemic, we were asked for our Pacific Landing project to pay for $400,000 in Lincoln Boulevard street improvements that were supposed to be covered by the city's Link Improvement Project. We understand that the Link Improvement Project is no longer moving forward, but it isn't reasonable to ask Community Corp to shoulder this additional $400,000 burden. The pandemic's been difficult for us as well. Please do right by your partner, Community Corp, and find a way to fund both of these responsibilities from the city budget. Thank you.
Ms. Leslie, thank you. Thank you, Ms. Barauskas.
Good morning, council members. It is rather late/early. As you take a look, I implore you to consider, as we think about economic recovery for our city and for your constituents, that you take into consideration youth programs, after-school programs, because you can't have economic recovery without after-school programs for our children. Also, as inflation is rising, many of your families are going to have to take on second jobs. Gas is too high, food is too high. We're going to have to work more as we've been trying to deal with less. Please take that into consideration as you look at this budget. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Leslie. Do we have any other speakers on this item?
That's the last speaker.
Okay, so who wants to start? Yes, with questions first. Councilmember Davis, then Councilmember Negrete, Councilmember Brock, Councilmember De La Torre, Councilmember Parr.
So I think at this point I just have a couple of questions, and one is for Mr. Goodwin. Oh, sorry to make you get up and come back. And maybe if other people have questions for him, we can take him all at once, so he doesn't have to keep going back and forth. If other people have questions for Mr. Goodwin, I can cede some of my time.
No, just any questions you have for him. We'll start with Councilmember Davis. And then.
Thank you. Good to see you again. So I had a couple of questions about your polling results. And the first one was that there was obviously a very significant difference between people's favorability towards the proposed TOT versus the library tax, putting aside the fact that they also had different thresholds for passing. Do you have some sense of why that is? Because I'll give you what my question is that the things we asked for in connection with the TOT, which are much more what I'll call directly public safety related, is your perception that those were more important than libraries, or was it the nature of the tax, because the language you propose for the tax says which will not be paid by, be paid by people visiting Santa Monica and staying in hotels. So was the reason the TOT might be more palatable, for lack of a better term, is that the average resident perceives, I'm not going to pay that, a tourist will pay that, whereas something like a parcel tax, they'll think I'm paying that. So I'm trying to figure out, is it a question of priorities, or is it a question of the taxing mechanism?
Yeah, that's a really insightful thought, Councilmember Davis. There are two issues here. One is, and let me just say, I say this as the child of a children's librarian, the South Pasadena Public Library. My mother was the only union member in South Pasadena at the time, and a children's librarian, beloved there for many years. And voters do value public libraries, and we know this from the poll, and we see it in the comments here. But as you saw in the poll, the highest priorities that they express in response to the questions align with what's in the TOT measure. That does not mean that they don't value public libraries, but it does mean that they're more reluctant to support a tax increase for libraries. And secondly, I think you're correct in that a TOT is paid by and large, entirely by visitors to Santa Monica, and a parcel tax is paid by mostly, but not entirely, homeowners. So there is, that's going to be a more difficult ask for voters.
And then the other question I have, and then I'll defer to other people who have questions to you, although I want to reserve my right to ask questions of staff, is there was obviously, if you look at your poll results, tremendous support for, or well, not support, how do I put this, tremendous response that public safety in the various ways you couched it seemed to be just overwhelmingly something that obviously our constituents want us to address, and to, whether visitors pay for it or we pay for it, is something that they clearly want to see addressed. Did you get any sense in the polling, because I know these are obviously summary, high-level summary results, did you get any sense in the polling that there were certain parts of public safety? So you broke out, for example, beach safety versus park safety. Were there certain types of safety, safety for children versus safety for seniors, that sort of thing, that as we wrestle with, as you've heard, is a great challenge tonight as to how we allocate our resources, if we were trying to be as responsive as possible to what we think our constituents are interested in, is there a way to sort of prioritize even within the realm of public safety?
Yeah, you saw the top priorities. I guess I can go back to that slide. There it is.
Yeah.
So homelessness comes first. And this is not just Santa Monica. It's everywhere in California. And I'll tell you, the polling I'm doing all over the state, and as you well know, homelessness has become the #1 issue. It's not just a Santa Monica problem anymore. And so this is the highest priority. And you can see that there's a slight difference between the proportion that strongly favor using the funds for public safety in neighborhoods versus the downtown or beach areas. I mean, it's a minor distinction. My suggestion to city councils, and the same thing I would suggest to school districts and other public agencies, is that, these are important guidelines for you, but at the end of the day, you're going to make your decisions based on your own sense and staff recommendations of the needs that you have. But you can see here that, public safety and homelessness are simply, at the top of people's agenda.
Okay. And then my last question is, and it's actually on the topic of homelessness, did you do any polling about people's sort of preferred response? In other words, did you ask people, like, if homelessness is a high priority for you, how would you like to see the city deal with it, or what do you think the city needs to do? I was just curious if there were any results like that.
We did not ask that question. I believe that in past public city surveys, there have been questions about that approach, but things have changed so much in how people feel about this issue. It's probably not that relevant today. So, I mean, it's, but you have so many experts on your staff and in the community and nonprofits that, see this and deal with it.
Okay, thank you. I have other questions for staff, but I'll defer to others who might want to ask Mr. Goodwin questions.
Going in order, does anyone else have questions for Mr. Goodwin?
I do have the answer to Councilmember De La Torre's
Oh, great, yes,
question.
sure.
So the model that we use anticipates about 46,000 voters participating in the election. That's about a 67% turnout, which is what you had in November 2018. It is possible that, you should know that anyone who tells you what turnout's going to be next November is just guessing, because obviously in 2018 there was a different political climate. But we can use that, probably as a average estimate of what it will be. And my guess, it might be a little bit lower than that, but somewhere in that range.
You said 46,000?
Roughly 46,000.
46, roughly. Yeah, and yeah, because I remember about 68,000 around was the amount of registered voters, but the turnout is always obviously a lot less.
Right.
But that's still kind of high. I mean, 46.
It's much higher than you see in other communities.
Yeah.
Santa Monica voters are extremely active and participate.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Goodwin.
Thank you so much.
Okay, Councilmember Davis, back to you.
So I just have a couple of general questions for staff. So one actually relates to the TOT. As I understand it, the revenue we anticipate, and I know it sort of depends on how our tourism economy recovers, is about $4.1 million. Obviously, if you look at these results, even the list of things related to, I mean, so let's put aside homelessness for a second, but even the things related to public safety, you know, if you focus on neighborhoods, you focus on parks, you focus on the downtown, you focus on the beach, is 4.1, I mean, what is 4.1 million going to get us, you know, in terms of making inroads in residents' concerns there? You're going to answer my question. I apologize.
I don't know that I'll entirely answer your question, but I will do my best. So, you know, one of the things, as Gigi mentioned, when we went into this budget process, we were very keenly focused on addressing some very specific areas for City Council. And our police department delivered, I think, some really strong recommendations in different ways that we can address public safety throughout the community. So in looking back to the study session that we had last Wednesday and thinking about a number of the different proposals that we received, I think how we preliminarily think that we would want to sort of prioritize the discussion is that we would want to start off with expanding our homeless liaison program team. We would also want to look to building out our downtown services unit team. We would want to look at building out our public safety officer program team. And those are just some of the highlights, along with some of the outreach programs and SAMOSHA that we talked about. Now that list of programs exceeds $4 million. So, you know, if we get the direction from council to move forward with this tax, one of the things that we would really want to do is sit down with the chief and his staff and to understand what is the best way to prioritize that list of resources that we talked about that could really help deliver the best results for the community. And that's where we would start the discussion.
And then as I understand it, I mean, this is sort of the preliminary top list, and even this list exceeds the $4 million we're talking about the TOT. There were some other items as well that the chief has recommended that we just kind of can't even go there. Is that correct?
That's correct. But again, I think what we would do is take a step back if we get direction to move forward with this, look at all those lists of things, and we'd really want to sit down with the chief and get his recommendation about what is the best way to bring forward as much as we can within this resource. But absolutely correct. What we would recommend to you without any reference to resources would exceed $4 million.
And then, and again, I just want to, Mr. Goodwin's slide's very helpful to sort of categorize our thinking, or at least my thinking about things. So all of these things, expanding the help team, the DTSM services, expanding the PSO team, certainly all could have, I don't know whether to use the word positive or negative, it could help us in reducing the problems of persons experiencing homelessness. But we also know there are sort of other components beyond what I'll call the public safety approach, which are mental health services and things like that. It sounds to me, and I just want to confirm, that if we were to put the TOT on the ballot and it passed, we're not going to really be able to enhance those other kinds of services, what I'll call non-policing services, that we think can also, as we heard about at our study session on homelessness, help us address and reduce the number of people actually experiencing homelessness on our streets.
I would agree insofar as we will definitely have to make some big trade-offs. The two areas where, you know, we're looking towards, obviously, is we'd be interested in expanding our outreach resources east of Lincoln, as well as Sam Moschel. I would say, and I believe it was our Community Services Director, Andy Agel, who talked about in preparing for that study session, there were a number of different recommendations that the team came up with to really focus and address homelessness that exceed, what we ultimately proposed as sort of the top recommendations. So there are other ideas that we have, but we don't have the resources for them.
Okay, but even, for example, extending outreach resources east of Lincoln, that wouldn't be covered, at least, and I understand this is a little speculative because you want to sit down with the chief and things like that. Is that the help team expansion, or is that something different?
That's different. So
So-
the help team expansion would be the opportunity to expand our successful program to 7 days a week. The outreach would be different. That would be our multidisciplinary team, so modeled after the C3 team that would be focused on the east of Lincoln part of the city.
So if we had additional revenues, that would be something we could do that we think would have, for lack of a better term, sort of an immediate impact on reducing homelessness, but we just don't have the resources for it.
Yes.
Okay, great, thank you. And those are all my questions.
Councilmember Negretti. Oh, you're back. I'm sorry. Councilmember Negretti.
Gigi, I'm not sure who this question's for, but I had a specific question on fines. Just in working, when we began the work with the task force at the pier and code enforcement was issuing fines, one of the issues we were up against is, I believe the city has allowed during COVID for people to, those administrative fines, they were able to waive them or pay $10, even when they had multiple offenses and at that point 6 or 7 are stacking up. And I believe that's still happening, and I'm just curious, I saw there was a resolution about fines. If that's going back and what the financial impact would be if we went back to collecting on those fines.
I don't know what, I don't have the background for that. I don't know how much that would be, and I
There
don't
was an
know.
attachment in here about a resolution, but it
Yeah.
wasn't really clear about.
But I don't know how much what we would see in terms of revenues if we brought
But
them
are we
back.
going back to making people pay the fines? And allowing the one time, but not the multiple times of not having to pay these various code? I'm not just speaking about at the pier specifically, but administrative fines if you violate any sort of code enforcement action, you get cited and you get an administrative fine, and it could be, there's a whole list of fees, $250, $1,000, and upwards if you keep violating the same one. But we're allowing people to say, oh, I can't afford it, and they pay $10.
So I can speak in, I see a news there. So you're raising a really important point, which is as it pertains to sidewalk vending, there are some specific requirements under SB 946, and I'd like Anuj to talk about, because I think that is different from how we would apply fees throughout the city.
So, yes, that's right. Councilmember Negrete, I think perhaps what you're referring to with regards to sidewalk vending, under the state law change with SB 946, what that required was that for administrative violations for the sidewalk vending, any sidewalk vending regulations locally, they had to offer, local jurisdictions would have to offer what's called an ability to pay determination, which would essentially allow the fees for the violations, or the fines for the violations, to be drastically reduced, I believe, to 10 to 20% of what the actual fine amount was. And currently, no matter the number of violations, that ability to pay determination is something that has to be maintained as kind of a opportunity for a fine reduction for sidewalk vending violations. That's kind of separate and apart from COVID. It's just the requirement under the state law related to vending. Now, as you may know, the law that's actually, or the bill that Senator Allen has put forward that may be going for a vote in the full Senate this week would actually make a change to that potentially if it were to pass and be signed by the governor, so that on the fourth or subsequent violation for the same vending violation, that cities could remove that kind of waiver or that reduction. But that's pending a change in state law if that moves forward.
But how do we determine someone's ability to pay?
There's a process in place basically where they have to.
I mean, I
submit
know what it is. I'm just asking you.
Sure, it's through submitting documentation of.
What's the documentation?
I don't actually know.
So I can tell you, it's a statement that says I can't afford to pay. And we're watching videos we know people are collecting, right, thousands off of carts. So I don't want to go on this specific issue. I'm just curious, this is impacting our budget as well, and the state is implying something that I don't know what we were collecting before and what we've lost just based on that specifically, but that's the vending issue. There's also, is this also applying, as far as I understand, it also applies to other things outside of the vending task force? If you're given an administrative citation for a code enforcement violation, not to do with SB 946, but that during COVID, and I don't know if that's still happening, that people were able to say, I can't pay it, without having to show any ability to pay or not pay.
I'm not aware of anything like that. I think that the ability to pay determination was something that was created under state law specific to sidewalk vending. I don't believe we have something otherwise for general code enforcement or non-vending related code enforcement administrative citations. So I think this was specific to that context.
So you guys are saying everybody who's outside of that, who gets an administrative citation has to pay? There's no...
That's my understanding.
Flexible. Okay, thank you.
Are you all set?
Well, I have a question I have one more question. I have a question about discretionary funds, and I'm looking at you. I don't know who I look at for this question, but the rules around what we can use, and if it sort of, this is my first time with this budget, does it reset at some point? And the reason I'm asking is about the scoreboard at the parks and just I don't know what we're allowed to use council discretionary funds for. I mean, I know I'm not suggesting that right at this moment, picking something specific, but.
So I'll let Gigi respond, but in the attachment H that laid out the discretionary, you can see what we've paid over the years, the different line items, the types of things, and sort of what's remaining, what we've allocated so far. It'll reset in July. Well, not reset, but you see the amount that we kind of have budgeted for this biennial budget. And so those are the types of things. I would say 75,000 for the board at Historic Belmar Park is a little bit outside of the types of things, but.
But it's not allowed, I guess.
It's not allowed.
Yeah.
But Gigi.
So I believe that you have another $122,000 that would be added on next year.
Wait, say that again.
You have, I think, $122,000 that would be added on next year in addition to, I think, about $82,000 that you have left over from this year. And there are a lot of things that council, wants to, kind of spread around and distribute the money. Usually the amounts are, in most cases, between, $10,000, $15,000, $20,000.
I just wasn't sure if it resets, and I thought I saw 160 at the bottom there, so maybe I was looking at the wrong thing.
Yeah, I think it's 122, but I wasn't aware of it.
There it is. We have 82,959 right now. What we had budgeted for the 2 years was the total, right? So we have 122,696 through June 30th of 2023. That's what's left. And so, yeah.
That's my only questions for now.
So you have $205,000.
Through June. Yeah, 30th, 2023. Councilmember Brock.
I had a question, and I'll follow the line of questioning Lana had for a minute from our esteemed chair and vice chair of the Recreation and Parks Commission. Mr. Valte, could I ask you a question? Can you explain the field maintenance money has it been removed? How are we going to deal with that? Talk to me about that, because I'm not really clear from Vice Chair LaGuardia that we're just saying we're not going to maintain the fields?
No, so the request that we put in as part of the operating budget was for maintenance of 8 parks. So those parks currently are being maintained by our in-house staff. So the request was for additional funding for our contractor to maintain those parks, so that that would free up our in-house staff, and we could dedicate the time of that in-house staff to restoring sports fields.
So what sport, I guess, can you be more specific? What sports fields are
So
need maintaining right now that our staff can't
we're talking
do?
about the
Or
sports fields at Clover Park, Marine Park.
is, if I can interrupt you for a minute, Clover Park, I've heard part of the field is closed. Is that just because it's supposed to be a supervised play area, or is it because we've let the field decline?
So one of the things that we had to do after the restructuring is we had to find ways to preserve our sports fields. And one of the things that we did at Clover Park was to put up fencing around the main sports field in order to limit the use of that for permitted use, as opposed to leaving it open to the public, wherein they come in and they practice for whether it's soccer or whatever sports they have. That way we were able to preserve the sports field for permitted use because we don't have, go ahead.
No, that's, keep going, I apologize.
Yeah, so what we were proposing was to request this funding so that we have a contractor maintain those 8 parks, and that would free up our time to be able to maintain sports fields. So in other words, what we would have done is every year we would be able to restore 50% of the sports fields throughout the city. So in other words, we would have a 2-year cycle in restoring sports fields.
One of my questions, because I've been approached by this, probably several of us have, about the field closures and the fencing at Clover Park, for instance. And when we're as a former chair of the Recreation and Parks Commission, I'm always concerned that our field space and our park space is under the average for California cities, under the average for beach cities, and we have such a wonderful thing, a great active citizenry, from children to adults, who really want to get outside, take advantage of our weather. They want to be fit. How do we get those fields open? And because there's such a dearth of available playing fields, because there's always more demand in Santa Monica than there is availability. So fencing off fields feels offensive. So how do we find a way to, if we can't restore the 140,000, or if we can only restore part of it, how do we make sure that our fine field maintenance staff still takes care of those fields, and we find a way to open those fields to play for children and adults?
So we would have to pull staff from other regular tasks in order for us to have the resources to restore sports fields. Right now, we don't have the staff to dedicate to restoring sports fields, and that's why we're resorting to, I wouldn't say creative ideas, but out-of-the-box ideas to try to preserve sports fields with fencing, which obviously is not the best way. But what we've noticed at Clover Park, the sports fields that are not fenced off, they get torn up pretty quickly, whereas the ones that are fenced off and are preserved for permitted use, they stay in better shape much longer.
I would opine that I'm not quite as concerned about permit use as I am about children, teens, and adults being able to use the fields also. Even if a father just wants to play soccer with his son and have a place to go on a field and kick a ball around for a little while, or someone else wants to throw a football to their daughter. I think that has to be a priority. How can we fix that in lieu of, I know I'm going to ask Gigi in a minute, how do we find that 140,000 or part of that 140,000 and still use our in-house field maintenance staff as well? What other more creative ideas can we use to make sure that our field space is good and useful for our residents? And I know you have some creative answers for us.
To the extent, Mr. Valti, that you can hang on to that question, and I think Councilmember Negrete just wants to add one more thing to it that's in the same.
And I'll get to the scoreboard in a minute.
Yeah, well, so to that point, The permitted use you're talking about, because I know both my kids play club soccer, and lately we're having to drive them to Westwood for practice because Clover's not always available for practice. So that generates income, right? Those permits from those clubs or whoever's reserving the park, right?
Right.
And therefore, would that income then help free up? I mean, I guess the question is, if some of it's blocked off and they can't use it, it just seems weird that if we don't have the money, that we wouldn't be permitting the space out to these soccer clubs, because then essentially wouldn't that be sort of helping pay for this maintenance of the rest of the field that Phil's referring to?
So I don't know how the permitting fees come back.
I didn't see that I was looking, that's what I was looking for, to see like what we received prior to closing this, to the change in permitted fees for renting the space for practice, whether it be softball, baseball, soccer, and what it is now, and like how that has translated.
Looks like we have an answer.
Hello, good evening. My name is Jeanette Gant. I'm the recreation manager. We would lose approximately $82,000 if we were not able to keep the fields open for the full year.
So by not having the fields open, we're unable to give permits, which are generating $82,000 a year.
Correct, and not just the revenue from the permit groups, we would also potentially lose revenue from our community camps and classes, approximately $65,000.
On top of the $82,000, which is like when people rent for a birthday party or whatever they're doing.
Community camps and classes
camps.
would be like a baseball camp or a soccer camp in summer.
So those two things combined roughly add up to the $140,000.
That's correct.
So in that case, right, so what you're really saying, or what I'm hearing, is it's revenue neutral, right? That we're not losing revenue by having the fields maintained and open. Is that a solution, Gigi or Rick or somebody? I see people coming.
Hi.
I'm Sam Fanderch. I'm the Principal Admin Analyst for the Community Services Department. Because last year we were able to find a way to keep the permit groups active on those fields, and in theory we would like to be able to do that even if this funding was not restricted. We're still anticipating that revenue, because it is possible that we would get some of it if the fields didn't, were completely unusable. So it's not revenue neutral, because we still, if the fields are permittable, we will still gain that revenue. So it's the revenue still in the budget.
So we're not missing this $82,006. You're saying we would if it wasn't. I'm just trying to figure out how much of this is being impacted. The revenue, how much are we losing by not maintaining the field in permitted revenue? Or
if the worst case scenario were to happen and we were to have to close the fields for a full year, we would lose the revenue that Jeanette just quoted to you, that full amount. But right now, it's probable that worst case scenario might not happen, and we're still anticipating bringing in some of that revenue.
So we haven't.
I want to opine something else for a minute. I hear that we have revenue coming in. I love permitting. I love revenue, but I want someone's child who is not part of a program also to be able to use the fields. And I know we don't want to spend all night on this because we have much bigger fish to fry, but I am concerned that somehow in the budget process, we find the money, whether it's from offsetting permits or something, to try and get those fields maintained or have our in-house staff do it. But personally, I'd like to see the fences come down before the start of summer, and I'd like to see children and adults able to play on our precious grass in our city. So
Gigi,
someone mentioned the scoreboard.
I just want to, I think Gigi has something to say. I think something got confused in that process, and we're sort of Go ahead.
So I just wanted to say that any revenue is already in the budget, is already figured into the other work that we're doing. There is no addition. If there was additional revenue, we would have done what we've done with other items. There is no additional revenue that we could bring in.
Then I think we need to find some way, when you go, just one of my suggestions will be that we find the way to fund that from some other program or a change in the budget. We're not done. This is really the beginning. So we have a month and a half to try and find that revenue. It's very important to our constituents, our residents, that they are able to use our park space, use it safely, make sure it's clean and well maintained, even in a budget crunch. So, and I see that Vice Chair LaGuardia went home. So my only point on the scoreboard is I think we can try and, I think Mary Ann can go out and probably come up with that in a public-private partnership and sponsorships. That seems something that could be done in a day or two. So I encourage us to get a scoreboard there, but I think we can be innovative about our approach to having a scoreboard. That's all on that point. And I know that we're impacted. I know that we have a lot of issues right now in the city and how to fund the programs that our residents believe are necessary: libraries, after-school facilities, public safety, all the things that we have funded for decades that make our city so attractive to people. And it's going to be really difficult this year. But I would encourage staff to find the funding from other departments, to be creative, to come back and look at other ways to fund some of the programs that our residents hold very dear, even in a time that we're still recovering. I understand that. I understand we're in the middle of negotiations with our employees, and they deserve the very best. But we also need to make sure that we remember our residents as well in this. So I'll rest on that for the moment. I have something else that I want to bring up in a couple of minutes.
Got it.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Brock. Councilmember De La Torre, you're next, and then Councilmember.
Yes, I want to just support what Councilmember Brock just mentioned in terms of prioritizing funding for our parks, our green space, keep maintaining those essential services. These are like core services that our residents need. For a lot of renters, we have 70%, I believe, of our voters, I heard at one point, are renters, meaning that they don't have access, to backyards. So the parks are so important for their well-being and for their mental health and for sports. We look at, all the tragedies that happen, around our country, and, nothing more important than for us to invest in our young people and our youth and to give them access, to sports fields and programming that, gets them, keeps them healthy and away from harm, and also building community. So I hope that we can find, if it's, I heard it was mentioned, by Mary Ann, that there was about $145,000 would allow us to maintain the fields and keep them in good shape. I want to reiterate what Councilmember Brock said, that, I want to give direction to staff to be creative, to look at areas where we might find those revenues. If need be, look into our reserves to make that happen, because these are core essential services, that we need to support. Tara came from Community Corporation of Santa Monica to talk about the 2033 Virginia Avenue rehabilitation needs there. Large building, many low-income families that have lived there for so many years. And, it's real important that when we put the money up to purchase affordable housing and create affordable housing units, that those projects are well kept and well maintained, because there's a perception that residents have, not all, but some residents feel that an affordable housing unit on their block decreases property values, is not a very positive thing, and I disagree with that. But one thing that that will just not be positive is if those buildings look like they need help and they're in disrepair. And aside from that, the quality of life of those residents, who deserve to live in properties that that are well maintained, I think is so important to seek out that investment. I know there's some housing trust fund money. There might be some other ways that we can work with Community Corporation, to finance that. I know that they had some problems sort of with tax, a certain type of tax that they were trying to get, and or I can't recall the exact program that they couldn't get. It was linkage fees or something.
It was the Lincoln Boulevard.
Oh, that was the other thing.
That was a different thing.
Different project, but definitely, yeah. They're on the hook for funding on a project that has been canceled, and so I hope that we can work with them. I mean, Community Corporation has been a big partner, providing a lot of opportunity, a lot of affordable housing in our city. So I hope that we do that, that we look into that. And I just in terms of, this is the beginning of our process. I know we're going to be voting on June 28th on a final budget. So I just want to, I heard our chief financial officer talk about restoring services, And I think it's important for us to really think about repurposing and reimagining those services. That, to say, well, this is how we were before the pandemic, and this is the gap that we are at now. We shouldn't just be thinking about let's just put everything back the way it was. We should be thinking about how can we be more effective. What are some public-private partnerships to fund some of the services? Let's really reflect a little bit on that. So we can reimagine some of those services and change our practices in a way that's more efficient, more effective, and more cost-effective for our residents. So I just wanted to say that. The last thing I want to say is in terms of, homelessness is, we look at the surveys, homelessness, crime, super important. One thing that wasn't asked, but I know just from talking to many residents, that there's a lot of concern about, how Santa Monica is really kind of being overburdened because we're providing a lot of the services and we're not holding other cities and other municipalities accountable. So what I would like to do in terms of a principle, looking forward in terms of this budget cycle, that yes, we will invest in homeless services. I mean, that's key, but that we also leverage our finances to expand our regional impact. So it doesn't mean that all those services have to be in Santa Monica, but that we can, work with our sister cities, our partners in the region to say, we want to leverage our funding. We want to help make a contribution. We hope that these other cities make those contributions, and that we find, ways that we can share, the cost and the burden, of where we place these services and the types of services that we provide, so that, everyone does their fair share. And that's it's a regional problem, and we need regional solutions. And I hope that we can leverage our funding and our strength and really our record. We've done a great job, I think, in many areas compared to other cities, So we should be able to leverage our past experience and our goodwill in solving this problem, and to inspire others to work with us so that we can leverage our funding to have a regional impact. So anyway, that's all I had to say.
Thanks, Councilmember De La Torre. Councilmember Parra.
I had we didn't talk too much. I just had some questions regarding parklets. Is anybody here that can break it down for me a little bit?
I can try. Hi, Peter James, Public Works.
Hi, James. Thank you. So I'm looking at attachment C and table 1. So I'm just trying to understand the startup. So let's say mom and pop restaurant, 2 parking spaces for a parklet. And if I'm reading this correctly, year 1 for these 2 spots, And let's say sit down. They have a sit-down restaurant. Now it says $1,000 per seat for sit-down for the wastewater. Is this sit-down outdoors, indoors?
This is outdoors.
Outdoors. So then that's $20,000 just right there per seat.
Oh, for the wastewater, right. So,
20 seats outdoors.
20, yeah.
yeah. Wastewater fees are calculated one time and one time only, and they run with the land. So for many of the businesses that are existing restaurants, they've already paid their wastewater fee. And it's calculated based on the number of seats that they have on title. So it will be a balancing act for them, whether they want to add additional seating and pay that wastewater fee, or shuffle seats from the inside to the outside and pay no additional wastewater fees.
So if they have, so indoors, let's say they have 20 seats indoors, but now they want to put 20 seats outdoors. So they would pay for an additional 20 seats outdoor.
They could take their 20 indoors, have that, move 10 outside, retain 10 on the inside, and pay no wastewater fees.
That's still a lot of money.
It is a lot of money, agreed. And on top of that, there's a Los Angeles fee as well. But all these wastewater fees were calculated in our recent rate study. And everybody pays these fees when they establish a new restaurant business. It is one of the high barriers of entry for restaurants.
And is this standard? Is this just a Santa Monica thing, or is this like
standard.
every other city?
Yes, it's in every city's fee structure.
And then year two, you're paying $252. Is that minus or plus a monthly license fee?
You're paying a monthly license fee of $2.12 per square foot for the 320 square feet of your parklet, which is $678 a month for use of that space. And that's just built in. So you multiply that times 12 for the yearly fee, that's $81.40 for a whole year. And we've looked at the number of seats that those spaces can accommodate. So people can probably put in an average of 10 or 15 additional seats in that 20 square feet, which provides, if I can't remember the number, the restaurateurs watching at home will know, but there is a dollar value associated with each seat, which makes $81.40 over the course of a year not a bad investment.
Well, and I understand, I mean, we've waived a lot of fees, for, during the pandemic, and I know that everybody's in the process of economic recovery, but I mean, I personally, when I choose to go to restaurants, I choose places that offer outdoor seating because I don't like eating indoors. I still don't like eating indoors. And so it is personally like somewhat of a hardship. So let's say a smaller restaurant comes to you and says, this is a bit of a hardship. It's affecting my livelihood. Are there opportunities for additional waivers or?
I think that would be at the discretion of council. The fee structure that we've put together and the associated program that we will bring to you in a lot more detail on June 28th is really designed to create some standards, guidelines, and some revenue generation for the city, where there's been a complete absence of that over the past.
And I understand that as we're talking about trying to pay for things, this just feels a little steep. I'm sorry.
Yeah,
I don't know what the norm is, so.
Well, I'm glad you brought that up. It varies very much by city. I'd say that compared to Santa Monica, Culver City, and West Hollywood are more or less aligned with our fee structures, whereas Beverly Hills, for example, that $2.12 per square foot number that we propose to charge is like $30 in Beverly Hills. And the $2.12 per square foot is exactly equal to what we charge for our sidewalk dining. So it's an established fee that people have been paying for many, many years for use of the public right-of-way. And again, I think it gets back to that balancing act between the amount that you have inside versus the amount that you want to have outside, and shifting the cost of operations between the two.
Okay. Thank you. I appreciate the explanation. That's it. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Councilmember Parra. Okay, so I have a couple questions. So first, Gigi, just a question about the housing fund that was brought up earlier. And do we know how much is in our housing trust fund currently? Mr. Agel?
I'm going to have Andy answer that question.
Good evening, Mayor Pro Tem. Andy Agel, Director of Community Services. So at this very moment, we've got about $59 million in there. We've got $22 million of commitments. We've got a couple projects we're still underwriting. We are intentionally trying to keep as much of that money as possible because of the need to support affordable housing on city-owned land so we can try to achieve our housing element goals. That said, the project that CCSM talked about, it's not really a budget issue. You know, we've got funding for it. You may know that we were seeking federal funds. We tried to get a federal earmark for that project based on what's on Congressmember Liu's website. It looks like he did not select that project. And one of the things that we did challenge CCSM to do is look for every other funding source that is out there, and they've been providing us information of their difficulty in securing tax credits or other sources. So it seems like now is the time to, given we've looked under just about every rock, that we may need to look at tapping into those limited funds.
Okay, so that's being handled.
Yeah, I don't think you need to do anything
Okay,
tonight.
because so we all got that letter. We all saw the letter. This won't take any of the 13 million from Barnard Way. It's there, and you guys all are figuring that out. Okay,
That's correct.
got it. Okay, just wanted to clarify that. For Ms. Decavalis Hughes, I try to go back and forth. I'm just curious, with the additional revenue that came in this year from TOT, what was unexpected specifically, and was in addition to what we had planned for. If this TOT tax, this increase of 1%, had been in place this year, how much are we talking about in a difference? What sort of surplus would we be looking at right now to be able to work with to pay for some of these funding, some of these programs that we learned about in our homelessness study session?
So if, just without looking at the exact numbers, I would say maybe between $3 and $3.5 million, considering the fact that the $4 million that we anticipated was based on next year's numbers that are a little bit higher.
Okay. And so that would have, I don't recall all of the exact sort of costs for each of those programs, but that would cover a good chunk of what we were hoping to do, and that would have potentially covered some of these additional things that folks want us to add.
Right. It would have covered
and then just
a big amount, but not all of it.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So a couple of things about discretionary and and I did have a question about the parks and the sort of permits, and I can't visualize this right now, but we have Clover Park, we have an area that's fenced off, and the grass gets very high, and it's completely not being used, right? I just want to make sure I'm clear from that. It's not that people are paying permit fees and then they're getting access to that area. It's just an area that's not being used at all. Right. And the permit fees that we are collecting for permitted sports are using the remaining portions of the park. And the reason we can't use that portion is because we don't have the funds to pay for the maintenance of all of the square footage of the park under our current budget.
That's correct. We are using, you know, the permit fees that are coming in are also, you know, we're using them for a lot of different things. You know, they don't come in and stay in one certain program.
Right.
And not everything is cost covering in the city. Remember, when we do fees, we end up, do you want to, yeah, no, please come in. Come into this box. We end up subsidizing certain items as well. We don't do 100% cost recovery, so we have to remember that as well.
And thank you for that clarification.
I think you,
Mr. James.
I just want to clear up a point about the fence. The part that is fenced is the recreational sports field space. We're keeping that secure and keeping that high quality for permitted users. If the fences were to come down, the activity that we saw during the peak of the pandemic would rush back in and would compromise the quality of that field, which would reduce the playability and the enjoyment for the people that.
And would reduce, the idea is that it would reduce the number of people who draw permits to play at that park.
Well,
and have we tested that theory?
It would have that effect, but if history is a teacher, we know that that field would soon become unplayable due to lots of unpermitted use. And I think a big warning here with the sports field restoration enigma is that we can defer maintenance. We can do little things over time, but we're really just sort of deferring the inevitable. And one of the worst scenarios that could befall us is that those fields fall into such deplorable shape that we need to shut them for a long amount of time, and the startup costs to bring them back online would be in the millions of dollars.
Yeah, I understand. I think we all struggle with this sort of what feels like a fee for service when it's, you know, when we're talking about our parks. Yeah. And so like you literally can't access portions unless you're paying to access them. It's the same challenge we're having with after school programs, you know, not having the ability to provide free programs, but only programs that are a cost to residents who already feel that they're paying so much to live here. So
I understand.
It's challenging.
It's challenging. Yeah. And that's why we have a variety of different park spaces, from recreational to passive, big and small, to cater to all interests of the community.
Yeah, and so just, I mean, well, I'll try to stick with questions, I guess, because we're not at discussion yet. Let me see. I think I'm good to go into discussion if anyone else is ready for that portion. And so, okay. Oh, sure, go ahead, council member.
The TOT tax, the recommended measure, there's a difference in a 3% on vacation rentals and then 1% on hotel stays. That's correct? Can you explain to me vacation rentals? Is that like an Airbnb? Is there anything other than an Airbnb, or would that be it?
It might be VRBO or those types, home shares.
Why? And these are residents. I mean, these are our residents. You know, people who live in the city. Why are we charging them 3% and then 1% for the visitors that are coming in?
We are charging the people that are visiting, that are using the rental. So they pay so if I were to come to the city and instead of go to a hotel, go to a home share, I would be paying a TOT.
Okay, so they're paying the cost, not the actual.
Not the resident.
Okay.
Correct.
All right.
But it's really difficult to actually recover that money and to like manage that program, a lot harder than the hotels. And so that's.
And are there any extra costs related to that to collect that 3%?
No, but, you know, that additional 3% could potentially be, you know, used to help us enhance the enforcement of the home shares.
Okay, all right, thank you.
We're losing a lot of money on not actually enforcing sort of the home share thing. Do we have any sense of just how much that is annually?
I don't know what it is, but yes, we are losing money. We have had to reallocate our enforcement staff to other areas that are more urgent. So I can't tell you what the number is, but it's there.
Okay, so we will move on to discussion now. Would you guys like me to sort of guide this a little through the things that we want to make sure we cover in our recommended actions? Or do you want to just open it up for a lively discussion? So there are, okay. So why don't we go in order here?
Were we going to motions now before discussion?
So no, I don't know that there are no motions. It's just providing sort of direction. And I think if we sort of provide direction and then we can do a discussion around each thing, then that might organize it for staff, if that's okay. So with regard to direction to staff regarding the FY 2022-23 proposed operating budget adjustments, attachment A, and the FY 2022-24 proposed biennial capital improvement program budget, attachment B. Is there any discussion on that specifically? So go ahead, Councilmember Brock.
Well, I have to find my attachment A, but that's in regard to staffing?
Yeah, so that's the
The increase in staff and adjustments to staff. So I want to, no? It is? I want to echo a couple of residents and things that I hear around the city constantly. Is while I know that we have some staff enhancements that are enterprise fund enhancements, and I know that our planning and a couple of other departments desperately need increases in staff, but I remain concerned if we're just uploading staff when we need to make sure any staff that we hire directly touch resident services. And I think that's a really important point, and I don't want us to get away from that. When we're looking at staff enhancements, and I don't remember where that was on the screen, but there was a section that said the increase in staff, and it's up to 1,900 and something. And my question on that was, it's both a question and a statement.
One?
We're adding 30.
In the general fund, or you want?
General fund. So how many staff members are we adding there?
14.7.
Okay, which is really minor in terms of the cuts that we made. But I am also still concerned that we enhance services. You know, I've talked before about needing a second graffiti artist and needing people on the street who are helping those services where they ended up doing double or triple the amount of work. So I really want to make sure that whenever we can, that service that our enhancements are not here in City Hall, but as much as I can where they're on the street, where they're helping residents with their daily needs. I think that is critically important for our residents. So that's one thing. And reflecting what we saw from that poll, that public safety, reducing homelessness remain critical issues in the city. And the third issue I think I saw from that is restoring our economic vitality, making sure that our services are restored and that businesses are aided. Well, you know, if our downtown was completely leased up, we wouldn't be in the pickle that we're in now. So we've got to do everything we can in addition to our street services to make sure we help downtown become a critical economic engine for the city again. So I would point that out. And the last thing that I want to reiterate is that, and I think Resident Thanawala said this earlier, that we can't have a really healthy city, I'm going to paraphrase, but we can't have a really healthy city unless the children of our city are taken care of. Now today in Texas, I believe, we saw an 18-year-old murder 19 children in a school. Now, I personally, I don't know how that can happen, but I will tell you that if we don't provide those services for our youth, that after-school care, the recreational outlets, the artistic outlets for kids, the tutoring, the things that we need to do, separate from the school district, that we have done as a city for years, we'll one day have that tragedy in our city.
God forbid.
So and all of us, I know the McCowans benefited so much, as I did, from our youth services in the city, and Councilmember Negretti and Oscar. All of us benefited so much, and we're up here on the dais because somewhere along the line we got guidance. We had a mentor. We can't stop providing those mentors to the next generations, because if we do, we all fail. So whatever we need to do to make sure that our city is healthy, that means a safe city. That means a city where our children and our teens are treasured, where all of our residents are treasured. I know we're in a budget crunch. We know that. We're fighting through this. This is not the way any of us on the dais thought we would be spending our first year or 2 years in the council. But that is our priority. That has to be the priority for every staff member and every resident in the city. Thank you.
Okay. Does anyone else want to go next? Okay, couple quick things. Sorry, I'm still really trying to get that image out of my mind.
I'm sorry.
It's okay.
I just,
Okay. So when we sort of revisit the budget in June, I just wanted to take the opportunity to throw out a couple discretionary items so that we don't have to do 13 items at a council meeting between now and then that we'll end up having to push because it's midnight. We funded, every year we fund $9,000 to $10,000 for the West Side Coalition for the Martin Luther King event. We did it in July of last year, so I want to ensure that we capture it this July as well, so that they can plan for that accordingly. I also would like to ask council if you would be okay with, so at Los Amigos Park, we have Santa Monica Pony League, which has been in effect since 1952, I believe. They subsidize over 40% of their baseball players in that program. They do not have as fancy a field as our Santa Monica Little League does at Memorial. And for the last several years, they've been trying to figure out how to update their scoreboard. And the cost of the scoreboard itself, it appears, is about $5,000. But the challenge is with the permit fees and the need for the crane to bring in and install the new scoreboard, bringing the total cost to around $10,000. And so my hope was that in this budget, we can set aside $10,000 to repair the scoreboard at that park at least. It's a start, and I believe the $10,000 will be enough to cover their scoreboard and parts of their sound system and equipment that all like connect.
And we can also, I'll suggest too, I agree with that wholeheartedly, but maybe Rotary or Kiwanis might be willing to help replace that scoreboard and
So
provide enhancements to their sound
So I
system.
would be open to this then. If we want to do 5,000 now, and Councilmember Brock can chase down a match for them, and if we don't hear back from you in the next month or so, I'll have a 13-item for the additional 5,000.
I will accept that challenge.
Okay, great. And then just sort of, you know, Ms. LaGuardia mentioned this 140,000 and kind of, I don't know if we have the ability to transfer some of our discretionary funds to some of these other traditionally general fund budget items. But one thing, I mean, this last year, where we ended up spending about 177,000 of our council discretionary, well, sorry, yeah, about 177,000. We're left with 205 for the remainder of this next 15 months. But there are a few things that we know likely won't occur again next year. The tenant assistance mailings that we did at 25,000, we probably won't have that again next year. And then because we have prioritized homelessness and public safety as our biggest priorities, and we have sort of outlined through our last study session some of the things we want to increase. I don't know that we're going to have the same need to give West Coast Care the additional 20,000 that we gave them in this fiscal year. And so sorry, Councilmember Davis. Yeah. Oh, so I was just thinking that maybe we can come up with an amount, maybe not 75,000, but something that might be able to show
Phil can match the rest.
A desire on our part to help contribute to some of these park maintenance funds. It's not, all of it, but it's a step in that direction.
Yeah.
Councilmember Davis.
I just want to say that the last 2 years have been very unusual in terms of discretionary funds. And I think what some people on the council don't know is back pre-COVID, up as much as $75,000 of our discretionary funds went to what I will call student-related travel programs. We have typically sent, for example, a soccer team from JAMS over to our sister city in Japan. And we have provided discretionary funds to pay for those participants who are not able to pay for it themselves. We paid, I think it was, the last number I remember was like $25,000 to do the same thing when one of our choral groups was asked, they were the last choral group to sing in Notre Dame before it burned down. And we allocated $25,000 because these are very expensive trips, and many of our families who want to participate can't afford. And while the school supporters do fundraising, it's not. So while I certainly think that we can allocate small amounts, and I love the idea of a matching fund is always great because it shows that the city is invested in it. But I think we need to be a little careful about thinking, well, there's all these things that we're not going to do now, because there are a lot of things that we haven't done for the last 2 years that are going to come back online during the time. And I would just hate to sort of tonight start speaking for money and then in the fall when our choral groups say, gee, we've been invited because they are so world famous. They get invited to go to these wonderful, they sang at Edinburgh Fringe Festival, and the orchestras played in Montreal and things like that. And for have them come and say, we have students who want to participate but can't, and then have us say, oh, I'm sorry, we don't have any money left. So I just want to caution about sort of overspending without knowing that, yes, there are some things we're probably not going to duplicate, but there are things that have not in the last 2 years been in the discretionary fund. But my guess is, as we all learn to live with the endemic, I'm not going to call it a pandemic, I'm keeping my fingers crossed, you will see more requests for those sorts of things. So I just want to be careful about that.
Yeah, no, Councilmember Davis, I appreciate that. I think that where I'm coming from, aside from the 15,000 that I would like to specifically allocate, and in looking back on the discretionary spending over the last 5 years, pre-COVID and since, I think there were things that were clearly funded by the council because maybe there weren't, like the Reed Ambassador Program. 1 year, I believe it was in, 2019, that was 150,000 set aside just for that. There are lots of things like that, and I see the ensemble things and stuff too, but there, some of these bigger ticket items, you all had traditionally sort of subsidized, I think, through discretionary. And so all I'm saying is if we can, and I know, I'm sure CCSM is going to come back asking for another $25K for the Brunson marketplace, because that was originally an ask for 50. And I want us to be open to the idea of looking at that money and trying to see where we might have a more significant impact in this next year, 15 months, with the hope that our recovery goes faster than Gigi anticipates. And then maybe we'll have other options for funding city things. But so that's the only point I was trying to make there.
I just want to say the point I was making about permits was not to exclude the public, was that if we do maintain our parks, then we maybe potentially have more use that would happen there, and it would be potentially generate more. But to your point, that's what I was trying to ask about what we could use, because, I mean, there's plenty of things. I know there's an MUV that was broken down with the task force, and I don't know if that's being repaired or where that comes out of, but, and I know there's going to be Santa Monica High School related needs next year. So I'm definitely not saying that we need to put a matching fund for everything, because I know that puts pressure on the other folks. But in terms of this scoreboard, are you putting that,
Yeah, the 5,000, and we'll do it as a match right now, and I'll come back for the additional 5 if we don't get there. And the 10,000 for the West Side Coalition for the MLK event, because that's something we do every year, and we've just switched it to discretionary during COVID because it's not in the CSD budget.
I just wanted to mention, speaking of scoreboards,
yeah, go for it.
I already sent out a couple of fundraising letters in the last 3 minutes.
Oh dear, don't you?
And no, but here's the thing. It's, for instance, Kiwanis is their 100th anniversary next month. So maybe members of the community would be interested in helping. Who knows? But you're offering, the city will put 5,000 in. I'll put 1,000 in myself.
Thank you, Councilmember. Okay.
I think there's some big businesses that have moved to Santa Monica that might help too.
Okay, so not to totally.
He's raising his hand.
Councilmember De La Torre.
We're on discretionary funds a little bit, right? And
we're on the budget.
Okay, on budget. There is a, talking about matching and also events that are coming up that are very youth-centered. There's a bilingual graduation that's put on annually. A group called Latino Padres Estudiantes Maestros Association, and at Santa Monica High. So there's already 88 students that have registered and their families. It's going to be at Tongva Park, right across the street from the city. So I'd like support for 3,000 we'll do the matching on that. So I'll try to raise another 3,000 from. But if we can get 3,000 today, then that'll be very helpful, and the city will be one of the sponsors, of the event as well. So anyway, I think that'll be I like the idea of the matching sort of matching component. I think that's a smart way for us to address this. So we're not making any big ticket items, but smaller ones that we can then be on the hook for trying to raise the other portion of it. So I'll add that one to the list. And then the other question I had is in terms of libraries. Did we get? My mind is a little off, but has there been sort of a solution to, or what would be the strategy and the plan for opening up libraries or services, or can someone speak on that? Is there a plan on that?
We have our library folks here.
As they walk up, I think one of the things that Gigi mentioned was, as we have restored, we've been very strategic in terms of, identifying resources to reopen facilities. So we have seen a gradual restoration of library services, and to the point of deploying new technologies or thinking of new ways of being efficient. I know it's not well embraced by the entire community, so I'm not touting it as a success, but as a compromise. With Ocean View Park and Fairview Library, we have deployed technology to help make those resources available. But I'll let Greco speak more and elaborate on the question.
Good evening or good morning. My name is Greco Venegas. I am the Principal Librarian of Collections, Technology, and Patron Services. So as City Manager was mentioning, we are planning for this fall to open up our Fairview Branch Library for 2 days. And we are utilizing this technology, this Open Plus technology. We did get the first round of that with a grant. That was with, with Ocean Park. So we were able to get a grant. 10 libraries were able to get this grant to open up the branch in that capacity. But this, for fall, we are funding this through the budgets. We're excited to open up the branch in that capacity. Yeah.
Okay, Councilmember Parra.
Hi there, thank you for that information. So I had an opportunity to attempt to try to take my child to the library for a report. And so one of the things that I wanted to ask you about was, as you guys were considering hours of operation, because I know obviously the limitations, what was the determining factors when you tried to determine hours? Because I know that there's a couple days a week, and then I know that on one day, which I believe is Thursdays, you're open till 8 o'clock. And so can you walk me through that a little bit?
Which library were you trying to visit when you?
Because when I was, so on my phone,
got it.
when I was trying to find one to take him to, so what was happening, what I found was that most of them closed at 3 o'clock, so that didn't work. And then when I tried to take him, Thursday was open till 8, but I had meetings 8 o'clock, and then weekends are booked up, and we have a report, and he has to go in person, because my child has special needs, not special needs, learning differences, and so he needs that physical touch and, tactical, whatever, to be with the books and what have you. And so we had a very difficult time trying to get in. And so I just wanted to talk to you guys about, the ability, and then I started thinking, more community-wide about, especially since, after-school programs are closed or there aren't a lot of resources for us as parents to be able to take our kids after school, about like libraries being open from like 3 to 8 so that we have a place to go with our children to learn, to study, so forth.
So we've gone through a number of stages of different hours throughout from the pandemic till now. We're pretty much set on the schedule we're currently in, and we are going to be planning to make a move in July where we're going to add an additional night. So we'll have 2 days, 2 nights, and then the first Saturday of the month. We do have some branches that are open only a couple days a week, and that's going to be Montana, which is open 2 days a week. Pico Branch is open 4 days. Main Library is open 4 days as well. So really it's a matter of kind of balancing the resources we have and trying to be open as much as we can.
That being said, we're always working on trying to add a little bit more where we can. So we're adding service levels. We're adding our second floor service in the main library, as well as adding study rooms in July. It's been hard to try to make ends meet with trying to get meet the needs of the community. We used to be open 7 days a week at main library, and it's going to be a while before we can get there. So definitely, we're at the stage now where any additional resources that are added are being put towards staff, right? So that we have our buildings, we have our collections, but anything that gets added at this point is helping to add more hours, add more services. So we're still at the point where we're at about 54% of our FTEs that we had before. So we still have a long way to go before we're able to add, a lot more hours.
So in July, will the main library be open more hours or more days?
So in this specific budget that was added on, we're going to be moving to 2 nights and 2 days and 2 nights. We're only doing 1 night right now. We'll also be looking at opening our Fairview branch for 2 days. Our Fairview branch is currently closed, so we'll be opening that, and that's going to be dependent on the construction part of it that we're working on, but that'll be in the fall.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you. And I would just say that, and you made a really good point, which is our inability sometimes to add these services is because we just don't have the staff to add the service, whether it's maintenance or whatever. And so every time folks sort of say, why are you adding staff in the budget? It's because that's the only way in some cases that we get to the service that we want to. I mean, we've seen it time and time again, especially if you're a parent and have children, the fact that when you get a service or you think a service is coming on board, they haven't been able to staff it, and then you're just left disappointed.
And also, that's the biggest service that we offer is the staff, right? We have our librarians that not only helps patrons and the public find information, but we have our children's librarians who are reading story times, and we have a great staff that are really enthusiastic and want to help the community and be out there. But we do need support to do that.
You need to be able to pay them to work. Yeah, we understand. Okay, so how about direction to staff on establishing a parklet license fee, fire department fee study changes and revisions to cemetery fees? Anything specific anyone wants to add on those? Okay, how about, directing staff to proceed with setting the FY 2022 to 23 operating and FY 22 to 24 biennial capital improvement program budget adoption hearing on June 28th, 2022. Are we good with that? I think we're good with that. Okay. Well, we can celebrate my mom's birthday.
Mine's the 29th.
Yeah, we can, and Lana's almost birthday. Okay, and then how about on direction on potential revenue measures for the November 2022 ballot and direct staff to prepare ballot measure language?
I'd like to
Councilmember Brock.
have a few minutes. First of all, I know there's been an initiative measure that's being circulated that would substantially raise real estate property transfer taxes to provide funds for schools, rent subsidies, and affordable housing. While those are all worthy goals, my sense from talking to residents throughout Santa Monica and looking at the staff's description of the poll results we saw earlier is that this initiative would not address the matters that residents care most about: reducing crime, enhancing public safety, making public areas safer, cleaner, addressing problems created by our homeless population that we need to try and solve by giving them more help, restoring library services, enhancing after-school programs. We've heard this for hours now, that we can't open our libraries, that we can't restore our after-school programs, things that are vital to the children, to the parents, to the grandparents in our city. The staff report that we've seen tonight and we saw in the homeless study and we've seen over the last month make it clear we don't currently have the resources necessary to address these priorities in the ways that we would like. The police department homeless liaison team, the fire department's crisis response unit. While passing an increase in the TOT will be helpful, the $4 million, as we've heard tonight, will be eaten up so quickly. It will still be short of the funding our police chief needs. It'll be short of the funding our mental health services need. It'll be short of the funding to do something simple like mow the grass at our field space. All those things need to be done as well. So I'd like to ask our staff to study an appropriate amount of a transfer tax measure and come back to us with a recommendation for a ballot measure that we could approve as a council to send to voters in November, which will provide funds for these immediate priorities. I've titled this the Comprehensive Real Property Transfer Tax Measure. It will raise approximately $15 per $1,000 of value of the total amount in excess of $8 million. When added to the existing rate of $6 per $1,000, the amount of the Santa Monica tax would be about $6 per $1,000 on the full amount of the sale, plus $15 per $1,000 on the amount of the sale above $8 million. There would be an inflation adjustment based upon the Long Beach CPI every 5 years. There would be exemptions for nonprofits. There would be exemptions for defective deeds. There would be exemptions to and from a charitable or religious organization. There would be exemptions for someone who inherits their property. It would be a fair tax. It would be in line with other taxes in California that deal with transfers. And many cities have a transfer tax. There's 123 charter cities in the state of California. 97 have no special transfer tax other than the $1.10 per $1,000 that's authorized by state law. However, there are many cities, 26 cities, that have either flat rates or adjusted rates in the state. We would be in line with these cities if we did an equitable real estate property transfer tax that would not severely burden our residents who sell a property or buy a property, and it would only affect commercial properties, and it would affect major transactions in the city. We believe we can raise $15 to $16 million a year. From that, imagine what $15 or $16 million would do in this following year of our budget. It would allow us to have the police and fire resources that we need. It would allow us to have the homeless street teams that I've been begging for east of Lincoln Boulevard in the city. And it would allow us to have proper after-school care on our playgrounds and our schools. We can proactively advise this measure so that the measure provides the services we need at a 50% plus one vote. I want to read you the measure and then I'll be quiet, which everyone will applaud. This is an advisory measure. If the comprehensive real property transfer tax measure, which is on this ballot, is enacted, should its revenue be used to provide funding for homeless services such as public safety, mental health services, emergency response teams to address problems on our streets and our parks, the reopening and staffing of all Santa Monica public libraries, extensive after-school recovery programs for public school children in our city, traffic safety improvements around schools, including crossing guards, for instance, and to make sure that we have the funding for transitional housing and shelters within our city. The $15 per thousand in sales value, over $8 million will provide us with sufficient money without burdening those who own real property in our city, because as they sell, I want them to buy something else within Santa Monica. I don't want them selling and leaving. I want them to be able to stay in our city and help our city recover and prosper economically. So I'm asking that the council support this, and I've given the city manager a copy of this, and I'm open for questions, but more importantly, it would just be right now for the city manager and staff to look at this and see if it's something that's viable or if I am barking down the wrong path. So, thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Brock. Are there any questions or other comments? Councilmember Davis.
Well, I assume we're talking about Councilmember Brock's suggestion then.
Yes.
Okay. So, I mean, I think it's a really interesting suggestion, and I think for a couple of reasons. One is that we do know there is a petition signature gathering effort going on, but we don't know, putting aside even how you use the money, we don't know if that is going to be a successful effort. If they don't gather enough signatures, then it can't be put on the ballot. So at least at this point in time, without having some sense, and I have virtually no sense of how that signature gathering effort is going, this is something the council can put on and therefore be assured that it's going to be on the ballot, which I think gives us some comfort that the additional funds that we need. I mean, I think it's very clear after this evening's discussion, while the TOT is something I certainly support, and $4.1 million to any of us up here is a lot of money in terms of our ability to really use that money to address the issues that we heard about tonight and we heard about in the homeless study session, and that we all get emails about on almost a daily basis. It's not going to go that far. And so something that might generate 15 to 16 is, literally 3 to 4 more times that amount of money. And as I asked the city manager, certainly our police chief has a list of things. We heard about libraries. I still call it playground access. We know that that is something that our community wants to see reinstated, but we need to reinstate it in a safe manner. And that costs more money than what it cost before because we don't want to open ourselves up to liability. Crossing guards, we know that's something that's crucial for the community. So if this gives us some financial flexibility, field maintenance, I mean, if we had 14 to 16 million, we could talk about $150,000 for field maintenance and kind of maybe breathe a sigh of relief. So it seems to me that this is certainly something that staff should explore, and in terms of having some certainty that we will have sufficient revenue-generating measures on the ballot in the fall, because we don't know whether or not the other one will make it. And this one, at least in the time frame, we can't wait. We can't wait for them to gather signatures, see if the signatures get verified, because as I understand from Ms. Anderson-Warren, that's going to happen very late in the summer, and we have to have everything for the ballot by August 12th. So, we have a compressed time frame to work. And so I think that this is an interesting thing to explore. I think it addresses the things that we hear that our community wants us to address. And I think that on top of that, it provides us some certainty that we will be able to go to our voters in the fall and say, we hear you, we understand what you want, and here's what it will take to pay for it. And I think that's an easy question.
I have one additional thing I realize I need to add. This is a prevailing measure clause in this, so the measure, if the other council members' measure makes the ballot, the measure that has a higher vote count will be the one that prevails, and that will be in the measure. So I want to assure our residents that both would not be able to pass that, and this measure would provide the safety valve that we need to restore the services in our city at a cost that's commensurate with other cities, not a cost that is just outrageous. Thank you.
Can I ask one follow-up question? I forgot. The city of Culver City recently adopted a transfer tax with a marginal increment, and it did include provisions so as not to discourage the building of multifamily housing, so that first transfers of newly built multifamily housing were not included. Would that be something we could do to ensure that we're not discouraging the building of multifamily housing? Because I guess there is some concern that some of the transfer taxes that have been proposed in other places would apply, because typically what happens is a developer builds a building and then frequently sells it. And if this applies to that, then it really drives up the cost of building multifamily housing.
I think we could exempt a first sale on items like that, and I agree with you, we should.
Okay, great, thanks.
So just quick clarifying question. This would be a 50+1, right? For staff, do we know, did Mr. Goodwin do any polling related to sort of the appetite for TOT when also on the ballot with these other transfer tax? The one that we already knew about. Was that considered in the polling at all? Because we were aware of the one that's currently gathering signatures.
So we pulled both of those at the same time so that we would have some idea.
Petition gathering one?
No, just our library tax and the TOT. So we did not pull on the petition gathering, the one that's gathering petitions right now. So, and it's there, even the library one was a very different measure. It was a supermajority. It was very specific to libraries. So it's hard to gauge whether this measure along with TOT would have the same polling as the library tax measure.
Got it. Okay, and then what exactly, I just want to be clear on what we need to do today for this.
Well, you've given us a lot to chew on this evening, so obviously we will be watching this video again and reviewing it to
Once or
get
twice.
all the direction. I think we just want to be clear from council tonight that we're receiving council direction to move forward.
Oh, sorry, I meant specifically on this ballot measure that council member
That's what I'm
brought.
talking about.
Oh,
This
okay.
specific one, yes.
Okay.
There was a poll done by EMC Research.
On what? On this?
This measure.
Okay, the one you proposed just now. Okay. Okay. So there's nothing more we need to do on that. You've brought it up.
Yes.
We need to opine whether they support it, because right now only 2 people have spoken.
Okay, so that's what I want to be clear on. So we do need to, okay. Yeah, okay. Councilmember De La Torre.
Yeah, so this would just be direction of staff to refine the language, right? And come back with a proposal. We have until what day to put this on the ballot? It would be August 12th, I believe, or is that true?
We need to move by July.
That is correct, but the council would have to bring it back no later than the second meeting in July.
Second meeting in July, okay. So there's a little bit of time, but I guess it's enough time for staff to come back and bring something a little bit more refined if it needs to be. But that's all the direction we're given today, correct?
That we're okay with staff
coming back.
looking into this and coming back with an option
Okay.
based on Councilmember Brock's.
And another question, if the other proposed ballot measure, the TOT measure, does not attain the required signatures, then...
It's not the TOT.
Oh, it's not the TOT, it's the other one. It's the other transfer tax.
Then this would be the only
Correct, the
one
other
on
transfer
ballot.
tax. Yes, that's what I meant. This would still, we still move forward. It doesn't...
It's up to the council.
Okay.
If the council votes for this at one of these meetings before the second meeting in July, when staff comes back with some language and a little bit of a report on it, then this could go on the ballot at the same time, and both would, and the prevailing one would be the one
the
that's
one.
enacted, or we don't put it on the.
Yeah.
Or if the other one,
Or if the other doesn't have signatures,
this
that's
one
not
may
on-
still
yeah.
be the one that provides us
This is just.
with a safety valve in the city without a tremendous cost. And it would be something that I think even many of the business people who have these properties, even though I know they don't want to be taxed, but I think they'll see the value of this.
Got it. Okay, Councilmember Negrete, Councilmember Parra, is there anything you want to?
I mean, if we're just going around and we need to give, I think we're also, I'm supporting looking into it. It's obviously providing more immediate remedy to the things we've all discussed tonight that are important to us in the community.
Okay, and it sounds like Councilmember Parra's feels the same, and I feel similarly. I'm interested in seeing what staff can bring back, and then we'll put it to a vote of the council. Okay, great. Anything else here? Are we good? Did we cover all our bases? Does everybody have, at 1:20 in the morning, does everyone have what
I
they
also
need?
just want to make sure I've heard, and I'm inferring from what I've heard, that you're comfortable with us bringing back the TOT tax as
Yes.
well. Okay.
Yes, I think that one got a lot of support early on. Okay, so, and we aren't gonna recap everything, we're just gonna assume you guys wrote it all down. Okay, so, thank you, that ends that. So, now I have the fun job of asking council.
Wait, you guys aren't all staying for us?
Oh, no. Smartly, they want to go to sleep. Asking council if they would like to continue the remainder of the items to the June 14th meeting. Because we are now past 11 p.m. And as you all know, we have this rule where I have to ask. The items that would be continued are 7A, which is simply a second reading. I mean, we could do that pretty quick. So I'm just going to throw that out there. And then item 13A and 13B. Now, one thing worth asking, we had a lot of folks to speak on 13B. And
I don't know that they're still here, though.
I don't
doubt it.
know.
You can peek out the window. I
who's
mean, they were
still
here and they probably left.
But I would be curious if we still had any of those. I see Ann Thanawala's here. She was,
Oh, they are like in.
okay,
allowed to
so
text
I
them?
mean,
Let's go through both.
Mayor,
well, here, I'll put it out there.
well, Mayor Pro Tem, I don't know that there'll be any controversy around 13A. I would prefer we do it tonight because Ocean Park Association needs the money in
Yes.
order to be able to plan for the parade. And if we put it off another 2 weeks, that
Yeah.
might compromise their ability to do so.
Totally. So this is what I anticipated all along when we did this, that this is what would happen.
That's
Well,
okay.
and the
It's hard to
directions-
push.
The direction's helpful because our interim city attorney can talk about what we need to do to effectuate this 13 item. And so the direction tonight would be helpful.
Okay, so why don't, oh, sorry, go ahead, Councilmember Negrete.
Sorry, they are here. They
Yes,
waited.
Yeah,
and I just
no,
feel
I
bad that
see,
they
I see
stayed.
folks
Oh, hi.
coming in. I
Okay.
know, I feel terrible. Okay, and there are more
Oh.
coming in. So, why don't we just proceed
We're already
with
here.
our agenda?
Let's go all the way. We'll have
Can the
coffee
clerk
together.
call item 7A, please?
Sure, let me do that one quick. So it's the second reading and adoption of an ordinance amending Santa Monica Municipal Code Section 6.40.050 to extend the term of the Santa Monica Outdoor Pilot Program, and this is a second reading.
Move adoption.
Okay.
Second.
Moved by Davis, seconded by Negrete. Do we need a roll call or can we just?
Oh, yeah, we need a
No,
roll
it's an
call.
ordinance, so you have to roll.
Oh, sorry, okay. If the clerk could call the roll, please.
Councilmember Parra,
Yes.
Councilmember Davis.
Yes.
Councilmember Negrete.
Yes.
Councilmember Brock.
Yes.
Councilmember De La Torre.
Yes.
And Mayor Pro Tem.
Yes.
Allen. Thank you.
And we didn't have any speakers on that one. Oh, no speakers, second reading, sorry. Okay. All right.
Okay, so next we have 13A, which is request of council members Brock and Davis that in support of the annual 4th of July parade along Main Street, the city should co-produce, the parade along the Ocean Park Association. And number 2, the city should establish a pilot program that would allow the 2022 parade to be staged in the southernmost beach parking lots and then travel from those lots in a northern route of the Main Street to the Civic Center. And 3, the city council allocate $15,000 of a discretionary fund to the Ocean Park Association to help defray costs associated with producing the parade. And we do have a Devin Whiteside listed to speak on this.
Okay, Mr. Whiteside or Miss Whiteside, are you here to speak on 13A?
No.
Okay, all right. Councilmember Davis or Councilmember Brock, would you like to introduce this item?
I think it's self-explanatory. It's given the hour.
Okay.
I had one clarification. We're going to have to bring it back for approval of a modification to the ordinance because unfortunately the parade ordinance is really specific about the direction where it starts specifically and where it ends. So we're going to have to just come back with an urgency ordinance.
At our next meeting?
Can the
Yes.
allotment?
I think
I'm
we're gonna-
sorry to
it'll
ask,
be the
but
June
we can give
28th.
direction. I mean, that can be part of the direction then, that we're
Yes.
giving direction for staff to come back with an urgency
Correct.
ordinance to allow us to change the direction
Yes.
of the parade. So with that modification, I'll move the item.
Second, oh, whatever.
Moved by Davis, seconded by Brock. Can the clerk call the roll, please?
Councilmember Parra,
Yes.
Councilmember Davis.
Yes.
Councilmember Negrete.
Yes.
Councilmember Brock.
Yes.
Councilmember De La Torre.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem McCowen.
Yes. Councilmember Brock, can you press your button? Okay, that passes.
Next, we have 13B, which is request of council members Negrete and Brock that the city council directs city manager and the city attorney to return to the council with an ordinance amending section 3.12.600 of the Santa Monica Municipal Code to allow a limited number of non-electric pedicabs on the beach bike path. And it looks like, hold on a second, we have quite a few.
We have speakers. All right.
Okay, we have 8 speakers, 9
Okay.
speakers.
Do you want to call the first 3? When she calls your name, if you can please come up to the.
So we have Jason Gladstone, Teddy Rycroft, William Cobain, Neil Gitnett.
Before they speak.
We can. Okay, so before Mr. Gladstone goes, Councilmember Negrete raises a good point. Would either Councilmember Negrete or Councilmember Brock like to give a little staff report on this item?
I will, since I've been following this for a while. I just wanted to make it clear for anybody who's still up watching, or maybe the next day, that this is just to allow for the pedicabs who are human operated, not motorized, non-electric pedicabs on the bike path, a limited number to have the ability to operate on the bike path. At one point, we widened the bike path. It was an issue in the past when the bike path was much more narrow. And so they were forced to have to take the pedicabs up on the streetway, so on Ocean Avenue. Now the bike paths are much wider. They're not blocking, but the reason we're asking for it to be, I can't speak right now at this hour, monitored in this fashion is we don't want to come up with, we don't want to happen what happened with the vendors, where we have people just willy-nilly Wild West out there, and then we have a bunch of unpermitted, both electric and non-electric pedicabs that don't have the proper license to be out there operating. So this is why we brought this forward.
Great. Councilmember Brock, did you have anything to add?
Well, considering that I don't know if I remember any of you, but I was, yes, right there. So I was the chair of the Recreation and Parks Commission when this first came to the commission years ago. And we supported pedicabs as a human-powered, sustainable way for people to get around our city. I was always sad that it didn't take off as well as I thought it would, but I'm really gratified to see all of you here late tonight fighting for pedicabs. I'd like to hear from the operators first, and then I may have a couple of additions that we want to have looked at.
Okay, so we'll start with Mr. Gladstone. You have 2 minutes.
Okay, yes, ma'am. I've been pedicabbing since 2002 in New York City, and I started pedicabbing here in 2015. And I'm an actor. It supports me in this creative pursuit, and it's a great job. And I think that the bike path is certainly accommodating enough for pedicabs, and I think that it serves as a wonderful asset to Santa Monica, definitely for tourists, for locals. It's environmentally friendly, and I just don't see why we're not able to operate on the bike paths. It's also where business is the majority, coming off the pier and then, going back and forth to Venice, and Venice going back to Santa Monica. So, it's kind of an ironic thing because there's so much room on the bike path for us to operate. I don't see why there's an issue with us operating, and never have actually understood that before, especially with the widened paths and the widened walking paths. So I just hope that you guys can legalize us on the bike path, because I think that we serve as as a livery capacity, also taking people on tours of the Santa Monica area. So I don't know if I've used my 2 minutes, but that's basically.
You're welcome to stop at any point. You
Stop.
can use it.
It's getting late, so I'm going to stop. All right, guys.
All right.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, and thanks for staying all night. We're working on that. Mr. Rycroft.
Yep. Hello? You hear me?
Yeah.
Yes. Of course you can hear me. Hey guys, council members, thank you for staying up this late. Thank you for being here to hear us. I really appreciate it. I'll just tell you a little bit about me and why I think you should pass this law. I started pedicabbing in DC. My name is Teddy Rycroft, by the way. I started pedicabbing in DC. I did that for about 4 years in between semesters of college. And then I came out here, and I really, for me personally, as a citizen of this awesome country, it's just an amazing job I get to work. It's like I get incentivized to exercise and stay physically and mentally fit, and on point. And this job and industry in particular is not one where people just line up and hop into your cab. It requires a little bit of like finesse and showmanship and business know-how. The people that are rewarded in this industry are those that are kind, courteous, and professional always, such as myself. So it's really built around us providing a good, fun, and safe time for the citizens of Santa Monica, as well as all the tourists that you see all the time. That's most of what I have to say. I mean, right now, the current law states that we can't operate on the bike path, which is unfortunate, like Jason said, because that's where all the business is, but also, although we are all very well equipped and able of driving in streets with other cars, taking a route like from the pier down Ocean Ave or Nielsen Way, especially during those peak hours of the day, can be, I wouldn't want to say like dangerous, but it would be much more safe and just sensible to operate on a bike path where the tourists want to see, where they want to be anyways. So that's just my logic and thinking as to why you should pass this bill. Thank you for your time.
Thank you so much, Mr. Rycroft. Mr. Cobian?
Hi.
Hi.
Without trying to repeat a lot of the points that these guys made, I had better points to make. 5 hours ago.
I understand.
5 hours ago, we were fresh. We've been here since 5 o'clock. I know. So what bothers a lot of us, what bothers me specifically, especially about an incident that just happened. Most of the rides that we do are for people that have overexerted themselves already. A lot of them are handicapped. A lot of them are elderly. I was about to say language difference. Third generation, the elderly. So coming from like Bicknell or Bay to the pier, that's a half-a-mile walk that a lot of people can't do. And what really bothers me is that on Saturday, I received a citation from code enforcement for operating on the bike path after giving a ride to a lady and her grandson. She couldn't walk that distance to the pier. And then immediately after that citation, I go over to the boardwalk and I pick up a caretaker and her autistic patient. And I give him a tour of the area. The kid looks forward to his weekend adventures in Santa Monica. Before, it was riding the train to Santa Monica, and now it's getting driven to Santa Monica, and he wants to ride a pedicab. And all of us have done that ride. And all these guys know who I'm talking about. We do this regularly, 4 or 5 times a weekend. And yes, we do it for money, but it's not just the money. I really feel good about what I do down there. And most of these guys do too. Like Teddy mentioned, physically and mentally. The health aspect of it is just incredible. Not just personally.
Thank you, Mr. Cobian, and don't ever apologize for doing your work for money. We all do that. And thankfully, you're passionate about what you do. Yeah.
Oh, do you want me to call the rest of the
Yes.
remainder? Okay, so there's Keith Brown, Chris Rink, John Berry, and then Randy Metz.
And if you guys can line up in that order to the best of your recollection, and I'll call the names. Mr. Gitnick.
Mr. Gittin was just, so it's Mr. Brown.
No, that last one was Mr. Cobian.
Okay.
This is Mr. Gitnick, right? Okay.
Can you hear me okay?
There you go.
I'm a resident of Santa Monica. I live at 1915 Ocean Way. This will be my second summer riding for Awesome Pedicab. I've ridden for a couple other pedicab companies. Everybody that rides with Awesome Pedicab is human-powered. All of our pedicabs are licensed. All of our pedicabs passed mechanical inspection. I was there. All of the pedicabbers that ride for us are trying to give the people that we serve a great experience. This isn't like trying to zip around and, really quick. It's a leisurely, nostalgic kind of experience that the tourists really like. And it fits really great with the pier and the beach and the whole kind of thing that the bulk of the people out there that we serve are looking for. And to take it away just seems counterproductive. And to put it into a less safe context seems also counterproductive. I think this proposal makes a lot of common sense, and everybody seems to want it. I'm only speaking about the human-powered pedicabs that are built to operate at a really safe and enjoyable kind of a pace. I'm not talking about the unlicensed sort of unsafely fast, zippy, renegade operators that come in and out of the city, which hopefully code enforcement could help us on. I'm just talking about the ones that are licensed, inspected, human-powered, like all the ones with Awesome Pedicab. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Gitnick. Mr. Brown?
Good morning. Thank you for having us. So I did a little work, and I put a petition together, and I have paper petitions. I also have, I put it up online, and I had a lot of people actually send in emails to the city with the same petition and some of their own wording in regards to how they feel about pedicabs on the bike path. So this was 3 days of just people's signatures. I got over 100 just with the handwritten ones. So I don't know who I turned this into, but okay, I'll give it to you in a minute. The other thing I wanted to point out is that I do have some pictures that I sent to Sarah, and No, that's not it. I'm sorry. It's right here. That's what it is. Okay, so I don't know how to get this up there, but it's on my screen.
She's switching the screen for you. Just give it a second.
Thank you. So I have some of these pictures here because I wanted to show who we work with. For instance, in this particular picture, we have Eduardo pulling somebody with an ARP logo, and we work with Ciclavia in the city of LA. Another one is, okay, here we go. This is actually on the LA River bike path. And I put this here because the LA River bike path is a very narrow bike path with a lot of people walking, but we still operate safely without having any problems. And they're actually calling us back to do this event again this year. This is Louis, one of our famous Santa Monica residents, born in Santa Monica, still lives in Santa Monica, operating on the bike path safely. Here we have a mother with 3 children. We have a lot of these rides because the kids, they can't walk the distance, and they see the roller coasters and they get excited and they want to go see it, but sometimes they just can't make it that far. Here we have John Barry. We're all the way up at the 3rd Street Promenade, which we can't also pick up fares there, unfortunately, but somehow we're supposed to work in the city streets. So
I can give you just one more to wrap up your thought.
I'll just go to the William. Okay, this is the passenger that William talked about, the autistic child who loves to come out and have a great time with us. So those are and this is yeah. So those are our yeah. There we go.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Mr. Rink.
Hi, good evening, morning, whatever time it is. My name is Chris. I've been with Awesome Pedicab since 2016, operating on the bike path like my colleagues. I'm not going to repeat all of what they said. I just wanted to speak on the safety issue because we get a lot of pushback on, oh, it's not safe if we're on the bike path. Our bikes are not wider than 2 bicycles riding side by side, which you see constantly down on the bike path. Excuse me. And so we also operate on a speed that is average bike speed. 10 to 12 miles an hour is usually our speed. So people can overtake if they need to, but we're not blocking the way, as usually is used as an excuse to keep us off. What is more dangerous if we're actually on the street, because up on, for example, Nielsen Way, which is one of the main connections between Venice and Santa Monica, where we would have to be, we would actually be a safety hazard for any emergency vehicles that come through. But that is where we are currently forced to operate. So I just wanted to put that out there. I'm not going to repeat everything else that's been said, and I'm going to leave some time for the rest of my colleagues.
Okay.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Rink. Mr. Barry.
Hello. Thank you for seeing us tonight. Actually, many of us have been in this room before for city council meetings and more than a few Parks and Recs and Parks meetings as well. So thanks for seeing us. I've been running Awesome Pedicab since 2013 here. We're the only company that's actually been continuously running. And I actually want to just address 3 things. I brought notes, but I'm not going to bloviate. Safety. We are safe. Our track record, 9 years. We've had 1 minor accident. Phone got broken and some glasses. So that's in 9 years. That means we made it through 2018, which was the summer of blood, when all those scooters, when there was 10 scooters for every bicycle, we navigated all of that without hitting any of those scooters. So that's something. The second point is environmental. You know, we are eco-friendly, carbon neutral, sustainable, human-powered. So these are all things that are important in Santa Monica and the world. And finally, we satisfy a need. There's a lot of people that cannot walk 6 miles, which is what it takes to do the beach and back. You know, a lot of people get stuck halfway. A lot of times people are told that it's a 10-minute walk to Venice from Santa Monica. They get their grandma out halfway. Now they can't get their grandma back to Santa Monica, let alone Venice. You know, we could do that whole run in an hour and a tour. So anyways, I know that if you guys truly wanted to shut us down, we would have already been shut down like the hot dogs, or like we were, over the past, we have been shut down a couple times. So fortunately, I know that there's been some tolerance, so we appreciate that. Anyways, I'm not going to keep you up too late.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Barry.
Thank you.
Mr. Metz.
Hi, my name's Randy Metz. I've been living in, gotta catch my breath. Been living in LA for like 30 years. I've been riding bikes here for 25 years. I've been part of the LA County Bicycle Coalition. We've helped get bike lanes, et cetera, throughout the city. I've been down here for 5 years now. I pride myself on being a safe bicyclist, and since I've been riding for so long, I know like when all this crazy stuff's going on around, bikes passing, I'm confident. I'm not like, oh, what's gonna, I know that, okay, this is what's gonna happen, and so the people behind me are safe. I've not had an accident down here. I've managed to avoid many accidents because I'm always, we see what's going on with scooters. We know this bend is where they come flying around and wipe out. We know the bike path very well. I know all the little cracks even. So we really, we understand what's going on out there. So we're not just like, where are we? And I know it's late, so everyone's kind of said what else I need to say. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Metz. Ms. Thanawala? Yeah.
Good morning. I'm going to make this pretty quick, but I love the idea of having these on the bike path. I have no problem with that. My concerns are two. One is when you're on a bike and you're behind one of these, my concern is what happens when they're stopping? How do you stop? I mean, are you going to get stuck rear-ending them? Number two, I don't know what they cost, and it would be great to know that, have that advertised like you do with a rickshaw and so forth, so you know what you're going to pay before you get on. And the third thing, because I didn't know the width of these pedicabs, so I Googled it, pedicabs in Santa Monica, and what I found was a video, the first video, so I click on it and I was watching, and the guy is saying that he's, they're picking up people from Santa Monica or from Venice and driving them back up the beach path to Santa Monica so that they can because they're drunk and they can pick up their cars and drive home. So please think about that aspect of this, because we don't want drunk people on our roads. So at what time do you stop that, right? I mean, are there lights on these things? And I mean, are you going to be running these things as a service for drunk people who find more parking in Santa Monica and want to be in Venice at a bar and then take that back to get in a car drunk and drive? Okay, because we don't want one accident like that, and it's going to be a big regret for everyone. So time limit on it, how do you regulate that? And just
Thank you. Okay. Let me go to Councilmember De La Torre first, because he didn't have a chance before.
Yeah, I just, I want to make sure, that the staff looks at, the details of the width, that we have standards, that we look at training, that the type of licenses that we give out, how many of them. I mean, there should, all the considerations around safety for me is really important. I mean, we just made a huge investment to widen the boardwalk, and I don't want to overcrowd it. I want to make sure that it's safe. And that's my first priority. So as long as staff looks into it, ensures and then sets all the standards, puts training, comes back to us to tell us how many should be approved because of their assessment. This would be a safe amount. Those are all things for us to consider. Thank you.
Councilmember Davis.
Well, I do want to thank everyone who stayed up this late, because if you're like me, you're sound asleep internally. I live in Ocean Park on the beach, and I walk my dog on the boardwalk virtually every day, and I see many of you riding your pedicabs. I have the spotted dog that likes to play in the sand. And I want to say, first of all, when they do not interfere with other cyclists at all. The path is wide enough, and it continues to be wide enough that if someone wants to go around them, they can in a very safe manner. And the pedicabs are operated in a very safe manner. And I will just say that the joy of people's face while they're riding around in the pedicab is really fun to watch. I don't know if they're residents or tourists, I don't care. They're clearly having a good time, and I think it just really sums up in my mind what being at the beach at Santa Monica is all about. So I totally support this. My only question is, and because it is an environmentally friendly way, and because they talked about people who might have some mobility issues, you know, and this is not encompassed within this, but to think about it in the longer term, could it become a more prevalent means of getting around other parts of the city? We are building out a lot of bicycle infrastructure that would make it safe for pedicabs. I mean, we just talked about having a dedicated bike lane on Broadway, and you could literally go from the east end of the city to the west end of the city. And I think there are a lot of people who might live down there and say, I'd love to take a pedicab down to the beach rather than drive or wait for the bus or whatever. So maybe this is the first step in really thinking about pedicabs as a true method of mobility throughout the city, and not just one that's sort of focused on the beach area, because I certainly think that if I were out enjoying myself and I'm like, oh, I'm too tired to walk home, I'd love to grab a pedicab home. So I think that as we build out more bike infrastructure, we should think about this as something that we can really expand throughout the city.
Councilmember Para.
Thank you. I'm excited about the pedicabs being able to be on the bike path legally. My concern is, you know, just in terms of enforcement for the non-legal, you know, pedicabs. We already have, you know, I'm so tired. We already have a lot of our code enforcement staff really depleted with various assignments. And so how would we, you know, if they're enforcing it now. No, I understand. I mean, if they're enforcing it now, but I mean, it's, you know, focus-wise. I mean, we've got them doing peer vending. So now we're having peer vending, pedicab, like we're adding to the degree of what we're having our peer task force work on. And so that's my only concern. And so what that means that we would need to, you know, what does that look like? What does that enforcement look like, and so forth? So that would be my only concern. And then how do you tell the difference between, you know, like right off, you know, the bat, you know, like a cab that is, you know, licensed and one that's not, and, you know, so forth. Anyway.
Councilmember Negrete.
I should have introduced this better. So the reason I brought this forward was because they're the task force, because they've done such an amazing job with the initial issue of vending, started to focus on other things, crime included, right? And so they were being cited for not, I mean, we were really just talking about, I don't know, a quarter mile from like where the hot dog on a stick building is to Venice, that they needed to be up on the roadway. And when I saw it happening, I thought, well, that doesn't make sense, and started looking into it. So they do have, it's similar to the vendors, you know, they have, I think it's a decal that you would place on the bike to tell which is permitted and which isn't. So they're already doing that enforcement, and actually they were spending time doing it when they did have they are permitted to be there. It was just where they're allowed to ride. So what was happening though was then unpermitted people who are not permitted at all to ride were joining in. So this would actually be to help that. This is what they want. And it's sort of like the same thing with the vendors where if there's 80 people who aren't permitted, then how are they going to make any money? It doesn't serve the purpose of the micro entrepreneur. So I don't think it's going to create any more resources. I think if anything, it'll do the opposite, because if once it's clear who can and can't be there, that's my thinking. I don't know if the city manager has any thoughts on that, but I just wanted to thank you guys for staying so late, and also just add that I think you do add a special experience being down there. In response to Ms. Thanawala's comments about the stopping and how would you stop, I've been behind many things on the bike path because I ride my bike with my kids that are beyond a bike that should be on there that create way more danger. And I'm not talking about a scooter. I mean, I'm talking about individuals that are towing things that are twice the size of those that have blocked the entire bike path. I also, when my kids were little, always had one of those tow things in the back mine was almost similar in width. So it's the same concept. And they want repeat customers. So I think they're in the business of making sure people get from A to B safely, because otherwise everyone would be talking about that and they wouldn't have customers. And then in terms of the idea that they would take a drunk person to their car, I mean, that's a personal choice on the person who's deciding to get in their car to drive drunk, and that's a horrible choice on their part, and hopefully they won't make that immoral choice. But I think the concept actually, on the flip side, what I have actually seen myself on multiple occasions is people got a ride from the pedicab instead of driving because they had too much to drink. So actually, it created a safety opportunity. And I saw that multiple times at the Big Dean's, where people left their car, and someone actually came up to me and said, if I leave my car here, will I get a ticket? Because she took the pedicab back to LA. So I just wanted to point those things out. I actually think it's a great addition, and it creates actually more safe opportunities for people to get around the city, and especially in that part. The only thing is the loading and offloading that we're not blocking. Police did bring that up, that when you guys are loading passengers and unloading passengers, that it's not blocking any fire access lanes. So I'm not clear where you guys are doing it now, but we would need to create maybe a designated area so that we're not blocking them.
Councilmember Brock?
So, a couple of things. We went over these extensively in 2013 and 14. And it was a big deal, and at the end, they weren't allowed to go to their goal, which was to take people to the pier from Venice and transport people back and forth. And for a while, I really thought that you would be a great service in downtown Santa Monica as well. So I was sort of surprised to hear from John or someone else that you're not allowed to pick up and drop off at the promenade. And when we did this originally, the whole understanding was it was going to be a way for people to get from Montana Avenue to the promenade, to get around downtown. And I've always been sort of sad that they didn't really become a fixture of Santa Monica. And in fact, I've seen more in San Diego than I have here. So I would really like us, if there's any impediment to their taking customers downtown, that I think we need to find a way to ease that, because I really want people using these in the downtown area and being able to give me a ride home. And yeah, we all need rides home. And in fact, it'd be great in the July 4th parade with the city council and being the escorts for us instead of those little vehicles. I think it'd be great.
So it's 2 a.m.
So, all right. So, but now I'm excited.
Yes.
So look, I move that we.
Second my motion.
Did you make a motion?
Yes, I hit it and I said I make a motion.
Okay.
All right, I second the motion.
Moved by Negrete, seconded by
I didn't know
Brock.
she made one.
Can we have a roll call vote?
Councilmember De La Torre?
Yes.
Councilmember Brock?
Yes.
Councilmember Negrete?
Yes.
Councilmember Davis?
Yes.
Councilmember Parra?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem McCowen?
Yes. And thank you all so much for staying so long. Okay, so technically there's no clapping, but thank you. We clapped a few times tonight, so.
Okay, so next
Okay,
we
we
have
still have public comment, yeah.
public input. Public comment is permitted only on items not on the agenda that are within the subject matter jurisdiction of the city. State law prohibits the city council from taking action on any items not listed on the agenda, including issues raised under this agenda item. And we have two speakers, Jonathan Foster and Eve Lopez.
Hi, Mr. Foster. You're up. And Ms. Lopez, you're welcome to get in line.
Excuse me, I'm gonna move that. So, hi, Jonathan Foster. Here's the Zionism is not Judaism. So when I talk about this stuff, you know, it's not really me that's doing the bad stuff. I needed to say too, Holbrook was a goose egg. Seemed like to me, he was a pretty special guy. And when I mentioned the Marine, I didn't know there was a Marine on the docket earlier today, so I didn't mean to have any disrespect, but I want to talk about the getting rid of the Christian displays out there. So where do you think the homeless gets party atmosphere from? I'll give you the answer. It's the rich. And the concept of the open party is condoned by the city here for years with the open bars and the dens. We got more pot shops, more open container carrying, more liquor license. It's not just the homeless smoking pot. You're gonna have rich people doing this. The city will be promoting large groups of rich people to smoke up pot and pile into the sidewalks of Santa Monica. Where does the homeless get the party atmosphere from? So there's so many problems, right? I thought we should have higher rent with lower paychecks, higher taxes with lower standards, higher gas with more people who don't want to work, more gentrification. We should have more getting rid of religion and religious principles by what was allowed when Marcia Jones Motree let those haters attack Christianity when it was out there on the park. So less Jesus and we got more problems, right? So if you go to the wrong source to get out of this, it's not going to work. All I hear about is the homeless and the problems you got. And I've seen in 22 years what it was like when I got here, and it's nothing like that. And the problems are getting worse and worse. And you're having to struggle and struggle and struggle. I know I've mentioned about the federal government as a problem, but the atmosphere.
Thank you, Mr. Foster. Ms. Lopez?
Yes, thank you, and thank you for remaining here at this late hour. Just two very quick points. The first is I just wanted to make a clarification to a comment earlier, which was specifically of the diagram that I've put back on. The illustration of the non-park development of Santa Monica Airport, as was described on April 30th, was to extend Clover Park from the fence where it's currently erected, removing that, extending it south, and then having on either of the side the development occurring there. That was the specific description that was provided on April 30th during a walk with Councilmember Brock. That conversation continues to concern me greatly. The second point is tangential to that, which is as it relates to the Gelson's project. The residents are of the opinion that these enormous types of development are not well received. They don't fit in our community. And you can gauge the reaction of these types of developments by the reactions of the residents in response to Gelson's. They have a quality of life impact. They bring huge related costs of infrastructure development that cannot be implemented expressly excluding the public. And I would encourage the council to ensure that there is public input before moving forward and implementing any projects of mass development. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Lopez. All right, well, I think that about wraps that up. I believe we have two adjournments. So Councilmember Brock, if you can read, Councilmember De La Torre, if you can read our first adjournment, and then Councilmember Davis has an adjournment as well.
Yes, it's a sad day for a family that's been impacted by the passing of Mr. Charles Alvarez. It is with great sadness that we adjourn this council meeting in memory of City of Santa Monica employee Charles Alvarez. Charlie served as an equipment operator at Woodlawn Cemetery prior to his sudden death at the age of 41 over the weekend. He joined our Public Works team in 2011, where he spent 8 years of service in RRR, then moved to the Woodlawn Cemetery in 2019, where he quickly became part of the Woodlawn family. Charlie's positive energy was contagious, and he was a pleasure to work with. Charlie was always looking for ways to better the cemetery and truly cared for the families he served at Woodlawn. He was a hardworking man, a loyal friend, and a devoted husband and father. Charlie defined loyalty, respect, and kindness. Apart from his dedication to his work, Charlie valued his home community of Lawndale, his Teamster family, and most of all, his close friends and family. He leaves behind his wife, Kathy, and 3 kids, Andrea, Vanessa, and Charlie Jr., whom this day is particularly hard, as today would have been Charlie's birthday. On behalf of the entire community, we convey to Charlie's family and friends our deepest condolences.
Thank you. Heartbreaking. Councilmember Davis.
So I would like to ask that we adjourn tonight in memory of Bob Neuwirth, a painter, recording artist, and songwriter who had an impact as a member of Bob Dylan's inner circle and as a conduit for 2 of Janis Joplin's best-known songs. He died about 10 days ago in Santa Monica, California. He was 82 years old. His partner, Paula Batson, said the cause was heart failure. Mr. Neuwirth, there's a long biography of him in the New York Times, but first encountered Bob Dylan at the Indian Neck Folk Festival in 1961, and the two hit it off, and Mr. Neuwirth became a central figure in the circle that coalesced around Mr. Dylan as his fame grew. When Mr. Dylan held court at the Kettle of Fish Bar in Greenwich Village in the early 1960s, Mr. Neuwirth always was there, and he frequently toured with Bob Dylan. He was also involved in several important projects relating to other artists, as well as having his own catalog of albums that he produced. In fact, Mr. Dylan, in his book Chronicles, Volume 1, had his own description of Mr. Neuwirth. Like Kerouac, he had immortalized Neil Cassidy in On the Road. Somebody should have immortalized Neuwirth. He was that kind of character. He could talk to anybody until they felt like all their intelligence was gone. With his tongue, he ripped and slashed and could make anybody uneasy, but he could also talk his way out of anything. Nobody knew what to make of him. So he is survived by his partner. We send her our greatest sympathies, and as always, we are so sorry to learn of the passing of such a creative force in our community. So we send our deepest condolences to all who knew him and cared about him.
Thank you. And with that, this meeting is adjourned. Our next regular council meeting will be on Tuesday, June 14th at 5:30 p.m. See you then.
Which will be here sooner than we know.